noi. De aceea, din 25 mai 2018, noul
In today's world,
your personal data is valuable to many.
By using your mobile phone,
liking social media posts,
and surfing on the web,
you share your data click by click.
You should know where it goes
and what it is being used for.
as data protection is a fundamental right in Europe.
We have one of the strongest
legal frameworks worldwide.
The General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR.
All of the file currencies have their own
independent data protection authorities
to oversee the application of the GDPR.
EU institutions also
have their own regulator,
the European Data Protection Supervisor.
Together we form
the European Data Protection Board,
or EDPB.
The EDPB is unique,
as it is made up of 31 members, big and small,
each with equal voice and power.
Together, we ensure that data protection doesn't stop at our borders,
and all individuals enjoy
equally high level of protection,
no matter where they live in Europe.
From all of us at the EDPB, we wish you a very happy Data Protection Day.
Did you know that a hacked email account can lead to serious problems, which could affect your finances or your reputation? Did you know that your clicks and your likes on social media can be used to profile you and influence your voting behavior? New technologies and the global use of the internet bring new risks for personal data. The new data protection rules were introduced to keep your data safe. On the 25th of May 2018, the General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, entered into application to ensure a harmonized approach across the European Economic Area and to make data protection a reality. The new data protection rules have introduced stronger rights for individuals, giving you more control over your personal data. The new rules also require organizations that process personal data to take more responsibility. Each EU country has its own independent National Data Protection Authority, or DPA, to oversee the correct application of the GDPR. To ensure a uniform application of the new data protection rules, the GDPR established an independent EU body, the European Data Protection Board, EDPB. The EDPB is made up of the national data protection authorities of the EEA member states and the European Data Protection Supervisor. If your data protection rights have been violated, you can contact your national DPA, which is best placed to deal with your complaints. The national DPAs can impose fines on businesses of up to 20 million euros, or 4% of their annual global turnover. So, what can the EDPB do for you? By clarifying the understanding of the GDPR, the EDPB makes sure that the GDPR is applied uniformly, so that everyone enjoys the same rights wherever they live. By adopting binding decisions in cross-border data protection cases, the EDPB ensures that people can get help from their national DPAs for cross-border issues. The EDPB also promotes cooperation, exchange of information, and best practices among the national DPAs. Finally, by advising the European Commission on issues related to the protection of personal data, the EDPB makes sure that any new EU legislation upholds the highest standards of data protection. Remember, your data, your rights. The EDPB is here to protect you.
Protecția datelor personale este importantă pentru fiecare dintre noi. De aceea, din 25 mai 2018, noul regulament european privind protecția datelor consolidează drepturile persoanelor fizice care pot cere ștergerea datelor de pe internet ori portarea datelor către alt operator. Pentru responsabilizarea operatorilor cresc amenziile până la 10 sau 20 de milioane de euro, iar instituțiile publice și, în anumite cazuri, companiile private trebuie să stabilească un responsabil de protecție a datelor.
You decide which shops you go to, which services you use, right? But what if they went after you? And after you, 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 whether you wanted anything or not? Ridiculous, right? Companies don't have the automatic right to use your personal data to send you marketing messages. Even if you did get permission, they must give you the opportunity to opt out for free each time you're contacted. And when you're buying or signing up for something, you must be given the right to object to future marketing contact. Using your contact details for electronic marketing purposes without your permission is a criminal offence. Get the messages you want, not the ones you don't. Dataprotection.ie. Know your rights. It's your personal data.
Isn't it clever how they know I love nature documentaries?
It's because you share data, Mum, and we live in a data-driven world.
No, I keep hearing about data, but does it matter?
Oh.
I'll just book our holiday.
That's data.
Auntie Kate has just shared what our cousins have been up to.
More data.
Hello? I'd like to insure my car.
Data.
Who knew data matters so much?
It's your data, and your data matters.
Sharing data helps make life easier and more convenient, but it's important your data stays safe and is used only in ways you'd expect. Take control of your personal information and make it work for you. To find out about your data rights, visit www.ico.org.uk/yourdata-matters.
All'inizio la tua privacy è al sicuro. Poco dopo sarai Anna. Sarai una data di nascita, un gruppo sanguigno, un codice fiscale. Noi del Garante per la protezione dei dati personali da più di 20 anni proteggiamo la tua identità, la tua riservatezza, i tuoi diritti. Per questo abbiamo iniziato introducendo soluzioni utili per tenere al sicuro le tue informazioni riservate, come quella semplice linea che per la prima volta ha dato valore alla tua privacy. Oggi, per lo stesso motivo, monitoriamo con attenzione l'evoluzione dei social network e interveniamo affinché le nuove tecnologie possano essere uno strumento sicuro per tutti, specialmente per i minori, in modo che possano scoprire il mondo più protetti dai rischi. E anche quando decidi di condividere la tua vita online, noi del Garante ti aiutiamo a farlo in maniera consapevole, evitando che i tuoi dati finiscano nelle mani sbagliate e interveniamo in caso di violazioni. Abbiamo a cuore il tuo diritto alla libertà, soprattutto ora che il nostro lavoro è diventato una vera e propria sfida, in un mondo sempre più digitale, dove ogni dato personale può essere tracciato e memorizzato, con il rischio che venga utilizzato anche a tuo svantaggio. In questi anni abbiamo sempre dato il nostro contributo per avere norme rispettose della privacy, affinché i tuoi dati personali vengano usati in maniera corretta e tu possa sempre esercitare i tuoi diritti, come rettificare i dati non aggiornati o cancellare quelli che non ti rappresentano più. Noi ci siamo, specialmente nei momenti in cui sei più fragile, proteggendo i tuoi dati sanitari, un bene prezioso che ti appartiene. Abbiamo fatto tanto, ma c'è ancora molto da fare. È il momento di pensare al futuro, alle nuove sfide che abbiamo già iniziato ad affrontare. Tutto può cambiare, ma una cosa è certa. I tuoi dati sono un tesoro da proteggere insieme.
Nowadays, our personal data is collected, analyzed and stored by various new technologies. It's also stored in the cloud, where it can be accessed by many people at one time. The protection of our valuable personal data is essential in a democratic society. It's at the core of the new data protection rules set out in the General Data Protection Regulation, applicable from the 25th of May 2018. These new rules give people more control over their personal data, including greater rights to access it. They also require that the organizations and companies that process this data take on greater responsibility for data protection. The key word of the reform is accountability. In personal data processing, this means a shift in responsibility. Companies, organizations, EU institutions and bodies should ensure compliance, verify compliance and demonstrate compliance, both to individuals and at the request of a data protection authority such as the EDPS. In other words, personal data protection should be embedded in the culture of your organization, company or institution. It should also be part of your risk management policy. The tone is set at the top. The message is, think data protection. Embed data protection principles in all business procedures and projects from the outset. Develop the reflex to ask your DPO for advice when it comes to questions about personal data processing. Inform people about how you will process their data before you start collecting it. Review and update privacy statements and make them readily available. Be transparent. If you lose or accidentally disclose personal data, report it immediately within your organization. Your organization must inform the relevant supervisory authority, such as the EDPS, of this personal data breach within 72 hours. In the same way that national data protection authorities have the power to impose fines at national level, the EDPS has the power to fine other EU institutions if they fail to comply with the new rules. Accountability means a change of culture. It moves data protection from theory to practice. It concerns you, no matter what your place is in the organizational hierarchy. Think data protection.
Cine sunteți, băieți? Ce vreți de la mine? Ce-am făcut? Ce doriți de la mine? Eu nu știu nimic.
Știm noi destul.
Ce?
Noi știm totul despre tine. Ce bei, ce mănânci, la ce oră ieși din casă, cu ce mașină, ce bunuri cumperi și pe cât ai ținut restanțele.
Te-ai lăudat pe Facebook. Eu?
Știm că ai colesterolul ridicat și traumă la glezna stângă. Știm pe unde călătorești și din a cui bani.
Să-ți spun eu câte sticle de bere ai cumpărat cu cardul luna asta? Câte? Știm noi câte. Asta e o glumă, domnilor, da?
Nu, nu-i glumă, e o farsă.
Ai grijă cum îți protejezi datele cu caracter personal. Ai putea avea și surprize mai puțin plăcute.
Un simplu experiment a demonstrat că moldovenii își dau datele personale la orice colț de stradă fără nicio ezitare.
Gata. Ne-au blocat afacerea. Și eu muși să le spun băieților.
E clar. Oamenii se vor informa. Vor fi mai atenți. La parole, carduri, numere de telefoane, e-mail-uri, cu toate datele lor.
Da.
Calmați-vă. Rămâneți cu toții pe poziții. Într-o săptămână, două vor uita cu toții de știre. După, mai luăm niște credite din numele altora, mai obținem vreun teren, folosim niște adrese, numere de telefoane, carduri.
Vechea schemă?
Păi da, ați văzut și un experiment. Oamenii nu știu să-și protejeze datele personale. Și asta e cel mai grav pentru ei.
Centrul Național pentru Protecția Datelor cu Caracter Personal îndeamnă cetățenii Republicii Moldova să-și cunoască drepturile. Ai grijă de datele tale.
In today's world,
Your personal data is valuable to many.
By using your mobile phone,
liking social media posts,
and surfing on the web,
you share your data click by click.
You should know where it goes
and what it is being used for.
As data protection is a fundamental right in Europe,
we have one of the strongest
legal frameworks worldwide.
The General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR.
All of our countries have their own
independent data protection authorities
to oversee the application of the GDPR.
EU institutions also
have their own regulator,
the European Data Protection Supervisor.
Together we form the European Data Protection Board,
or EDPB.
The EDPB is unique,
as it is made up of 31 members, big and small,
each with equal voice and power.
Together, we ensure that data protection
doesn't stop at our borders,
and all individuals enjoy
equally high level of protection,
no matter where they live in Europe.
From all of us at the EDPB, we wish you a very happy Data Protection Day.
Did you know that a hacked email account can lead to serious problems, which could affect your finances or your reputation? Did you know that your clicks and your likes on social media can be used to profile you and influence your voting behavior? New technologies and the global use of the internet bring new risks for personal data. The new data protection rules were introduced to keep your data safe. On the 25th of May 2018, the General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, entered into application to ensure a harmonized approach across the European Economic Area and to make data protection a reality. The new data protection rules have introduced stronger rights for individuals, giving you more control over your personal data. The new rules also require organizations that process personal data to take more responsibility. Each EU country has its own independent National Data Protection Authority, or DPA, to oversee the correct application of the GDPR. To ensure a uniform application of the new data protection rules, the GDPR established an independent EU body, the European Data Protection Board, EDPB. The EDPB is made up of the national data protection authorities of the EEA member states and the European Data Protection Supervisor. If your data protection rights have been violated, you can contact your national DPA, which is best placed to deal with your complaints. The national DPAs can impose fines on businesses of up to 20 million euros, or 4% of their annual global turnover. So, what can the EDPB do for you? By clarifying the understanding of the GDPR, the EDPB makes sure that the GDPR is applied uniformly, so that everyone enjoys the same rights wherever they live. By adopting binding decisions in cross-border data protection cases, the EDPB ensures that people can get help from their national DPAs for cross-border issues. The EDPB also promotes cooperation, exchange of information, and best practices among the national DPAs. Finally, by advising the European Commission on issues related to the protection of personal data, the EDPB makes sure that any new EU legislation upholds the highest standards of data protection. Remember, your data, your rights. The EDPB is here to protect you.
Protecția datelor personale este importantă pentru fiecare dintre noi. De aceea, din 25 mai 2018, noul regulament european privind protecția datelor consolidează drepturile persoanelor fizice care pot cere ștergerea datelor de pe internet ori portarea datelor către alt operator. Pentru responsabilizarea operatorilor cresc amenziile până la 10 sau 20 de milioane de euro, iar instituțiile publice și, în anumite cazuri, companiile private trebuie să stabilească un responsabil de protecția datelor.
You decide which shops you go to, which services you use, right? But what if they went after you? And after you, 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 whether you wanted anything or not? Ridiculous, right? Companies don't have the automatic right to use your personal data to send you marketing messages. Even if you did give permission, they must give you the opportunity to opt out for free each time you're contacted. And when you're buying or signing up for something, you must be given the right to object to future marketing contact. Using your contact details for electronic marketing purposes without your permission is a criminal offence. Get the messages you want, not the ones you don't. Dataprotection.ie. Know your rights. It's your personal data.
Isn't it clever how they know I love nature documentaries?
It's because you share data, Mum, and we live in a data-driven world.
No, I keep hearing about data, but does it matter?
Oh.
I'll just book our holiday.
That's data.
Auntie Kate has just shared what our cousins have been up to.
More data.
Hello? I'd like to insure my car.
Data.
Who knew data matters so much?
It's your data, and your data matters.
Sharing data helps make life easier and more convenient, but it's important your data stays safe and is used only in ways you'd expect. Take control of your personal information and make it work for you. To find out about your data rights, visit www.ico.org.uk/yourdata matters.
All'inizio la tua privacy è al sicuro. Poco dopo sarai Anna. Sarai una data di nascita, un gruppo sanguigno, un codice fiscale. Noi del Garante per la protezione dei dati personali da più di 20 anni proteggiamo la tua identità, la tua riservatezza, i tuoi diritti. Per questo abbiamo iniziato introducendo soluzioni utili per tenere al sicuro le tue informazioni riservate, come quella semplice linea che per la prima volta ha dato valore alla tua privacy. Oggi, per lo stesso motivo, monitoriamo con attenzione l'evoluzione dei social network e interveniamo affinché le nuove tecnologie possano essere uno strumento sicuro per tutti, specialmente per i minori, in modo che possano scoprire il mondo più protetti dai rischi. E anche quando decidi di condividere la tua vita online, noi del Garante ti aiutiamo a farlo in maniera consapevole, evitando che i tuoi dati finiscano nelle mani sbagliate e interveniamo in caso di violazioni. Abbiamo a cuore il tuo diritto alla libertà, soprattutto ora che il nostro lavoro è diventato una vera e propria sfida, in un mondo sempre più digitale, dove ogni dato personale può essere tracciato e memorizzato, con il rischio che venga utilizzato anche a tuo svantaggio. In questi anni abbiamo sempre dato il nostro contributo per avere norme rispettose della privacy, affinché i tuoi dati personali vengano usati in maniera corretta e tu possa sempre esercitare i tuoi diritti, come rettificare i dati non aggiornati o cancellare quelli che non ti rappresentano più. Noi ci siamo, specialmente nei momenti in cui sei più fragile, proteggendo i tuoi dati sanitari, un bene prezioso che ti appartiene. Abbiamo fatto tanto, ma c'è ancora molto da fare. È il momento di pensare al futuro, alle nuove sfide che abbiamo già iniziato ad affrontare. Tutto può cambiare, ma una cosa è certa. I tuoi dati sono un tesoro da proteggere insieme.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Conference of Privacy and Data Protection Privacy Romania 2021. My name is Diana Lupu, and I am one of your hosts during the 2 days of the conference. People's personal data are being processed every second at work, in their relations with the public authorities, in the health field, when they buy goods or services, travel, or surf the internet. Individuals are generally unfamiliar with the risk related to the protection of their personal data and of their rights on this matter. They are not often aware of what they can do if they consider that their rights have been violated, or of the role of the national data protection agencies. On the 26th of April 2006, the European Council decided to launch a Data Protection Day to be celebrated each year on the 28th of January, the date on which the European Council's Data Protection Convention, known as Convention 108, was opened for signature. Data Protection Day is now celebrated globally, and it's called Data Privacy Day outside Europe. This year celebrates 40 years since it has been launched. The Association of Specialists in Privacy and Data Protection of Romania was established in 2017, 5 years ago, and since then, the activity of professionals within the association increases from year to year. The Association of Privacy and Data Protection Specialists is created to inform and bring together professionals wishing to successfully manage the implementation of the General Data Protection Regulation and related legislation, acting as an advisory professional body for individuals and organizations. The ASPDC is a non-governmental, autonomous, apolitical, and non-profit organization that helps to define, support, and improve the profession of data protection officers and other specialists in the field, and operates in accordance with the provision of the national law. The ASCPD guides data protection officers and other data privacy specialists in resolving many legal, technical, and organizational issues in order to strike an appropriate balance between the interests of data subjects who need protection and those of operators. The objective of the ASCPD is to provide concrete solutions to problems faced by privacy and data protection specialists, to raise awarenesses of the legislation, to provide to their members with a forum in which these topics can be debated, as well as a place for continuous professional training. ASCPD advocates for raising awareness of privacy-threatening technologies and laws to ensure that the public is informed and involved. The event is organized by the Romanian Association of Privacy and Data Protection Specialists in partnership with the Confederation of European Data Protection Association, the National Cybersecurity Incident Response Center, the National Association for Information System Security, the National Association of Risk Assessors, the Association for Protection of Privacy, the Romanian Research Society for Public and Private Affairs, and the Center for Data Protection within the Faculty of Economics and Law George Emil Palade, Târgu, Mureș, and Cullen International. Thank you to our media partners, DPO-Net.ro, Data Protection Officers Network, Juridice.ro, and Curierul Judiciar. And last but not the least, thank you Conferințe.ro and their professional staff that will make sure that everything will be perfect under the technical aspects. The national and international participation of important personalities in the field turns this conference into an important event and exchange of experience, offering the possibility to communicate with representatives of the most important institutions and companies in the field of confidentiality and data protection. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you again, and I will introduce you to the President of ASCPD Romania and member of the CEDPO, Marius Dumitrescu. Marius?
Good morning, everyone. And thank you, Diana, for your introduction. As the president of ASCPD, Romanian Association of Privacy and Data Protection Specialists, I would like to welcome you all to the first edition of Privacy Romania conference. First of all, I would like to thank all partners and to all special speakers from 9 European countries who agreed to celebrate with us today the European Data Protection Day and made it possible to organize this international conference, which is a premiere in Romania, and I assure you it will become a tradition. This year, the 28th of January, was a very special day, not only for the privacy and data protection professionals, but for the entire global data protection community. Yesterday was the 48th anniversary of Convention 108, which has influenced and shaped the protection of privacy in Europe, and I'm convinced that the modernized version will continue to do so. The pandemic period introduced new challenges in the field of data protection, and many thought that the activity of an NGO such as ASCPD could be suspended. In fact, the last year we have talked about and worked on GDPR more than ever, and I think it has probably been the busiest year of DPO so far. Speaking about one of the last year's achievements that I'm very proud of, I want to thank all the CEDPO members for their trust they invested in us in April 2020 when they offered us the full membership status. We are honored to be part of this family of the most representative data protection organization in Europe. I would like also to mention that last year the ASCPD Advisory Board was created, which consists of honorary members who had a special contribution on promoting and developing the field of privacy and personal data protection in Romania. And I honor that almost all of them are speakers today and tomorrow, and I can wait to hear their presentations. More than 1,000 participants had already enrolled in our event from all over Europe, and the conference is being organized in 2 consecutive days. Today is dedicated to the presentation in English, and tomorrow to the presentations in Romanian. It's our role as specialists to develop our knowledge and share it with our colleagues, because it's only up to us to increase awareness of personal data from both data subject and controllers processor perspective. The national and international participation of one of the most important personalities in privacy field turns this conference into an important event, and it's a unique opportunity for exchanging experience. During the 2 days of conference, you'll have the opportunity to watch the presentation of over 30 speakers who are either members of ASCPD, members of the ASCPD Advisory Board, or friends and supporters of our organization. I wish you all to enjoy this event, and I trust that all the knowledge gained during the 2 days of the conference will help you all, giving the practical aspect of all presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Marius. Well, so I would like to welcome in our morning session Ms. Cecilia Alvarez from Spain, Ms. Cristiana Beca from Romania, and Ms. Nadia Arnaboldi from Italy. Good morning, ladies. Well, our first speaker, good morning. Our first speaker will be Ms. Cecilia Alvarez, APEP Spain, member of CEDPO and EMEA Privacy Policy Director for Facebook. And her presentation is about APEP's mission and activities. Ms. Cecilia, the conference is yours now.
Cecilia,
I think that I managed to do the unmute properly. Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for ASCPD to invite me and to be here among friends with Cristiana and with Nadia and with others that I have had the opportunity and the pleasure to work along these years. It is my pleasure to present you the association in which I have been working since its foundation. in order for you to see the kind of activities that I'm sure are pretty similar to others that in other organizations and in yours as well you are doing. And with this, I will start. This is just a snapshot of the website that we have been changing so far with the cookie banner, a cookie banner that hopefully is the most appropriate one for data protection purposes, in which you can accept only the technical ones, or otherwise to make a rejection of all or an approval of all. And even with respect to the approval of all, you can even have a granular consent of everything. I wanted just to mention this because at the end, when we need as an association to apply what we are doing in our professional life, sometimes we forget. And definitely this was not as fancy as it was in the original website that we have. And of course, the CEDPO element that you see at the bottom of the snapshot is something extremely relevant. We have been extremely active in Spain, but we know that the things that are happening with respect to having influence on many things, and this happened with respect to the process of the drafting of the GDPR, happens in Europe. And this was the need for us to actually join our forces in CEDPO. And I think that this is the main reason why we have some of the organizations that belong to CEDPO present today, because we understand that we cannot and we should not, and this is the beauty probably of Europe, of being able to build together this not only an economic region, but I think a region of understanding, and when we can radiate also very important values that we share, and in particular the data protection one. What is our mission and goals? So APEP was founded with the aim of providing a joint platform initially for the Spanish privacy professionals on common interest. This was not directed at the very beginning to the DPOs, because the DPO was not a statutory figure that existed in Spain until the GDPR was approved. But definitely this has not prevented the profession to grow from very different angles. And we have definitely DPOs, a lot of DPOs right now, but we have also privacy policy persons. This is currently my case, even if I have been a DPO for a certain number of years. In the past, we have academics as well, and we have also students, so junior associations that are actually wanted to deep dive on the subject, thinking that this will be the profession of their future, and I think that they are very right. The main goals of APEP are the three ones that are in the slide: to promote the knowledge and social recognition of data protection and privacy rights. I don't know how long you have been in this profession, but when I started in 1997, this was not sexy at all. We were not the trendy lawyers, or at least in my case, because I am a lawyer. And the social recognition, let's say, of what we were doing was something that was particularly important. I think that the GDPR has been a great platform to provide us with more glamour, but definitely this has also been through the work of many professionals in order to show the importance of the data protection with respect to the two dimensions that this right has. With respect to the moral dimension as a fundamental right, but also the economic dimension. And this is the reason why also many organizations are hopefully now putting much more attention on how personal data is processed, because this is part, the invisible element that enables actually the business to grow and to develop, and hopefully in a respectful manner. The second element was to defend the interests of its members. This was a profession, and still is, not regulated per se. So the DPO came later, but still the DPO is just a series of articles in the GDPR. But there was no association to defend our members. There were associations to defend the lawyers' interest, or the engineers' interest, or the doctor's interest, but no one defending us. And therefore, this was something that we wanted to include as part of our mission. The third one was to provide quality standards to the profession, developing ethical codes and certifications. As you know, the certification element has been part of many discussions, and the GDPR seems to put some more emphasis on the certifications. That has not necessarily led to a successful landscape of certifications yet in data protection, but definitely this has been something that before the TDPR, APIP considered that this was something that could help the professionals to have something that was evidencing or accrediting their knowledge and their practice, because no one was in the university studying privacy. You were studying law, you were studying computer law, you were studying many other things, but you didn't have, let's say, a kind of degree, let's say, in privacy. And therefore, we needed to offer something that may help persons in the professions to show and to credit that they have the knowledge appropriate in order to address the task that were expected from these kind of professionals. Here you have a screenshot of actually the annual report of 2019, because this is the one that is approved in 2020, and we're about to approve the next one, but we're not yet there. But it gives you an idea of the number here of association of members with respect to the persons. This association started with respect to the individuals, because we were wanted to help the individuals, and we have now more than this 914. We are close to 1,000 now of individual members. We enabled the companies to join in a different manner. Actually, in order to help from an economic point of view, if you have several employees who are members, to have a more beneficial rate, actually, instead of paying 3 quotas. But it was really not focused on having organizations. We didn't want to have a company per se, but really focus on the individuals who were fighting at the end of the day with respect to a market that was very not that strong as it is today. This is some pictures, and the picture is not only for you to see that we, of course, have annual congresses. Well, at the time that we were able to meet physically each other, but it was for you to show you the kind of things in which we have been focusing. We have been focusing on having definitely our DPAs, and I put an S because in Spain, in addition to the Spanish DPA that covers the whole territory, we have in certain regions of Spain DPAs that are competent for the public sector, and they also belong, let's say, to the landscape of the institutional elements of the privacy community in Spain. We have also MPs. This is something that we have realized later, how important it was to have our politicians close. Normally, our politicians don't know anything about data protection or privacy. This is really a field that is really the unknown. They have some ideas with respect to fundamental rights, but definitely they do not necessarily have the knowledge of how this impacts the way in which the organizations need to implement these things. So we wanted to have them at least first listening and hopefully also teaching us things. But the first thing was more education. And this was also something particularly important when we were discussing the Spanish implementation of the GDPR, because we wanted to have this right. And for this, we need to have a better knowledge than the one that we had, at least in Spain, at that time. We have, of course, members, but also non-members. We always love to have our CEDPO partners with us as much as we can, because sometimes we have not been able to do this in different languages, but only in Spanish. And this has limited, of course, the ability with respect to the languages of our members. But the same way that I'm so pleased to be today with you, I am super pleased to receive you in my house, in my home, in APIP as the time goes by. We have, of course, sponsors, because otherwise it is much more difficult to manage with all the cost that the organization of an annual Congress means. And we also have prizes. And this was one of the parts in which we were able to recognize the work that many professionals have been doing in this field, because it is difficult. There were no prizes specific to privacy, right? There were prizes for many things. So it was a way also for us to dignify our protection and to show the importance of the contributions to the society and to our profession of many professionals. We organize a lot of events. This is what an association does, right? Of course, the DPO is at the center of many of our events. The topic, let's say, of elements that are relevant for the DPO. I have taken some examples with respect to things that we made last year, in particular with respect to the DPO in the public sector, because this DPO that is compulsory, as you know, it is probably more difficult than in the private sector. At least in Spain, the public sector is not sanctioned economically. And this has made that the privacy and the data protection professionals in the public sector has been absent until the GDPR imposed this. And it was very difficult because you cannot engage so easily as it happens in a private company that now you appoint someone and you find in the market someone who is a professional like this. The public administration has many limits with respect to hiring. And therefore, at the end of the day, is that you were appointed. No matter what you knew or you do not knew anything about data protection. And therefore, this was something in which we put a lot of emphasis with respect to the training and how to help them. Because the experience that we have in the private sector for many years probably was something helpful, and to have also a forum for the public DPOs to have peers that have already been dealing with this regulation. And the kind of problems that we have in the private and the public sector are not so different with respect to personal data. Other events, of course, are related to the impact of the technology in our world. This is, I think, no surprises for anyone with respect to the anonymization and the concept of whether aggregated data is really anonymous or not, with respect to the portability right, with respect to cybersecurity issues that sometimes are common with respect to data protection issues, and with respect to blockchain in the examples that I picked for this slide. Of course, well, I don't know whether it was of course, but it was important for us. The Spanish DPA, the one that operates in the whole state, organizes annual sessions every year that are open to the public in order to receive questions. Normally are also open to more the questions of the privacy professionals, that we have many, with respect to the activity of the DPA, the resolutions, the criteria, and also the problems that are raised in our professional day-to-day. And we were actually invited to be part as the representative of the privacy professionals, and this was something important because this showed that we have done our work well with respect to this institutional recognition. And this institutional recognition actually also came in a very, I would say, nice manner in our 10th anniversary, in which we created a video by asking different institutions to actually speak about the role of APEP during these years and what they think about our contribution to privacy in general, privacy awareness, and to the defense of the professionals. And of course, this is the size is super small. Second, it is in Spanish. But the thing that I wanted to tell you is here that we have, of course, the director of the Spanish DPA, but we have magistrates, we have members of the government, we have politicians, we have like data protection gurus. In every country, we have this kind of persons. All of these persons actually were having very nice words with respect to the recognition of the work that the association has been making. And also our members is what makes our blood. And well, we were asked, each member, to put some word that represent what IPEP means for you. There were many. I took one because I think that Spain could be linked, or our Latin blood, also with Italians and others, could be probably linked to the passion. But I think this is very true. And this was one of the words that were picked by one of our members, and with the red thing. I thought it was a good idea. I think you should be passionate in your profession in order to do something in your life. So that I picked this one to illustrate. But there are many others that, with the union, with collaboration, with respect, with many others that were actually warming my heart, because at that time I was the chairwoman of the association, and definitely this was something very nice to see how our members were reacting. What we do, in addition to organizing events, which is a very important part of our work, is to create also services for our members. One of them is a data protection bulletin, in which we have a collection of the kind of data protection activities, events, legislation, case law that is developed. This is something that is issued every day. And actually, even the Spanish DPA asked us to be part of the distribution letter of this data protection bulletin. What we do as well, we do training, a lot of training. This has been one of the core work that we have been doing here, and we have now many courses that are online, but not because of COVID. We started the online thing a very long time ago because we have members all along Spain, and of course the capitals make that there is a lot of concentration in Madrid and also in other cities that are bigger, such as Barcelona. There's a lot of concentration of privacy professionals, and it is easier, let's say, to organize a presential course in which people can go and attend. But for those who are in other regions, this actually was more difficult because it is costly just to travel and to just leave your day-to-day activities to go to Madrid or to Barcelona in order to have a quality course. So that's why we organize a platform in order to provide for online courses. And this has proved to be extremely recognized. We have put a lot of emphasis on the kind of professors that we have. And we repeat actually the courses many times in order that people are able to accommodate this to the different times of the day, because almost everyone is already working. And therefore it is always difficult. Maybe you have 1 hour or 2 hours in a day. Sometimes you do not have the whole day to devote to a training course. The certification, as I mentioned at the beginning, was also something extremely important for us. And we wanted to have a certification that was not just paying, which, as we know, there are many certifications that exist there that you pay, and that's it. And the level, let's say, of the kind of knowledge that you need to prove is not particularly awesome. And we wanted to do it differently. This has made, of course, that to be certified in EPP is not easy. But definitely, if you are, I can assure you that you have the necessary qualifications to provide advice in the right manner. We also serve as a platform to channel job offers. So when entities are looking for privacy professionals, and this is something that the headhunters are normally not well versed in order to find the privacy professionals. They find many others, but they are not that used to find the right ones. So our association also serves to this in order to let them know that we have offers in order to enable that people find new opportunities, either international or national. We have special committees devoted to certain topics that have been particularly relevant in our activity. One of them is children, and the other one is on the financial sector as well. Zero cost. This was something and that was and it's still very damaging. We have had very unfair practices that were developed in the market by professionals that were using public funds under the label of training in order to actually provide consultancy services in privacy. This enabled them to provide the service for free. Actually, all the Spaniards were paying this because we pay our taxes, because this was a fraud at the end of the day of the subsidies that they were receiving from the state were respected to the training. And this has damaged very much the profession, because these persons are not necessarily well trained, well prepared. And second, the fact that you offer the service is zero cost is also diminishes the value. It's not that we need to have the value of an Hermes tie, but to put this as a Zara tie makes that the value that is perceived with respect to your work is definitely diminished. So we have been fighting very much against this. And one of the things that we made is during the preparation of the Spanish implementation of the GDPR, we pushed very much and we lobbied very much in order to have included a modification of the unfair competition law in Spain in order to introduce these kind of practices in the law. And this is, I can tell you that this is the work of EPEP, that is the result of having this provision in our law right now. And what we did, this was the moment in which I was the one in charge of going to the expert commission in which they were choosing experts in the country in order to inform the changes that wanted to be made in the Spanish law in order to implement the GDPR. And as a result of this, in addition to the provision that I mentioned before, we actually were quite successful in introducing many amendments to the proposal at that time. But one of them was to introduce that the DPO's voice should be in the DPA Advisory Board. The DPA Advisory Board has many different professions present, even trade unions, consumer associations, even a representative from the History Academy. But surprise, surprise, the profession of the privacy professionals were not present there. So we managed also to lobby in order that this was something, another voice, another seat in the advisory board, because at the end of the day, we are the first front of how we implement privacy in every organization, in the public and the private sector. And finally, and with this, I will almost finish. Of course, we celebrate our Data Protection Day of the 28th of January. I have put two examples because we have not necessarily done the same kind of format. This year, we have made an event, a virtual event, through the same way that we are doing here today. But in other times, we have made interviews with respect to these data protection gurus. Other times, we have been making articles, academic articles from our APIP community on privacy. Well, we have been following different ways of raising awareness. And this is my last slide. Not only because of what I'm saying this, but this was taken in the ASCPD annual congress, the last one that we had physically in Italy. And we have this well, nice things in order to have like the photo call of well, funny things. And I took this one, and actually interviews of APET of the passion thing, I took this one for myself. I feel sometimes that the work that we have requires some degree of heroism, either internally in the organization and also on how we are seen externally. And I thought it was a very good way for me to finish my presentation in order to show you the very important links and ties that we have with other organizations, in this case the Italian one, and we were there also with Pascal, with the French one attending. The fact that I miss really to have personal meetings, and the fact that I still consider that we have a very important profession. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Cecilia, for all your information, for everything what you provided to us. Thank you again. Well, our next guest is Cristiana Deca, is the Vice President of ASCPD Romania. It's a member of CEDPO, Decalet's Managing Partner, and she will talk about Pillar of Compliance, building a privacy culture. Cristiana?
Thank you, Diana. First of all, thank you for being here, and I would like to say to Cecilia something. Cecilia, I feel we as a Latin society, we can also rely on what you said. I find it very familiar. A lot of the cases you present, a lot of the the bumpers in the road, in the privacy road, we have also we have them here also in Romania. And the most important for us as privacy professionals and as members of our association is the fact that we have the same problem with the public sector. We do not have the same GDPR enforcement as in the private sector. And starting my presentation in a more holistic approach of the GDPR. First of all, I would like to say that besides the fact that I'm the Vice President of ASCPD, I am also a privacy evangelist. Everywhere I go, I try to talk about the importance of privacy. So today I'm going to talk about building a privacy culture and why this is important, because I believe that every data protection compliance program should take into account the way the companies sees privacy as a value, not as a regulation compulsion. So my first slide would be why do we need a privacy culture? And here I want to talk about the advantages of implementing a privacy-focused culture that extends far beyond basic compliance. If we take the practical approach, it is crucial to map how and where data is used across the company so it can be adequately protected. But an important effect of that mapping is that in doing so, organizations will achieve a greater level of interdepartment collaboration that eventually helps to break down silos. It can also allow companies to stand out from the competitions. When we start to implement a privacy compliance program, the most difficult part is to change the habits, the way things work, and resistance to change usually comes from the people, because doing things in a familiar way make tasks appear simple for them. Trying to implement new procedure, new technical tools can be very hard if employees don't understand why the change is needed. But when we embed privacy in our organizational culture, we end up with a structure that protects privacy by default. So changes won't be seen as a hassle, and this will also enable the company to use its personal data to its fullest potential. In my opinion, introducing the principle privacy by design and by default in the GDPR is probably the easiest way to decide how to tackle and how to start a privacy culture in your company. What happens when you build an understanding of privacy at a cultural level, it's actually that we create a force that multiplies at every level of the company. And this happens because in every department, there's usually a person that we can use as a privacy ambassador, an employee that can bring awareness to his team about why it's important to have a privacy culture. And of course, coming from somebody in the team, it sends a great message that it's already been endorsed by a part of the team. So embedding privacy will be seen like being something natural and team friendly. If a company wants to become a data intelligent organization, and as we see, data science positions are very precious these days, organizations need to embed data privacy in its ethics and culture. So it needs to think beyond regulatory compliance and enforcing guidelines. This is why companies should embrace not only the value of personal data as a resource, but also the cultural, the ethical, and operational impact of data privacy. But then again, how do we build this privacy culture? First of all, we need to talk about data ethics. Data protection and privacy affects every single line of the business. But the privacy teams have difficulty getting stakeholders to embrace the changing view of data. Data leaders or privacy teams have spent hours, days, and months implementing standards, policies, and processes to improve privacy. Nevertheless, nothing seems to stick. So privacy teams should think less about implementing rules and processes and more about training, coaching, teaching, and enabling. Because from my experience, not only the DPO should have this task of preaching privacy talks, but also the whole data protection and privacy team. They need to link the ethics of the company to the ethics of personal data. Data ethics is doing the right thing with data, considering the human impact for all sides and making decisions based on your brand values. So in order to be ethical, an organization must respect the privacy first of its employees and then its customers. Ethics, it's increasingly talked about in terms of key brand value, and data ethics is a key part of that. The second pillar is user experience focused. And when I talk about user experience, I believe we cannot find one single company on this planet that doesn't say it wants to improve the customer experience or to be customer centric. So for starter, our user can tell the difference between an experience designed for them, where we embed privacy as a value, and the one experience where we design just to be compliant. So first of all, if we are embedding privacy into our company culture, we need to decide how this impacts the end users, what this means for him or her when interacting with the brand, with our products. Does this mean that the privacy team needs to be flexible enough and innovative enough to think outside of the gray banner that says we care more about your privacy? Yes, it does. So when it comes to products, also we can make an investment in privacy by bringing product excellence and by matching product excellence with privacy by design. I think these both terms should be synonymous. So we have product excellence that equals privacy by design. This includes building privacy savvy defaults, in-product transparency, consideration for any documenting privacy risks or data flows, assigning data owners, and so on. Privacy by design and by default should be complementary to and should be just as important as secure coding. So we need to put our end users at the core of our privacy culture, and this will become a community catalyst for our brand. This will help our brand grow. And I think we have the best example to look into this direction. Apple is building its whole PR and marketing strategy and the whole communication with the end user based on its slogan that privacy matters for them. And the third pillar, it's the return investment of personal data, or personal data as a business enabler. Because we live in this digital era where the consumer become an integral part of our organization. So the consumer data sharing behavior is crucial for the success of future data initiatives. So we need more data in order to enable more services or products that would help our clients. Creating consumer values requires insights on what truly delights our customers. So when we design the privacy culture strategies, we take into consideration the development of sustainable data strategies that encourage consumers to share information with the company. So the more transparent the brand is, the more trust they give the brand, and the more the users will be open to share their data with the brand. And this is priceless, actually, because this is the real feedback that you can get from a customer, and there is no better way. I believe that this position of data science, there are more and more interesting and more search, we can find a lot of positions, of opening positions now, is because we have all these data assets that are not really accurate, because a lot of the big companies haven't yet embedded the privacy culture, because this can be seen at the level of the data they collect from the market. But what do we achieve inside the company by building a privacy culture? First of all, I believe that we can achieve accountability at every level. The accountability principle stated in Article 5 of the regulation can be really absorbed by a company if we try to put privacy at the core, at every job, at every task that we have in the company. Inside the company, we need to have every stakeholder accountable for privacy. This is the only way to do it. So at every level, we need to tailor fitted education program for every line of defense. I like to use this visual with the 3 line of defenses approach, because in my opinion, when we first got in 2018, when the GDPR came into force, we had everybody looking at the DPO as the responsible person to do the first line of defense in terms of GDPR. So I spent my last year explaining to everyone that actually the first line of defense are the risk management function is in the hands of business department. It is essential for businesses to be aware of the risk arising from its day-to-day business and to take the necessary measure to manage them. And this is something a RPO or the privacy team cannot do. Risk management function, yes, this is the second line of defense, and its main responsibility is to provide support to the business function, namely to develop the framework for effective risk management and to oversee its implementation and application by the first line. So this is something the privacy team with the DPO can do, starting from the privacy culture, embedding in every line of defense a risk management function and the risk management culture that can help the privacy culture grow and grow more and more. Therefore, the second line will provide opinions and will help the first line make the best decision. If these opinions are also aligned with the privacy culture that we want to build, I think this is the most natural way that a company can transpose the accountability principle. Embedding privacy at every level for every stakeholder that can generate an actual privacy system in the company. So inside the company, we will achieve accountability at every level, and outside the company, when we build a privacy culture, in my opinion, we achieve trust of the end user, which is the most important thing, the most important asset a company can have in this digital market that we live in. Building a privacy culture is, of course, an ongoing process, and it needs not only a dedicated team, it also needs endorsement from the top management. So first thing the privacy team needs to do is get the top management on board so they can send the message that the data protection is important for the company. Second of all, building trust for employees and clients. As I mentioned in my other slide, data ethics is the first pillar of a privacy culture, and data ethics means playing the long game. We need to think of our employees as we think about our end users. So we do not have to be more relaxed inside our company with the privacy rules that we want to embed, but just to think of every person in the company as our end user. And last but not least, I always say that privacy teams are the new influencers because their role is to sell people in the company privacy as an asset for every department. So don't be the no-go team. Don't reach for perfection in your privacy program, but rather be ready to celebrate good privacy habits. And if this becomes the norm, that we can say we developed a privacy culture. My last words would be that we do not need to hurry. When it comes to privacy culture, we need to understand that this is a long-term program, and to see it like this, we need to be patient with every colleague in the company, so we can have the correct result. Thank you very much, and I invite all our viewers that are not members in our association to join us, because as you can see, we do a lot of great stuff with great people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cristiana, for your presentation. Very interesting information. Thank you again. Well, our next guest is Ms. Nadia Arnaboldi. It's a member of a steering committee and coordinator of the Sensitive Committee ASSO-DPO Italy, member of the CEDPO, and her presentation is about ASSO-DPO's organization and activities, main local GDPR implementation. Nadia, you have the word.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Diana. And first of all, thank you to the Romanian Association for this kind of invitation and this great Congress. And I give a brief overview of our association and then an overview of the main local GDPR implementation in Italy. First of all, who we are. We are an association who start in 2013. A small group of professionals decided to establish an association in order to create something new in Italy. I mean, a point of reference for discussing and analyzing all local and international data protection issues. This was a need. This was a need because data protection is not only a local topic, but is a topic which involves everybody on a worldwide basis. So we decided to create really a point, a reference in Italy for all those people willing to understand and to go deep into data protection. Our association supports different roles. We know that data protection is not new. Data protection is a topic which involves different kind of functions. So not only data privacy or data protection consultants and DPOs, but also the EIT, the IS level, and everybody in an organization. As Christiana told, this is an issue which must be managed at different levels within an organization. So we support these functions, this company function and all the function involved in data protection, and by means of exchange of information, organizing webinars, workshops, and we launched also 6 years ago an annual international congress in order to invite everybody, also foreign friends from other countries, to discuss all different on various data protection topics, issues, and hot topics. And Cecilia and Pascal attended our congress. We wanted to create relationships among everybody because I think that we need to help each other. So we need to help our members and creating a great relationship among other countries, other professionals, which are in most cases friends, can be useful for everybody. Our annual congress is always participated by data protection authorities, not only the Italian, but also other data protection authorities. We had the German, not the Spanish, Cecilia. Next time we need your help. But the French Data Protection Authority, the CNIL, the UK, and so on, in order to get everybody aware that the world is not only linked to the local issues, but data protection has no barriers. I think we use a lot of tools which are developed abroad, and we don't know sometimes where our personal data flows, and so we have to check also other legislation, not only the Italian, in my case, not only the European, but also other legislation, to get fully aware of the risk. and to manage this risk. Our association our association is registered in the list of the professional associations set by the Ministry of Economic Development according to a specific law 14 January 2013, which is a law which contains some provisions regarding the organized professional. I mean, all those professionals who are not under an organization, a fully organization like the Bar Association, Chartered Account Association, and so on. And we are also a CEDPO member, and this is very important because among inside CEDPO we can discuss in a very proactive way all the topics, and the topics are now under discussion at European level, at the institution level. This is very important. We can create a great link with the institution, and we can create a great link with the legislator who is developing new laws or new regulation, also the DPB. For instance, we are in the multi-stakeholder group. This is very important because the DPB is guiding, is making great work, but I think that the DPB should be supported by everybody and by the stakeholder who works every day on data protection topics and really know which are the problems that companies and entities, legal entities, face during the day-by-day activity. And we are lucky within the association, our association, because we can also we can also get information, and we know exactly which are the real risk and the real needs. So we can promote, support the DPB work. Furthermore, how we are organized. So we have a managing board. Then I show you the picture of our managing board members, and we have also a scientific committee. I'm the coordinator of the scientific committee. Our committee is composed of different working groups on different business topics. And they work all together. We made a selection of the member of the scientific committee, and in order to get also help from other friends who are members of the scientific committee, and to develop new articles or news to inform all our members about the news on data protection, our position, how to interpret some provisions, and to get them fully aware of our activity and initiatives. We have three types of membership, and then an honorary members. A standard membership, all individuals. We have an approach like the one in Spain, as it is Cecilia told previously. We have all individuals. This is an individual membership. But in order to be our member, you should have at least 3 years of working experience in data protection. If not a working experience of at least 3 years, or you are a student, or you simply want to be aware of what data protection is, you can ask for an educational membership. Then when you reach the 3 years experience, you can switch on a standard membership. We have provided also supporting membership. This is addressed to legal entities. So not individual, but legal entities who trust in our activity, who want to help us to promote our activity, who can support us also in a sponsor our workshop or webinar, which are free of charge. Also, our annual Congress, for instance, it lasted through 2 days. We have a lot of speakers who come from abroad, and the registration fees is really, really very, very low. It covers at least the lunches, lunches and breakfast. And then we have also honorary members. These are members, individuals who was given great contribution to the improvement of data protection and privacy awareness. And we consider important to have this honorary membership to those people who have made a great work mainly during the past to promote data protection awareness, because they help us every day in our activity. This is the managing board. This is Matteo Colombo, is our president. We have Massimo Giuriatti, who is vice president, who create links with our territorial members and contacts, and then me, who lead the scientific committee, Amici, who is the technological web, and we have also the treasury member who create who give us all the information regarding our balance sheet, because we have a balance sheet. And then everybody know who she is. Rosanna Baldoni is the organizational secretariat. I think that is important to give notice of Rosanna, because our Congress is managed by Rosanna, who take all the contacts with all the main speaker of our Congress and organize all our activities. Then this is the scientific committee. It's written in Italian, but the scientific committee, I told you that is organizing in working groups. So we have public administration, private sector, health sector, cybersecurity, robotic automation and artificial intelligence, and then the international working group. They develop paper regarding specific topics. And then our key figures, some key figures. We have a LinkedIn page. We have nowadays more or less 800 members, certified DPO. We have made 6 international congress and 28 honorary members. And we are in CEDPO since 2018, so quite 3 years of this really important experience. And then a quick overview of the main local GDPR implementation, because as other European countries, the GDPR allows European countries to implement local provisions. I don't know if this is good, because GDPR wanted to avoid jeopardization, and we are now in difficulties, because we have local laws which must be matched with GDPR provisions. And so when you approach data protection in every European country, you have to take into account local laws, and it is not always easy. GDPR was implemented in Italy by a legislative decree in 2018, which amended the Italian Data Protection Code, which is regulated by Decree 2003, number 196. So we had in the past a data protection code in Italy. So we have a data protection legislation since 1996, and was implemented in 1997. We have now many changes. So the current data protection code is totally different from the past data protection code due to the GDPR and due to this legislative decree 101. So it's not easy to match all these rules. We have to match. You have to take into account when we process data in Italy, the GDPR, legislative decree 196 as amended. You have to take into account also all the decisions adopted by the guarantee during the past, because the decree 101 provides that all the decisions adopted by the guarantee during these 20 years have to be taken into account and must be aligned with the new rules. So we have, for instance, a decision regarding system administrators. So all these individuals taking care of IT issues in a company. So when you appoint a data processor, taking into which process personal data in an IT environment, you have to take into account also the appointment of system administrators. This is a local provision. This is included in a decision adopted by the guarantee many years ago, but is still working. So it's still in force, and you have to adopt this decision. This is not easy. We have many decisions adopted by the guarantee, and you have to align this decision. And so not very easy. One more thing, the decree 101 contains some provisions which are not included in legislative decree 196. So which are not included because this provision provides that the guarantee must implement special regulations, must adopt some past authorization. So some of these steps have been taken by the guarantee, but not all. So we have to think to follow day by day what the guarantee is doing and the new decision. And the COVID era was not very helpful from this side because the guarantee was involved in COVID emergency. We were unfortunately the first European country in the storm, in the COVID storm. So we have to face the emergency. We have to manage data protection issues, many emergency, not only health emergency, but data protection emergency, because everybody was destroyed, but it was a disruption. Everybody take care only of COVID and not of data protection. And every data processing in the COVID era was very risky under data protection, and still is risky, I think, because not everybody understands how risky it is to manage health data in urgency. And we have to I think, to fight against a culture who didn't want in last March, face data protection. I mean, I didn't want to face data protection risk. Everybody involved in health, everybody think that anyone could manage this data without any measure. So it was very hard. It was very hard to keep people on the topic. I mean, to keep clients on the topic, to warn them, to avoid risky situation, which were not justified by COVID. So to protect people, also from a data protection point of view. The guarantee's activity was very helpful, I think. The Garante has a new website, and I think that during these last years changed the approach on data protection. Not only decision published on the website, but infographics, training addressed to DPO, work in public sector. The T4 Data project was a very important project. Training addressed to small, medium enterprises, and infographic specific pages addressed to specific topics. It is very helpful. But I think that we must work to promote the Garante's activity. We had, as ASCPD, we interviewed 2 days ago Luigi Montuari, Cecilia Pascal, you know Luigi. Luigi Montuari is the head of the International Department of the Garante. The Garante is the Italian Data Protection Supervisory Authority. And we interview Luigi. I interviewed Luigi with Matteo on cross-border data flows, Brexit, so how to manage data flow from and to UK during this period, how to face problems, and we discuss also on the fact that I know that the European Court of Justice declare not valid, invalid privacy shield, and we know, everybody knows, but we discuss about the fact that if I have a provider, my company, who give me good services, good survey, which is based, for instance, in US, this provider is not guilty because of the US legislation, but we can manage together with such a provider a solution all together, not to think that this provider is the devil. So I think that the legislation, Europe allows this player to come in our countries and to be part of our business. And they suffer, like us, the fact that the legislation are not aligned. But we can work together, and I think that, for instance, for regarding cross-border data flows, it is a political issue, which must be solved on a political level, not by company on themselves, because it's not. Sometimes you cannot change the provider because you have not an alternative. It's not so easy to change. So this is very important. The main local GDPR implementation, we have local provision regarding genetic data, biometric data, data concerning health. The legislative decree 196 provides special rules regarding health and regarding health genetic data, and these rules must be taken into account. And we have a specific rules on healthcare professional and on clinical trials as well. You know that clinical trials are very, very important to develop new products, to protect people, to protect the health of the people, of everybody, of all individuals. But we have special rules. If you conduct clinical trial in Italy without consent, you have to make a data protection impact assessment, and you have to ask to address to the guarantor according to Article 36 of the GDPR. So you have to consult the authority. And so we have specific rules, which it's very hard to get. It's very hard to implement if you have, for instance, a trial involved different European countries. We know we have to face these problems. Some rules regarding health must be are not adopted yet. So we are looking for new rules. But in any way, the guarantee adopted a specific decision for instance on the 5th of June 2019. The guarantee adopted decision providing measures on specific categories of data regarding employment context, personal data processed by association, foundation, church, religious association and communities, private investigators, genetic data, scientific research, but this is limited to observational studies. So we have different various decisions adopted by our authority. We have special rules regarding minors. We know that our authority take enforcement action against TikTok and against the processing of minors' personal data. This is a key topic. This is a topic which involves everybody, because minors are located in every place, around the world, everywhere. So this is a great issue which must be taken into account by everybody, but all by the authorities. And this is why the guarantee address also is positioned to the DPB. So children under age of 14 cannot give their consent for regarding in all the social network. So you must ask the parents' approval. You must ask. But you, I mean the provider, the social network must ask. Data protection rules. We have a local implementation regarding the authorized person, according to Article 29 of the GDPR. We can also delegate some tasks to special person. I mean, we have authorized person who are delegated of special task. This is local, Italian. This is person. We have the right provided by Article from 15 to 22. May be exercised also by person who have their own interest. This is a local implementation. We have also deontological rules attached to the privacy code, the data protection code. This is in deontological rules regarding journalistic activities, defense and investigation, archiving for historical research purposes, statistical research, scientific research. So you must take into account also these things. Some limitation of data subject rights. Yeah, there are different limitations. I cannot list because we have short time for this discussion, but various limitations and penalties. We have also criminal penalties. Our data protection codes provide for some unlawful data processing criminal penalties, which are up 6 years of imprisonment. So take into account that is not only administrative penalties, and it is very important to be taken into account because if you go before a criminal judge, it's not easy, and proceeding can last many years, and it's very heavy for everybody. So I give you a full overview, but I think that the most important thing to be taken into account, linked to Cecilia and Christiana, is that this is another thing which align my experience to those of my colleagues, of my friends. we experience unfair practice, Cecilia. We know, I told you in the past, in Italy too. So we have the public authorities who launched a tender to recruit DPOs for 1,000 euros per year. So with a fee which does not represent fair fee, so this is unfair. And they're able to have this DPO for 1,000 euros per year. They do not select this DPO on the basis of the experience, of the basis of the resume. They do not check. They ask this DPO, you see tender, which ask DPOs to make assessment, to make data privacy notice, to make data protection impact assessment when they must control data protection impact assessment, not to make data protection impact assessment. So they do not understand who is the DPO, and so they do not select right person. But they find a person who accept to work for such unfair fees. And this is why this person do not understand really what they are doing. But this is really a problem for those professionals who invest a lot of time. We invest our time, our family time, because my family is suffer from my absence. Because I have to work during the weekends, in the evening, I must be aligned. I must be also. I must read everything. Yesterday, the European Agency on Cybersecurity developed a new report regarding pseudonymization. You have to read this report when you read during the evening. So it's not. It's very unfair that I think that the countries, the Data Protection Authority does not make nothing. I mean, must make something against these practices. These are unfair practices, and we cannot accept this is because it is against the GDPR. It is against the mission, the GDPR vision, and the ratio of the GDPR. And it is very hard for us to create awareness. Christiane, I told you, we out-achieve inside. We must achieve awareness inside, but we have to go everybody on our side, not to have people who work against us and who give and inform the community that they are privacy professional. They are not privacy professional. They are people against our work. So it is important to have such a link with CERT-RO and with other associations. We can help each other. So thank you.
Grazie, Nadia. Thank you so much for your presentation and for presenting us the ASCPD Italy. Thank you again. Well, our next guest is Miss Pascale Gelli from France, from ACCTP France, member of the CEDPO and Group Data Protection Officer Schneider Electric. Her presentation is about building a DPO network.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you very much to you and to Marius and to ASCPD, sorry. It sounds very close to the name of our own association in France, for the invitation. Really, I'm impressed that you are able to organize a two-day event and gather the attention of people. It's great results. At AFCDP, which is the French Association of Privacy Professionals, we just closed our event on the 26th of January. It is our annual event, and we did it remotely, as you do, because we had no other choice. And I understand what challenge it is. So congratulations again. First of all, I have to explain to you why I'm wearing sunglasses so that you're not too surprised. I'm not trying to conceal my identity Also, I'm not thinking that you are doing facial recognition. I'm sure you're not doing that because you are a serious association who preserves the rights and freedoms of individuals. It's just because I have very sensitive eyes, so I don't stand the light of computers. It hurts me very much. So now you've seen my face, and I hide my eyes again in order to protect them. Now, so just to tell you what I'm going to explain to you today, as my colleagues did, I will give you an idea of how we built this DPO network in France. And then I will give you also a little bit of flavor of what is enforcement in France, or what it has been last year, so that you see what are the hot topics. So starting with building this DPO network, we started back in 2014. Why 2014? Because it is when we finally updated our law in France in order to make it compliant with the European directive. So you see, it's a long time ago. Marius, do you have slides my slides to push?
Dear Pascal, you have the control. You have two arrows at the bottom of the PowerPoint.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were the one pushing the slides. I'm sorry, because I had a problem with computer. My computer did not allow me to enter your.
If you want, I can make the...
Yes, if you could use it, because otherwise I have to transfer the slides to this computer. I had to change my computer at last minute. Thank you so much. I really appreciate. So so now you're going to be my co-pilot.
Okay.
So if you could move to the slides which shows the key dates for building. Voilà, merci. There's this one. And so starting in 2004, we changed this law in France. So that's a while back, and in order to adapt it to the European directive. And that's when we introduced this optional function of correspondant à la protection des données. So data protection correspondent, that was the beginning of the DPO, but it was totally optional. And at this time, a few people thought, well, this is the beginning of a profession. And we gathered people in a room. There were like between 50 and 100 people, and in an event totally, not improvised, but, in order to think, well, do you think there is a need for an association? And there people said yes. And that's how ASCPD started. And little by little, the association built up and got more structured, with the idea that people are all volunteers and here to share their knowledge, because the profession was building up little by little. So really, the idea is to connect, build on a friendly basis and relationship. So we had this construction little by little, and one of the landmark date was, of course, the creation of CEDPO in CEDPO in 2011, when we saw that there was something cooking at the European level, and we understood that there was a need to promote and defend the role of the DPO in GDPR so that it had the right place in the construction of data protection. So that's how we gathered other associations in order to be present and facing European institutions. So, and you've got all these associations with you today, so that's fantastic. And because everybody is still convinced about this role. So little by little, we've built and made the association more robust. We have indeed, in order to be able to have more active and concrete actions, we had to build a concrete staff. And now we have 4 permanent members with us who help with registrations, who help with organizing our groups, who help with our day-to-day activities. So this has been also since 2014 really an important change in the way we work. We have also So there is a big echo, which I cannot explain. Perhaps, yes, thank you. So in 2018, really, we realized that there was a need for us to be more influential, especially with the French Parliament, with other bodies in France. We always had a very strong relationship with the CNIL, but we strengthened that. So we've been pushing that a little bit more, and we've been building our external image. So slowly, you see our association has been evolving. Next slide. So we have 1,870 members, more or less. The way our membership is built is that most of the members are legal entities. So legal entities, and each of them have 5 or more individuals who can join, or discussions or networking capabilities. So that makes it about 6,000 people who coordinate on a regular basis and exchange on a regular basis. And as you can see, we have doubled the number of individuals who exchange since 2017. So big increase as soon as we saw that GDPR was arriving. Next slide. We realized, after a while that like everybody in France, that the thing is, everything was happening in Paris. And that's a problem in France. Paris seems to be like the center of the world. But we have government bodies outside of Paris. We have business organizations outside of Paris, and we wanted them also to benefit from these networking capabilities. So little by little, we found volunteers in several regions, and even outside of what we call the métropole, so mainland. So even in islands like La Réunion or Martinique, we have volunteers who animate our groups, regional groups, in order to make the reflection happen. So we've got now 15 regional groups. And so we have 3 types of working groups. So I mentioned the regional groups, so that people can exchange about what's happening in their region and make their thoughts evolve. But we also have thematic groups, so either on punctual topics, like COVID-19 was a big topic of exchange lately, but we have a group on the right of access. How do you deal with access requests? It's a topic which never ends. We have a group of people who wanted to exchange on how to raise awareness internally. A very important group on health data. We have another group on customer relationship management, which has evolved towards addressing the topic of cookies and trackers. And also we have sectorial groups, so sectors of activities like insurance or NGOs or social housing who want to meet and discuss about what is happening in their sector of activity. So that's about 70 meetings, among all these working groups, some of them also organizing specific dedicated events. So 70 meetings which took place in 2019. Of course, it's been a bit impacted in 2020, but we are getting organized in order to do that more remotely with new means now. So how do we bring value to our members? We've developed several tools for that. The center of our exchanges takes place on an internet tool, which is called our Agora. It is a social network where we provide information to our members. So it's organized either by groups, topical groups for specific topics, or a very important function is the function which we call help. So any person can ask a question We encourage people to ask even stupid questions, because we often have new members who don't know anything about data protection, or they're just beginners, they start. So they can ask any new question. It's not moderated because we want people to answer freely. And then other members help answering the question. The only moderation we do is that we've got our permanent staff who verifies whether the question has not been already answered previously, in which case we link the question to previous answers. And then this way, you know, members help other members on questions, either easy or more complex. They provide their thoughts. Sometimes the answer may be accurate, sometimes it may not be accurate, but you know, what is an accurate answer on data protection? Very often there is no accurate answer. There are 2 or 3 possible answers, depending on the circumstances, and that's how the debate is happening on this Agora. We also provide awareness-raising tools, like these little cartoons, which our members can use internally or externally. They are available in French and in English. And here this one is to raise awareness on the new responsibility of the data processor in the framework of GDPR. So we've got cartoons on every GDPR topic. We've also developed a DPO ethics charter, which can help the DPO in the data controller or the data processor organization to get his role more recognized, because that puts in place the rights and obligations of the DPO and of the data controller, so it can be co-signed. And this document, it's not just an ASCPD document. It's not just for our organization. It's available in French. It's available in English. So if any of you want to reuse it, you know, take it. It's free. It's no problem. And we've developed, and we're developing again and again, new services. We've organized a survey of satisfaction of our members with a professional organization lately, in order to see what other new services we could be providing to them. One of the services we provide is a job board. So we send them regular messages about new jobs which are being offered on the markets and which relate to DPO, and when I say DPO, it's in a broad sense, any job related to data protection. It can be a lawyer job on data protection. It can be a cybersecurity job with data protection related functions. So if we spot that, we advertise it to our network so that they can find it easily. We also have a marketplace. If an organization is looking for a professional, this organization can say, well, here is what I'm looking for. I need a professional to do this kind of job. And then the professionals who are members of our organization can say, well, yes, I can do this. Here is what I'm able to do. Here is my expertise. And so they can submit their proposals. And we've got also an annotated GDPR document. We've published books on the DPO, and we've also made a link with an insurance company so that our external DPOs can have a specific insurance, you know, for their job liability. So it's not an ASCPD one. It's provided by a third party, but it's what we are, you know, we facilitated the creation of this insurance. So I mentioned to you our collaboration with the CNIL. The CNIL is a French data protection authority. We have regular meetings with them because they have a service dedicated to the DPOs. So we gather questions from our members and we bring them to the CNIL in order to facilitate answers back from the CNIL. And we've been one of the key stakeholders, you know, dialoguing with the French Parliament in order to make sure that the right provisions were inserted in the French data protection bills which implemented the GDPR. So we are acting also on the lobbying front. And I mentioned to you our annual event, which took place last year. Well, it took place last year, but it took place also this week. It's been the 15th edition. So every year we get an intervention from the French Data Protection Authority and from specialists. This year it's a special format, and we will have broadcasted events all around the year in addition to this week. So I'm sure you want to hear about enforcement of GDPR in France, because that's the crispy part, and there are interesting lessons to learn from that. You know, because enforcement in France is, or in any of our country, can have an impact on enforcement in other countries because of one-stop shop. So what has been the CNIL, or Data Protection Authority, activity in 2019? Like other authorities, they release an annual report. And what we learned from this annual report is that they received 14,000 complaints. So that's quite a high number. And they try to address all of them, but they don't manage always. They've also received 2,287 notifications of personal data breaches. What we notice is that France is now the country where organizations notify the most data breaches. Really, the UK, the Netherlands, Germany are the countries where there are the highest numbers of notification of data breaches. So these European authorities have to try to understand why. Perhaps you know, we need more guidance, and now we know that we have the EDPB guidance, which may help us understand better when we have to notify data breaches. We have 65,000 DPOs or organizations who have appointed DPOs now, so a large number, but still probably not enough in light of the organizations. And we have data protection authorities which organizes investigations, inspections. It used to do 200 a year, and it has reached 300 this year. So, well, in 2019. So 300, the way it does it is that either it goes on site or it does it online, and more online. Remotely is more easy. Or it requires companies, it sends a letter, and it requires companies to send back written documentation to demonstrate compliance. So that's the way it works. And in 41% of cases, the inspections are initiated after complaints of individuals. That's why it's very important when you get a complaint to close it directly with the individual quickly before it goes to the Data Protection Authority. Not so many sanctions. We heard that they want to issue more sanctions next year. 8 sanctions in total, with 7 fines altogether, but altogether that amounts to 51 million euros. And they can also issue injunctions, so injunctions to stop infringing the law. So they've released 5 injunctions, which are subject to financial penalty if you don't comply with the injunction. So that's the landscape, but I would like to describe to you 3 important enforcement actions which took place last year, at the end of the year, against Google, Amazon, and Carrefour. Next slide. So first, against Google. 2 entities of Google have been sanctioned. That's Google Ireland, but also Google LLC. Were respectively fined about their approach to cookies. They were sanctioned because basically when you accessed the google.fr website, the cookies were automatically installed on your computer. and without any action from the user. And so lack of consent was a problem. And also there was no information by the search engine users, also of the search engine users. They didn't know what type of cookie would be installed. There was just a prompt of the privacy policy of Google, and that was it. But that was considered as not sufficient information. And in addition, for those who finally understood how to adjust the cookies and to disconnect customized advertising cookies, you know, well, the function didn't really work. It worked for some of the cookies, but still some cookies were finally installed on the device of the user. So there was a partial failure to comply with the right to object. So that explains the sanctions. And the sanctions actually were very high because of the large scale impact of the Google search engine, you know, almost 50 million of users, and also the huge amount of profits generated by Google advertising activity. So, and in addition, Google had indicated that they were updating their information banner, but still, after that, the CNIL found that the user didn't really have a clear understanding of the purpose of the cookies, and they were not clearly informed of their right to object. So the modifications done by Google were not considered as sufficient. So that was taken into consideration in the decision of sanction. Second very large sanction was against Amazon. So, of course, you all know Amazon. Again, it was in relation to cookies. The cookies were also automatically placed on the computers of users without their consent, and the information which was provided to them was insufficient. Insufficient because the banner basically stated that by using the website, they automatically accepted the use of cookies. So this banner was not sufficient. It did not allow the users to understand what type of cookies was placed and to clearly object. So here again, non-compliance, not with GDPR, let's be clear, but with the e-privacy directive, which is implemented in France in the French data protection law. So that's why the CNIL considered it was competent to address that. And the CNIL took into consideration the fact that this Amazon cookie practice had taken place for a long time, and that the site was really popular, that millions of people were using Amazon. So that's why the fine is a sizable fine. It's Amazon Europe Core SARL, which was fined here. Then a very, very interesting sanction, because it covered several violations and we can derive many learnings from it. It's the sanction against the Carrefour Group. Here, it addressed two companies of the Carrefour Group, Carrefour Bank, and so the bank side of the group, and Carrefour France. So these two companies were respectively fined 2.2 million euros and 800,000 euros for different violations. So I'm not going to detail respectively which ones, but to tell you what was important, Carrefour France was running a loyalty program. And under this loyalty program, they were not considered as compliant with the data retention limitation requirements. Why that? Because they were keeping 28 million, the data of 28 million customers who were still inactive. They had been inactive for 5 to 10 years. So, and they were still maintaining their loyalty program. And here the CNIL stated, Well, you know, if you have inactive customers, you know, you can keep them for 3 years, no more, after the last activity. After that, you have to delete them. So very interesting takeaway here about storage limitation. Then, other interesting lessons about individual rights requests. Here, Carrefour France was systematically asking for a copy of an ID when individuals were exercising their rights. And the CNIL said, well, this is excessive. You know, you can ask for an ID only if you have a doubt about the identity of a person. Otherwise, you don't ask. Then the company was keeping the copy of the ID for a period to 1 to 6 years. Here, the CNIL said, no, you retain the ID for the time necessary to verify the identity of the requester. Once you've checked, you've done the check, you delete. So, another important lesson. And there were many complaints, and of course these complaints led to this investigation, this sanction, because the companies, they had ignored access requests and also requests from individuals to object to the sending of text messages and the sending of email marketing messages. So that explains the sanction. Then another reason for the sanction is in relation to transparency. That's and that's where it's getting tricky. It's going to get tricky for us as professionals, but it's something which the CNIL has been repeating a lot. It reviewed the notice provided by Carrefour, and it said, no. Well, first, it's not accessible easily. It's fragmenting among several documents. So it has to be available more easily to your users. They should not go one document to one document, one document. Then the content is not clear. It's vague, it's broad. You cannot use terms like these processing activities include without limitation. Your data may be used. Certain data about you are used to do this. These terms are too vague. The CNIL wants clear information. Say exactly what you do, not try to cover what you may do in the future. If you change, then you change your privacy notice. This is not easy, yeah. We're facing big challenges here when we draft our privacy notices. So, and the last but not least, again, cookies. There were quote on their cookie practices because cookies were automatically set on the Carrefour.fr and Carrefour.bank.fr websites without any action from the users to accept them. So, I'm not going to spend time on the sanction and the reason for the sanction, although it's very interesting, this reasoning. But what I want to highlight here is that the CNIL is strengthening its muscles. Cookies are in its radar. The CNIL wants to show not only to French companies, but to the rest of the world that it has enforcement capabilities and that it's using them. It has issued guidelines on cookies. It is actually adapting these guidelines in order to make them more clear on a few topics like audience measuring cookies, but it has set a deadline, which is April 1st, for all companies to implement the cookies. And so, companies have to, address these guidelines if they don't want to be caught here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Pascal, I have a question for you because you mentioned the fact that there were fines in sum of 51 million euros, but adding the Carrefour fine to the Google fine, actually it's more than 51 millions. Is the Carrefour fine definitive, or have they gone to court to try to make it smaller? Or
yes, the fines I mentioned were for 2019, so okay. not for 2020. I don't have the final figures for 2020.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And also, I would like to thank you again for being here and to mention how proud our association is for being part of such a greater one.
Thank you, Christiana.
Pascal, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for your presentation. We got very interesting information. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our morning session is closing now, but not before to say thank you again to our lovely ladies from this morning. We had Cecilia from Spain, Pascal from France, Cristiana from Romania, and Nadia from Italy. Thank you again for being beside us this morning. And we will start again at 11:30 a.m. with new guests and much more valuable information. Thank you.
today's world,
your personal data is valuable to many.
By using your mobile phone,
liking social media posts,
and surfing on the web,
you share your data click by click.
You should know where it goes
and what it is being used for.
As data protection is a fundamental right in Europe,
we have one of the strongest
legal frameworks worldwide.
The General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR.
All of the five currencies have their own
independent data protection authorities
to oversee the application of the GDPR.
EU institutions also
have their own regulator,
the European Data Protection Supervisor.
Together we form the European Data Protection Board,
or EDPB.
The EDPB is unique
as it is made up of 31 members, big and small,
each with equal voice and power.
Together, we ensure that data protection
doesn't stop at our borders,
and all individuals enjoy
equally high level of protection,
no matter where they live in Europe.
From all of us at the EDPB, we wish you a very happy Data Protection Day.
Did you know that a hacked email account can lead to serious problems, which could affect your finances or your reputation? Did you know that your clicks and your likes on social media can be used to profile you and influence your voting behavior? New technologies and the global use of the internet bring new risks for personal data. The new data protection rules were introduced to keep your data safe. On the 25th of May 2018, the General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, entered into application to ensure a harmonized approach across the European Economic Area and to make data protection a reality. The new data protection rules have introduced stronger rights for individuals, giving you more control over your personal data. The new rules also require organizations that process personal data to take more responsibility. Each EU country has its own independent National Data Protection Authority, or DPA, to oversee the correct application of the GDPR. To ensure a uniform application of the new data protection rules, the GDPR established an independent EU body, the European Data Protection Board, EDPB. The EDPB is made up of the national data protection authorities of the EEA member states and the European Data Protection Supervisor. If your data protection rights have been violated, you can contact your national DPA, which is best placed to deal with your complaints. The national DPAs can impose fines on businesses of up to 20 million euros, or 4% of their annual global turnover. So, what can the EDPB do for you? By clarifying the understanding of the GDPR, the EDPB makes sure that the GDPR is applied uniformly, so that everyone enjoys the same rights wherever they live. By adopting binding decisions in cross-border data protection cases, the EDPB ensures that people can get help from their national DPAs for cross-border issues. The EDPB also promotes cooperation, exchange of information, and best practices among the national DPAs. Finally, by advising the European Commission on issues related to the protection of personal data, the EDPB makes sure that any new EU legislation upholds the highest standards of data protection. Remember, your data, your rights. The EDPB is here to protect you.
Protecția datelor personale este importantă pentru fiecare dintre noi. De aceea, din 25 mai 2018, noul regulament european privind protecția datelor consolidează drepturile persoanelor fizice care pot cere ștergerea datelor de pe internet ori portarea datelor către alt operator. Pentru responsabilizarea operatorilor cresc amenziile până la 10 sau 20 de milioane de euro, iar instituțiile publice și, în anumite cazuri, companiile private trebuie să stabilească un responsabil de protecția datelor.
You decide which shops you go to, which services you use, right? But what if they went after you? And after you, 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 whether you wanted anything or not? Ridiculous, right? Companies don't have the automatic right to use your personal data to send you marketing messages. Even if you did get permission, they must give you the opportunity to opt out for free each time you're contacted. And when you're buying or signing up for something, you must be given the right to object to future marketing contact. Using your contact details for electronic marketing purposes without your permission is a criminal offence. Get the messages you want, not the ones you don't. Dataprotection.ie. Know your rights. It's your personal data.
Isn't it clever how they know I love nature documentaries?
It's because you share data, Mum, and we live in a data-driven world.
No, I keep hearing about data, but does it matter?
Oh.
I'll just book our holiday.
That's data.
Auntie Kate has just shared what our cousins have been up to.
More data.
Hello? I'd like to insure my car.
Data.
Who knew data matters so much?
It's your data, and your data matters.
Sharing data helps make life easier and more convenient. But it's important your data stays safe and is used only in ways you'd expect. Take control of your personal information and make it work for you. To find out about your data rights, visit www.ico.org.uk/yourdata matters.
All'inizio la tua privacy è al sicuro. Poco dopo sarai Anna. Sarai una data di nascita, un gruppo sanguigno, un codice fiscale. Noi del Garante per la protezione dei dati personali da più di 20 anni proteggiamo la tua identità, la tua riservatezza, i tuoi diritti. Per questo abbiamo iniziato introducendo soluzioni utili per tenere al sicuro le tue informazioni riservate, come quella semplice linea che per la prima volta ha dato valore alla tua privacy. Oggi, per lo stesso motivo, monitoriamo con attenzione l'evoluzione dei social network e interveniamo affinché le nuove tecnologie possano essere uno strumento sicuro per tutti, specialmente per i minori, in modo che possano scoprire il mondo più protetti dai rischi. E anche quando decidi di condividere la tua vita online, noi del Garante ti aiutiamo a farlo in maniera consapevole, evitando che i tuoi dati finiscano nelle mani sbagliate e interveniamo in caso di violazioni. Abbiamo a cuore il tuo diritto alla libertà, soprattutto ora che il nostro lavoro è diventato una vera e propria sfida, in un mondo sempre più digitale, dove ogni dato personale può essere tracciato e memorizzato, con il rischio che venga utilizzato anche a tuo svantaggio. In questi anni abbiamo sempre dato il nostro contributo per avere norme rispettose della privacy, affinché i tuoi dati personali vengano usati in maniera corretta e tu possa sempre esercitare i tuoi diritti, come rettificare i dati non aggiornati o cancellare quelli che non ti rappresentano più. Noi ci siamo, specialmente nei momenti in cui sei più fragile, proteggendo i tuoi dati sanitari, un bene prezioso che ti appartiene. Abbiamo fatto tanto, ma c'è ancora molto da fare. È il momento di pensare al futuro, alle nuove sfide che abbiamo già iniziato ad affrontare. Tutto può cambiare, ma una cosa è certa. I tuoi dati sono un tesoro da proteggere insieme.
Nowadays, our personal data is collected, analysed and stored by various new technologies. It's also stored in the cloud, where it can be accessed by many people at one time. The protection of our valuable personal data is essential in a democratic society. It's at the core of the new data protection rules set out in the General Data Protection Regulation, applicable from the 25th of May 2018. These new rules give people more control over their personal data, including greater rights to access it. They also require that the organizations and companies that process this data take on greater responsibility for data protection. The key word of the reform is accountability. In personal data processing, this means a shift in responsibility. Companies, organizations, EU institutions and bodies should ensure compliance, verify compliance and demonstrate compliance, both to individuals and at the request of a data protection authority such as the EDPS. In other words, personal data protection should be embedded in the culture of your organization, company or institution. It should also be part of your risk management policy. The tone is set at the top. The message is, think data protection. Embed data protection principles in all business procedures and projects from the outset. Develop the reflex to ask your DPO for advice when it comes to questions about personal data processing. Inform people about how you will process their data before you start collecting it. Review and update privacy statements and make them readily available. Be transparent. If you lose or accidentally disclose personal data, report it immediately within your organization. Your organization must inform the relevant supervisory authority, such as the EDPS, of this personal data breach within 72 hours. In the same way that national data protection authorities have the power to impose fines at national level, the EDPS has the power to fine other EU institutions if they fail to comply with the new rules. Accountability means a change of culture. It moves data protection from theory to practice. It concerns you, no matter what your place is in the organizational hierarchy. Think data protection.
Cine sunteți, băieți? Ce vreți de la mine? Ce-am făcut? Ce doriți de la mine? Eu nu știu nimic.
Știm noi destul.
Ce?
Noi știm totul despre tine. Ce bei, ce mănânci, la ce oră ieși din casă, cu ce mașină, ce bunuri cumperi și pe cât ai ținut restanțele.
Te-ai lăudat pe Facebook. Eu?
Știm că ai colesterolul ridicat și traumă la glezna stângă. Știm pe unde călătorești și din a cui bani.
Să-ți spun eu câte sticle de bere ai cumpărat cu cardul luna asta? Câte? Știm noi câte. Asta e o glumă, domnilor, da?
Nu, nu-i glumă, e o farsă.
Ai grijă cum îți protejezi datele cu caracter personal. Ai putea avea și surprize mai puțin plăcute.
Un simplu experiment a demonstrat că moldovenii își dau datele personale la orice colț de stradă fără nicio ezitare.
Gata. Le-au blocat afacerea. Și eu muși să le spun băieților.
E clar. Oamenii se vor informa. Vor fi mai atenți. La parole, carduri, numere de telefoane, e-mail-uri, cu toate datele lor.
Da.
Calmați-vă. Rămâneți cu toții pe poziții. Într-o săptămână, două vor uita cu toții de știre. După, mai luăm niște credite din numele altora, mai obținem vreun teren, folosim niște adrese, numere de telefoane, carduri.
Vechea schemă?
Păi da, ați văzut și un experiment. Oamenii nu știu să-și protejeze datele personale. Și asta e cel mai grav pentru ei.
Centrul Național pentru Protecția Datelor cu Caracter Personal îndeamnă cetățenii Republicii Moldova să-și cunoască drepturile. Ai grijă de datele tale.
Hello everyone, we are back live with the National Conference of Privacy and Data Protection, Privacy Romania 2021. On our second session, I would like to welcome our guests. We have Mr. Punit Bhatia from Belgium, we have Mr. Stefan Weiss from Germany, Mr. Finton Swanton from Ireland, and Mr. João Gabriel from Portugal. The first presentation belongs to Mr. Punit. He is an international speaker and trainer, author of books in the field of data protection, and creator of the podcast Fit for Privacy. Today's subject is the role of your staff in privacy compliance. Mr. Punit, please.
Thank you, Diana, and thank you everyone for being here. Let's get started. You usually think that the role of your staff is you have to give them training and they have to protect privacy for you. But it does not work like that. There's a little bit more to it, and that's what I'm going to talk to you about it. First thing, am I audible? Is everything working fine? Okay, good. So if everything is working fine, let me ask you a question. And who has been part of a mandatory corporate training? Say I in the chat, in wherever you are watching from. Say I, because then I know that you've been part of a mandatory corporate training. And so mandatory corporate training, how do you feel about it? Because most people find corporate trainings boring or not relevant. And if you are amongst those, or if you found ever corporate training boring or not relevant, say me in the chat. And now the question is, if we as people find our trainings boring or not relevant, or why do I have to do this training? Why should the privacy training you create should be perceived differently? I mean, isn't it logic? But that's what I'm going to talk about in next few minutes, about 25 minutes. And I'm going to help you bridge the gap between what you expect from your staff, what they expect from a training, and how do we build it together and find synergies so that you can leverage your staff as your eyes, as your ears, as your hands, because as DPO, as compliance director, as privacy consultant, as privacy manager, whatever role you are playing in privacy, you need those extra pairs of eyes, hands, ears, and so on, because you cannot do it all by yourself. So that's the focus of my presentation today. But before I do that, I would love to thank Privacy Romania, Marius, Christiana, Diana, and all the team behind it for making this conference possible. It's not easy. We are in a world of pandemic. Life is difficult. So organizing this and having that courage to plan, organize, it takes months of efforts. So thank you so much for organizing this and bringing all the people together. Already, if there's any evidence of morning sessions, this is going to be a great conference, great 2 days. Of course, I will not attend the Romanian one, but I can certainly say for the English one today. And I would also like to thank everyone who's watching us live, because it takes commitment and effort to be live at a specified time, at a specific moment, and free up your agenda when you're at home, and it's easy to get distracted. But it's also an opportunity because you're at home, you don't need to travel, and you can take these wonderful presentations from different people, and also the event of Privacy Romania from your home. So that makes it easier, but it's also challenging. So thank you for being online. And if you're going to watch this later, you're also welcome to join us. So thank you so much. Now, what am I going to do? I'm going to bring in 3 different dimensions. One, privacy is a necessity. Trainings are a necessity. That's what we all think. And we want a check in the box saying, how many trainings did you do? Ah, yes, how many? How many people participated? Okay, people have done it. And then we think it's done. But that's when it starts. Because employees expect trainings to be relevant. Employees expect trainings to be related to their job. They usually do not care. There are individual rights, there's data breach, there's a legitimate purpose, there's this purpose, they say, I don't care. I mean, we can also use some emotional language, but they usually say, I don't care. And there is a solution which we can find in between, and we can make it engaging and we can make it relevant for the staff. And that's what I'm going to be exploring in next few minutes. But before I do that, I mean, Diana already did my introduction, but very lightly, it's not that I'm just here to consult. I have experienced it in the Fortune 500 companies as Global Privacy Manager, Privacy Protection Officer, and GDPR Program Manager across multiple countries. And that's where I have learned and realized these challenges. And of course, I express myself as an author, speaker, advisor, and trainer, but it's not about me, it's about you. And that's why I set up this Fit for Privacy brand, wherein we have a podcast, we are creating courses, and I coach DPOs, and I'm also consulting companies. But the question is, the topic here is, why does it matter? Why do we need to engage staff? Why do we need to leverage our staff for privacy compliance? Well, 3 reasons. Of course, we can have hundreds of reasons, but in essence of time, 3 reasons. Research says that 90% of data breaches were caused by human error. Of course, this is the data from UK. Analysis of ICO by CyberSafe. But we can always discuss and argue on whether it's 90%, 70%, 60 or 50%. Fact of the matter is, majority of breaches, majority of data breaches are caused, created by either human negligence, human error, or malicious intent on part of humans. So we do spend a lot of time, a lot of energy on processes, technology, and so on, but it's the human side that matters the most. So if you're looking to contain data breaches, you need to look at how do you train your staff. Then another reason is, if you're finding challenges in getting budgets from your CFO or COO or your management, well, one data breach on an average cost $3 million plus, almost $4 million. So is it worthwhile to put a contingency fund, a risk fund of 3 million, that if a data breach happens, we will need it? Or is it worthwhile to put a few €100,000, a few €1,000 for a good training? I think we should do the latter, because it will not only protect us from breaches, but a lot of other things. And we also know that a compliance or any chain is as strong as the weakest link in the chain. So if your human capital, your staff are not comfortable, not trained, or not well versed with the concepts, then it's going to be a challenge. And those are my 3 reasons that you need to invest, you need to consider having good quality trainings, engaging trainings. But we all know this. You'll say nothing new, because you know it. Of course, we can debate on numbers. It's not 90%, it's this much. We had a breach, it was not 3 million, it was less. But the fact is, we all agree that we need to train our staff. So if we need to train our staff, let me give you 3 challenges that come along in way of good training. So research points us that about half of people surveyed say that the challenge is to make managers a priority, that managers should make it a priority, that learning is a priority. So if you're sending in a corporate training, a mandatory training which is to be done, and the manager says, yeah, just please do it because you know we need to do it, the DPO is saying it, it doesn't work. There needs to be more commitment, more demonstration of interest from manager. Yes, it's important in our marketing team. Privacy is very important. I want you to do it. It's not just the DPO. I also need it, because if you do it, we will be privacy compliant and we will save a lot of money. So if the messages need to change. And then the other aspect is there needs to be a continuous culture of learning. So it should not be once a year, December is coming, we need to finish our quota of trainings. It should not be like that. It should be continuous learning and continuous engagement. And of course, engagement means much more than training. It's not just one way you send them the trainings. It's also asking them, how do you feel? What is your perspective? Do you feel we are ready to address? Because it's one thing to have a process. It's another thing that people know about the process and are comfortable with the process. So we know about the challenges, we understand the need, but the question is, what do we do? And in my opinion, we need to do three things, three different levers to ensure employees are engaged and you are able to leverage them as your eyes, as your ears, as your hands, because you as a DPO, and even if you have a team, when I was with ING Bank, there were 100+ data privacy professionals, but that does not mean we could do all that. We still needed our colleagues, we still needed our staff, because we had 50,000+ staff. So 100 to 50,000, there's a huge ratio. And when I was with another Fortune 500 company, we were 5 data privacy professionals with some compliance professionals, and again 50,000 people. So 5:50,000 is a huge ratio. So you need eyes, ears, hands, and anything that you can get from your staff. So you need to leverage, you need to connect, you need to engage. So 3 things for that. And the first thing is, what they don't know, they cannot act on. So there needs to be a scenario-based training. What do I mean by scenario-based training is, you have your staff in IT, in HR, in procurement, in marketing, and other departments. And then there's the general staff, which probably doesn't fit into these categories, maybe in manufacturing, maybe front office staff, maybe call center staff, and all other staff. We can look at different classifications. And then you have managers, and then the board or the executives. And of course, I know you know that reality DPO fits in between executives and managers, but I put them on top because from a privacy standpoint, you are the ones laying out the vision, laying out the strategy, putting the marker on where things are, where do you want privacy to be. So how can you expect one set of corporate training to take care of all the needs of IT, HR, procurement, marketing, and so on? And why do you expect, you are interested in individual rights, data subject rights, data breaches, anonymization, pseudonymization, and all that, I should say, acronyms like TOMS. When I said, what is TOM, technical and organizational measures? Yes, it's good for you because that's the world you live in. The marketing team's world is different. They live in the world of campaigns. They live in the world of, I need to get this advertising done and there needs to be more engagement. They don't care about consent. They care about how do I get more engagement and how do I put a Facebook pixel on my website, which will then track people and then give them the ad, and then they will click and I have a lead. That's their objective. So you're trying to say, well, we need to have consent. It looks like you're trying to stop them. So you need to use their language. You need to create scenarios which are relevant for them. That is, have trainings for IT, privacy for IT, privacy for HR, privacy for procurement, privacy for marketing, privacy for executives, privacy for managers, and so on. That's what you need. And of course, you need privacy for DPOs or privacy experts, because then you are able to create different synergies. So that's how it'll work. Does it make sense so far? Give me a yes in the chat, because in a real life conference, I can see people, and if they're fidgeting with their mobiles and everything, then I know that I need to change my tone or something. But here, it's very difficult in a live conference. I see myself and my slide and my colleagues, so who are very interested in this, but I also want to make sure that you are, so say yes in the chat if it's making sense. So continuing with this, you need scenario-based trainings, and those trainings will need to have, okay, that's what happens when we convert it into a PDF, that some of the content misses. So don't worry, we'll make it happen. So what I meant to say here is, your privacy training needs to have 5 parts. What is privacy? Why is privacy important for your company? Because if they don't understand what is privacy and they don't relate to it, and if they don't understand why it's important for your company, don't talk about fines too much. Talk about the relevance, the benefits. And then talk about how is privacy relevant for their job? What can they do in their job? And give them 4, 5, 6 scenarios. Like for a marketing campaign, since we were taking the example of marketing, you would say, when you're running a marketing campaign, what are the steps in which you need to have privacy in steps or privacy interventions? And when you're working with procurement, you tell them that when they are creating a contract with an outsourcing vendor, they need to have this. We all know this, the DPA, the processing conditions and all that. But let's leave the jargon aside, you need to make it relevant for them in their scenarios. And when they have done 3, 4, 5 scenarios of their life, they would be far more interested, far more engaged in learning about privacy. And then, of course, you can do a quiz to test them out to say, hey, how are you doing in context of privacy? What did you learn? And if you do that in context of that, you will have more relevance to them. Because as a privacy officer, I care, procurement officer, I would care more about when in my contracts do I need to have privacy intervention and what are the conditions in which, because if you start explaining me, this is controller, this is processor, that's good story, but I will not remember it later. When it's relevant for me, even learning says, if it's relevant to you, if there's emotional attachment, you'll remember it. Otherwise, it's DPO's job. They asked me for a training. I did the mandatory training. So you need to make it relevant with this kind of approach. And then second thing you need to do is, it's not a training once in 6 months or once in a year. It's about creating a network, what I call it a privacy champions network. So if you look back at the staff or the way your organization is usually structured, how about identifying some senior managers, some executives as privacy sponsors? So they would liaison with you as a DPO or privacy team on setting the strategic direction where you want to be. And they are your advocates, ambassadors of privacy. And then underneath them at staff level, maybe just team lead level or manager level, you have some privacy champions. So each department has identified a privacy champion who keeps an eye on what's going around. And if they keep an eye, if they keep people engaged and also bring issues to sponsors or to you directly, then you are able to leverage your staff. Because it's not just you as a DPO who has to watch out. Your staff, your champions, your sponsors will keep an eye. And generally, research says that people are more comfortable talking to people in their own department. So if they know Mr. John Doe is the person who's a privacy champion in my team, they would generally ask him. And John Doe can also keep an eye because he has coffee with them regularly, while you as a DPO are a little bit in the ivory tower syndrome. I know you do everything to be in there, but that's how it's perceived. So having a privacy champion network allows you to create engagement and have multiple channels of input. And of course, the training of privacy champions and privacy sponsors would have to be also different, not the same. And another thing I say is, despite all this, you do employee satisfaction surveys. That is how satisfied employees are. So why not the same thing about privacy awareness? So you need to ask your staff about, so Mr. John Doe, hello, Mr. John Doe, how do you feel our privacy capabilities are? Are we ready to have them? What do you think about processes? What do you think about your level of comfort? And then ask them also, because these people have an impression or a perception about what the manager is capable of. Is your manager serious about privacy? And also their peers. And then also about peers outside the department, because they have those coffees and they learn about the managers and create perception saying, yeah, in marketing, we are serious about privacy, but the procurement guy, they are like this and they are like that. And this and that, you can quantify it. And when you quantify it, it comes out as a privacy awareness index. So I did it with a few organizations. It's fascinating to see that they believe their GDPR program is done. And when they look at it, half the people don't know about it. Half the people don't know about the process. So if you can assess and do a survey around it, it helps you quantify and pinpoint your efforts. Then you can talk to your privacy sponsors and champions and saying, hey, in this department, we are seeing this a little bit of lag, little bit of challenge in privacy awareness. So how do we tackle it? And then you can take pointed action. Otherwise, you're shooting in the dark and doing general things, which is not the idea here. So in summary, what I'm saying is do 3 actions. Okay, again, somehow my slides are not helping me, but the intention of this slide is to help you understand that there are 3 elements: scenario-based trainings, privacy awareness survey, and a privacy champion network. And when you have them, you as a DPO have your ears through this network. You have your eyes through this network. You have your hands, because these people are facilitating privacy compliance and they are your voice. So you have more eyes, more hands, more ears, and more people to support you if you do that. But now you'll say, but it's all good, it's all nice, but it costs. And I will say, certainly yes, but you don't need to talk about costs. You don't need to talk about fines. You need to talk about something else, and that is called the benefits of privacy. Because 5 years ago or 4 years ago, we only knew about fines, or 3 years ago. But now we have data, and concrete data. I'm talking about Cisco's 2020 data privacy survey. And it shows us that 40% of organizations say that they see returns that are twice the size of their privacy spending. And not only that, they are saying 67% see reduction in sales delay. 71% say they facilitate agility and innovation, or data controls are helping increase operational efficiency. 72% saying. Now, when I looked at these numbers, my first reaction was, is it skewed? So I looked at how many people have participated. And I found 2,500 people. So unless the data is really manipulated, 2,500 people and 70% of them cannot say this is how it is. So it has to be real. And I know it's unbelievable, but this is something, it's not your report, it's Cisco report, and you can use my name or take a snapshot of this slide and show it to people saying, this is how privacy is making impact on business sides. You don't need to sing the story of 4% of revenues. You need to do this one, because this is 74% increase in building loyalty and customer trust. It's about 73% chance of mitigating losses from data breach. That is 3 million already, if you remember. So 74% of 3 million would be already 3.86 million would be already around 3 million. So you are in good company, good space. So use these numbers, use these levers as your point to advocate that you need more budget, you need more things to do on training, because you would not need 3.86 million euros for investing in your engagement program for staff or creating a privacy champion network. As when I was creating these privacy champion networks, I was asking for 0.2, that's 20% of effort of one person in a department. Now one person in generally departments are 50 to 100 people, and if I'm asking 1 FTE, it's not 1.2 FTE, it's hardly the cost. And the benefits are immense, because you may want to hire 1 FTE in privacy office, but 0.2 FTE in marketing, procurement, and that way distributed is far more powerful than anything else. So that's your story. And then you will have all this, your eyes, your ears, your hands, an extra pair of support for you. And when these people understand marketing, procurement, IT, or HR, they're more relevant for you, because you don't need people who understand privacy. You need people who can raise the questions from HR, procurement, marketing to come to you, because you are the privacy expert. Then you need a smaller team in privacy office, a larger network, and together you are being more and more relevant and more successful. And that's how you will leverage, that's how you will use your staff. And by the way, if you're thinking I'm just saying paying lip service, and when you call me or call any of the other speakers to say let's do privacy training, they will charge you a lot. I can't say about others, but I can certainly say about me. For me, if you're talking about 100 plus people and paying for the full year, it costs 9 euro cents per user per day if you use standard trainings without any customization. So, I mean, 3.86 million for a data breach, 4% risk of a fine. Of course, that's a higher number, but we've seen fines of millions of euros. We had in the morning session wherein fines were being talked about. And then compare it to something like this. Again, 9 euro cents needs to be converted into full year and your people and everything. But if you pay for full year and everything, that's how it starts. Of course, we need to discuss and align on what do you need. But that's my short message, that if you want to align, engage, and connect with your staff, you need to do 3 things. 3 things meaning scenario-based trainings which are relevant for them in their context, not talking about privacy, talking about what's relevant for them. Don't talk rights, don't talk breaches, talk about their own campaigns, their own contracts, their own outsourcing and things like that. Second, create a privacy champion network, because you need people in the department, knowing the department, understanding privacy, and the coaching for them is not to become a privacy expert, but to become knowledgeable enough about privacy to ask the right question at right time to you. So you remain in control, but they are your spokesperson, champion on the ground. And third, ask your staff. Let them not discuss on coffee machines. Anyways, in pandemic, coffee machines conversations have been replaced with Zoom calls, but you can still do a survey, still connect with them through awareness surveys, and get a 360-degree perspective on where you need to take concerted action and which processes are being perceived. I'm not saying you didn't put the process. You put the process, you did the best, but now it's time to leverage staff and ask where that process needs to be either fine-tuned or communicated better. So that was my short pitch on how you can enhance and leverage from your staff and have a greater role for them in your privacy compliance. I would love to take some questions if there are.
Thank you so much, Punit, for your presentation. Very, very interesting information. We'll see if there are any questions. If not, we will go to our second guest, which is Mr. Stefan Weiss, member of the Board for International Affairs, GDD Germany, also member of CEDPO, and his subject today is about damage claims and enforcement trends by the German regulators. Stefan, thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Yeah, I want to talk about recent activities in Germany covering damage claims and enforcement by regulatory authorities in Germany. Having a privacy champion network established within a controller or processor definitely helps to avoid such risks. And I just want to give you some insights, what's going on, what's happening in Germany at the moment regarding the two topics. First of all, I want to give you a brief overview of the GDD, my association, or I'm being part of. We are a nonprofit organization founded with the first German Data Protection Act in 1976. Germany has quite a large history when it comes to protecting personal data from a regulatory point of view. And in our first Data Protection Act officially started in 1977. The GDD is helping its members with guidance, with training, etc. We also have one pretty much unique feature at the GDD. We offer a hotline for the DPO, so they can ask us specific questions. We cannot take part in projects because we're lacking time, but if you have specific questions, you can address these questions to GDD staff and you will get an answer. And it's mostly the DPOs asking us any questions related to the GDPR or national implementation law, the Federal Data Protection Act in Germany. We also have working groups in Germany, which are organized by supporters of the GDD. So in case you're a DPO or staff, data protection staff within a company, you can attend the working groups, even without being a member of the GDD. And there you can discuss a variety of topics. And mostly you will also receive presentations from privacy experts or data protection experts on any specific topics you want to have an eye on. We also did some lobbying on the DPO, of course, because one of our core missions is to support and help the DPO. And when the GDPR was introduced, or the first draft by the Commission, we had a very close eye on the article covering the data protection officer. On the one side concerning his or her mandatory designation, which also has a large history in Germany. Even under the GDPR, we have specific provisions in Germany covering the mandatory designation of the DPO outside of Article 37 GDPR. And during that time, we also tried to get an article within the GDPR with an extent interpretation of a mandatory designation. In the end, Article 37 is as it is. It is quite complex to define what is the processing at large scale, but still in Germany we have this mandatory designation, just looking at the threshold of employees at a controller or processor regularly processing personal data. But that's enough about the GDD. I want to jump into the main topic today. First, I want to start with damage claims. As you all know, the GDPR has a certain provision covering damage claims, Article 82. So any data subject who is suffering a monetary or non-monetary damage from an infringement of the GDPR can claim compensation by a controller or processor. In Germany, this has been quite a change, because in Germany, under the Federal Data Protection Act, before the GDPR came into place, we did not have a provision addressing non-monetary damages for a breach of law. So this was quite a fundamental change for Germany. Suddenly, there was a possibility to claim compensation for non-monetary damages, and people were quite nervous, especially companies. How would this evolve? And this was one of the main reasons I had today for presenting you the topic concerning damage claims. Is the fear sufficiently grounded or not? Do we have the fear that the requests are getting massive, and how are the courts reacting? I want to present to you 4 cases, selected cases in Germany, addressing non-monetary damages claimed by data subjects. First of all, let's go to North Rhine-Westphalia on the western side of the German map, the Labor Court of Düsseldorf. There was a case where an employee was requesting a copy of his data from his employer. As you all are aware of Article 15, you have the right to receive a copy from the controller who's processing your personal data, regardless if it's an employment relationship or if you're within a customer company relationship. In that particular case, the employer was reacting delayed to requests of receive information regarding the employee. And also the information that was given to the employee, I think 3 months after the actual request, or the initial request, was not complete. It was incomplete. And that's why the plaintiff was requesting a non-monetary damage for infringing Article 15. Article 15 is quite controversial in Germany. It's being discussed quite controversial here regarding the extent of this right to receive a copy. Does it also apply to internal information within the company, the controller, for example? Does it also apply to emails being sent to the data subject? There have been judgments from courts in Germany interpreting Article 15 very differently. Some saying internal notes are not covered by Article 15 to receive the right to receive a copy of the data. Others saying yes, we have to interpret the provision quite broad because it is any information related to the data subject. Regarding emails, some courts were stating that the controller is not an archiving body for the data subject. So in case there has been a communication via email and the data subject has received emails, this email is not subject to the copy the data subject is requesting in the course of Article 15. But in that specific case brought to the District Labor Court of Düsseldorf, we had a delayed response. We had a incomplete response to a request under Article 15. So the court in the end granted 5,000 euros to the plaintiff. The reasons for this were quite different. One thing the court was stating is that the access right is a fundamental piece of the Charter of the EU in Article 8. And also we had a quite obvious breach of Article 15 of GDPR, which led to the court to the assumption that a compensation of 5,000 euros should be considered sufficient. Another case being brought to the District Court of Hamburg in 2019 was the case of a tattoo artist. This tattoo artist was offering a form on his website offering the possibility to make an appointment for getting a tattoo. And the plaintiff was trying to get an appointment for getting a tattoo, but the data entered into this form on the website was disclosed to the internet. So there was a lack of technical and organizational measures at the side of the tattoo artist. So the plaintiff sought compensation for a breach of Article 32. And also a breach of Article 6, because there was a processing of personal data without a legal basis. The exposure or disclosure of personal data lasted 6 weeks, by the way, in the internet. It was publicly accessible. In the end, the Court of Hamburg did not grant any compensation to the plaintiff. The court was saying that you really need to prove a damage caused by the breach of the GDPR. In that particular case, the plaintiff was fearing disadvantages of this exposure of personal data in the internet, leading from an employer who was interested in the private life of this person, also concerning other third parties getting some insights on the private life and this specific interest in tattoos and anything related to tattoos. But this was not sufficient in the view of the court, because the plaintiff could not really prove a damage or substantiate a damage caused by the breach of the GDPR. So in the end, no compensation was granted at all. Another case having been brought to the courts in Germany was taking place in Cologne, on the left-hand side of the slide here. We had a case where 6 pages of account information was sent to a wrong recipient. This was being sent from a controller of personal data, I think it was a telecommunication company, to a lawyer of the mother of the plaintiff. The mother had passed away, and this data should have been communicated to the plaintiff, but not to the lawyer of the mother. In the end, also no compensation was granted by the court. The arguments from the court reducing this compensation to €0 was that this breach of the GDPR was considered trivial by the court. It was only, I'm just quoting here, 6 pages of personal information. It was not, there were no special categories involved of personal data. It was a one-time breach of the GDPR. So in the end, the court did not see any grounds for granting compensation in that particular case. Then but very interesting in the arguments in the court, something which has been brought to my attention was that the court was saying, in case we want to define a compensation granted to the data subject, we need to look not only on the specific case, the data is being affected, if it's a one-time breach or multiple times breach. We also can have a look at Article 83 of the GDPR when it comes to administrative fines. There are certain conditions which the supervisory authorities apply when sanctioning a breach of the GDPR. And the court took these conditions from Article 83 and took them over to the specific case to assess how much his compensation would be in the end, which led them to €0. But still, it was interesting to see that they took this, the conditions for applying from a different aspect of the law covering administrative fines and not the ones from the court. The last case I want to present to you was brought to the District Court of Darmstadt. It was the case of an applicant. This person was applying for a job at a bank via a recruiting portal. And the bank was replying to the application with certain information on the job and a certain salary they could offer to this person. But they communicated this information to the wrong recipient, to another person of another holding this plaintiff was working for. So we had the case of an unlawful processing, with the case of an unlawful disclosure of personal data to the wrong recipient. And we also had the case of the data breach. And especially because it was a data breach under Article 33 and 34 GDPR, the court stated that the plaintiff should receive a compensation of €1,000. One of the arguments was that this applicant's or the information concerning this applicant was very sensitive professional information. It was not any specific category of personal data under Article 9, Paragraph 1 GDPR, but in the view of the court, it was sensitive information with regard to the employment relationship and how much salary this person would get. And also, the court was stating that the plaintiff could fear reputation issues when his existing employer was getting this information and receiving this information that this person wants to leave the company, and therefore there was the danger of discriminatory actions from the employer, which led the court in the end to a compensation of €1,000 for the plaintiff. But if you look at all these cases here covering non-monetary damages in Germany, we must admit that the courts are quite reluctant when it comes to the amount specified for a compensation for the data subject. So the fear in Germany that there would be a fundamental change of cases being brought to the court covering non-monetary damages, we must say that the number of cases increases, but we also can say that the courts are not in the position to really raise the bar when it comes to the compensation numbers and figures. They still remain reluctant when it comes to really big fines, if you want to call it like this, towards the data subject or the plaintiff in the specific case. Moving on to enforcement actions. We've talked about the right of compensation, and now I want to talk a bit about DPA enforcement actions in Germany. So let's start with one slide here, covering the Directive 95/46. You are all aware that the Directive 95/46 did not specify any guidelines regarding the possible administrative fines for breach of law, which led to a different interpretation in the national data protection laws. Such as in Germany, we had a maximum fine of 300,000 euros for a breach of the Federal Data Protection Act. But also our law at least stated that the fine shall exceed the financial benefit to the perpetrator derived from the administrative offense. So there were, of course, cases where this number could be increased because the perpetrator or the company breaching the Federal Data Protection Act really had a financial benefit, such as the case where you're selling personal data. You have a financial benefit, and therefore the regulator wanted to have this possibility to increase the monetary sanction. You had other member states in Europe where you had really few fines stipulated in the Data Protection Act, at least at an early stage or early versions of the Data Protection Act, such as in the Netherlands, where they had in the earlier versions fines up to 4,500 euros only, in comparison to up to 600,000 euros under the Spanish Data Protection Act. So it was quite different from a regulatory framework, but it also was quite different from a supervisory authority approach, how to apply the regulatory framework to the individual cases, which led, to my assumption, to a difference when it comes to sanctioning. We had a huge difference concerning the northern supervisory authorities to the southern supervisory authorities. The highest numbers in monetary sanctions, they came from the southern member states of the European Union, especially Italy and Spain, compared to countries like Sweden, where we did not have any records of monetary sanctions under the Directive 95/46. So quite a different picture in Europe, where Germany was somehow in the middle. We did not have high fines, and on an average we had fines with 4 digits, so like 4,000, 5,000 euros, but we never had the big cases in Germany. So this is something also the Commission has seen, and just trying to harmonize the framework for applying monetary sanctions under the GDPR to some level all the DPAs can work with. But still, even under the GDPR, each supervisory authorities will assess the case on an individual basis and can possibly set up a different fine for a breach of the GDPR. You are all aware of the current framework for applying monetary sanctions under the GDPR. Here, for a minor breach, it can be up to 10,000 euros, or in the case of an undertaking, up to 2% of the worldwide turnover of the preceding financial year. For certain infringements of the articles of the GDPR, and the bigger fine up to 20 million euros in case of an undertaking, up to 4% of the worldwide turnover of the preceding financial years, for especially infringements of Article 5, 6, and 7 of the GDPR. And also, I mean, we live in times where the cross-border data transfers are being heavily discussed for breach of Chapter 5 in Articles 44 up to 49, in case you don't have an adequate level of data protection and you don't have any specific guarantee for the data subjects to make this data protection level adequate to the EU level. But still, under the GDPR, although we have very high fines up to now, and the framework has been quite changed since the GDPR is in place compared to the EU directive, each administrative fine needs to be effective, proportionate, and dissuasive. So as I referred before, it's an individual assessment by the supervisory authorities, which numbers they will take in the end and how much the fine will be in the end. But very importantly, and this has been something the GDPR has been trying to achieve, is that the high figures for monetary sanctions, they shall be dissuasive. This is something the Directive 95 and also the local national data protection laws did not quite achieve, if you ask me. Now, when we talk about DPA enforcement and the monetary sanctions in Germany, you have to be all aware of our complex system in Germany when it comes to so-called DPA landscape here. Since we're a federal state in Germany, we do not have just one supervisory authorities, but we have 18 supervisory authorities dealing with breaches of the GDPR or Federal Data Protection Act. So each state, or as we call it here, land, has its own supervisory authorities, and depending on the establishment of a company, of a controller or processor, the respective supervisory authority is responsible for the case. So this can quite vary even in Germany. So when I was referring before to a difference between the northern approach to monetary sanctions and the southern approach to applying monetary sanctions, this also could be transferred to Germany to some extent. To our experience, the northern supervisory authorities are more strict on data protection matters in general than the southern ones, being more company friendly, because many of the businesses in Germany, the exporting businesses, they reside in the south of Germany. That's why they need to be more company friendly. This is something that has been discussed in Germany, which could, in the past at least, could be stressed with numbers. Now under the GDPR, this might have been changed a bit, but we'll see it on another slide I'm going to present to you. Apart from the local supervisory authorities we have in each state or land in Germany, we also have a Federal Data Protection Commissioner at federal level, being responsible for federal institutions and also being responsible for certain sectors of private bodies, such as telecommunication institutions. The German Telecom, for example. So another complex situation here. And we also have, quite surprisingly, dedicated DPAs for the evangelical Catholic churches in Germany. We have an open clause or the possibility to have a national implementation law when it comes to the churches. In Germany, it is the case that we have two main codes for data processing from the big churches here in Germany, and they also have their own supervisory authorities. So a very complex system in Germany, which leads to the requirement of a consistency mechanism in Germany. You are all aware of the consistency mechanism in Europe with the European Data Protection Board. But due to the fact that we have so many supervisory authorities, we also need some sort of consistency mechanism in Germany. That's why on the left-hand side of the slide, you can see something which we called a board of federal and Länder DPAs. It's called Datenschutzkonferenz, where the supervisory authorities are trying to get to an agreement on certain cases. But most of the publications from the DSK or the Datenschutzkonferenz, they are mere opinions. They are not binding in any way. So it's just a mechanism to make controllers or processors in Germany aware of a consistent DPA position on a certain topic of data protection. It can be Office 365, it can be any other topic when it comes to data protection, but still each supervisory authority stays responsible for the individual case and might use this publication from the Datenschutzkonferenz for the individual case, but the supervisory authority could also just have its own opinion on the matter and set a different fine for a breach of the GDPR, which makes it a bit complex. But at least it's an effort in Germany to get some consistency, to get some reliability for controls and processes when it comes to actions of the DPAs. But still, it's very complex and stays complex even under GDPR. So now when we talk about enforcement landscapes in Germany, how are the DPAs applying Article 83? You first have to be aware of that getting information on monetary sanctions from supervisory authorities is quite difficult in Germany. Why is that? Because each DPA, they publish an activity report. It's mostly an activity report covering 2 years of actions, but we don't have any standardized scheme for these activity reports. And there is no central repository for monetary penalties when it comes to these activity reports. And also I have to admit that these activity reports are quite selective. So the DPA, the individual DPA, it decides which cases to publish. And when they publish cases on enforcement actions, they usually don't name any companies. They don't name any details. This has changed a bit under GDPR. Supervisory authorities now tend to publish press releases with the names of the companies and certain information on the case. But it's just very, very selective, and there are very few publications on the matter. So when I was digging, deep diving into the activity reports of the supervisory authorities to be able to present to you some information on enforcement actions, it is quite difficult because you need to assess all the activity reports, and then you have to check a certain section, if there is one, in this report to get some numbers for enforcement actions. But then still, you are not 100% sure if it's all the enforcement action which has been taken place or not. So there have been surveys in Germany mostly conducted by newspapers, trying to get some information. I have one slide later on presenting you some facts, but it's still very difficult to get information on this. But still, I tried, and I'll give you some cases on the matter. You have to add here the year of these 187 fines, which was in 2019. So there was a survey conducted by Handelsblatt, a German newspaper, asking all the supervisory authorities in Germany concerning their enforcement actions when it comes to monetary sanctions. We had overall 187 fines in 2019 under GDPR. The year before, we only had 40. And the reason for this was that the supervisory authorities were stating that we were that year in a phase where companies, controllers, or processors, they need to implement the GDPR, still trying to change their processes to make them in compliance with the GDPR. So there was some sort of grace period granted to the controllers that no monetary sanctions would be applied, which led to a few numbers of any enforcement actions in 2018. But this changed in 2019. It will change in the future, at least when you consult publications of the supervisory authorities stating that they want to take more actions now with the GDPR being in place for 3 years. They're shifting now from the more advising aspects of a supervisory authority activity towards a more punishing enforcement activity of a DPA. And as you can see, the numbers quite vary. You have supervisory authorities, if you look below in Bremen and Schleswig-Holstein, where there were no published enforcement actions for 2019, whereas the bigger states, such as North Rhine-Westphalia, they had 65 cases of enforcement actions, 33 being monetary sanctions. And also Berlin being quite active. It is our capital with many controls and processes having 44 cases being brought to or sanctioned by the DPA. But you can see that there can be some data protection shopping being conducted here in Germany. So you could, and theoretically, choose a seat or an establishment in Germany within a DPA authority, which usually has few actions when it comes to enforcement. Naming Bremen or Schleswig-Holstein. Bayern is also quite interesting. Always here on the lower side of the slide. Bayern is also a state or a land with many companies. So we have many controls and processes. There's lots of activity going on. So this is quite interesting to see that they had so few numbers in 2019 regarding sanctions or enforcement actions. The reason was, you can see it in the next slide I'm going to present to you, but I can already tell you, is that they were pretty much overloaded with requests by data subjects, or it could have been a data breach report notification. It could be a general question. They were just overwhelmed by requests by data subjects and companies. So they were not in a position to sanction anything, but just to reply to certain notifications they received or to certain questions which were raised by controllers or processors or data subjects. But it's still interesting to see that there's a huge difference when it comes to the respective state or land in Germany regarding enforcement actions. If you look at 2019, we had an average of 6,000 euros as monetary sanctions for a breach of GDPR, which is not a big number. But you will see on the next slide that there are by now popular cases which have big monetary sanctions for a breach of the GDPR. But before that, I just want to tell you briefly about the system our DPAs are working when it comes to applying monetary sanctions. We have a published finding guideline of our Datenschutzkonferenz, our Board of Federal and State Data Protection Commissioners. And this paper is quite interesting because it seeks to make the controls and processes aware of the approach of a monetary sanction. And our supervisory authorities, they do classify controls and processes according to their size. They take notice of recommendations of the European Commissions from 2003 and taking these recommendations into a classification of 20 groups overall, depending on usually the turnover of the company, and therefore selecting them to a specific classification scheme. So overall, we have 4 big categories of companies and 20 subcategories of these companies to get a first indication of are we talking about SME or are we talking about a really big company. Then as the second step, they are identifying the median turnover of each group. The median turnover of the preceding financial year, as it is stated in the GDPR. So, and they are taking a functional concept of undertaking. So they're looking at the economic activity of the respective controller and processor, and then taking the median turnover of each group from the preceding financial year, and then getting to a certain amount. Then it takes this amount as basic amount and divide it by 360 days to get a, as I called it, a certain basic amount, and then they applying certain multipliers for the monetary sanction. And then they distinguish in between a violation of Article 83, paragraph 4, or a violation of Article 83, paragraph 5 and 6, so the 20 million or 20 million, 10 or 20 million euros euro fine as a maximum. And this multiplier is applied to the basic amounts, and then they still distinguish between minor breaches and severe or very severe breaches of the GDPR. And in the end, they have an amount, a certain monetary sanction they will apply, but then they will adjust this this number they estimated with the mitigating, not only mitigating, but also other factors of Article 83, paragraph 2 of the GDPR. For example, has there been a good cooperation with the DPA in the individual case? Have there been any mitigating actions after the DPA has made the controller aware of the breach? Is it a low profitability breach of the GDPR? And all these factors can lead to an increase or decrease of the fine, which is quite interesting to see. At least it's a very interesting guidance for also companies to see how are they acting when it comes to monetary sanction. So it's not a big, like a surprise thing they're going to see, is because it's really all numbers. It's all numbers, and each company can really get through these numbers trying to get to a certain fine for a breach of GDPR. Now, if you look at Germany and recent public cases concerning enforcement actions, you can see that I present to you the cases with really big fines for breach of the GDPR. For example, in Hamburg, H&M, the company has been fined with 35 million euros for breach of the GDPR and our Federal Data Protection Act, because the employer has collected vast information of the private life of the employees. Here it was a call center. They were collecting information on absence, they were collecting information on the personal family life, on holidays, and this was not covered by any legal basis under GDPR. And they also had insufficient access control policies in place, which led to the information of the supervisory authority in the beginning. So it was a data breach, presenting this case to the supervisory authority, and then they fined H&M with 35 million euros, and H&M accepted. They did not challenge this before court. They accepted because they also saw this heavy breach of the GDPR, and looking at the H&M medium turnover, they probably assessed that this was quite maybe a moderate fine the Hamburger DPA was applying here. We also had a case against Deutsche Wohnen on the right-hand side of the slide here in Berlin. Another typical case happening in the daily data protection practice and life. They had a customer relationship management in place, which did not have any archiving function. They were simply not able to delete personal information of tenants. So in the end, the supervisory authority discussed with the intendants of the supervisory authorities, and over, I think, over 2 or 3 years, the supervisory authority was stressing that they need an archiving concept and deletion concept for this software they were using, the customer relationship management system. But in the end, they did not really follow the recommendations of the supervisory authorities, and then they were fined with 14 million euros for not complying with the data protection principles under GDPR and data protection by design and by default, because they were using a software which had not any technical guidance or any technical aspects of data minimization or applying the storage principle or limitation of storage principle. On the left-hand side, we had a case brought against a public insurer for collecting personal data of with the EU for a competition. So they were collecting personal information of persons participating in the competition and the insurer they were a part of, but then they were contacting the data subjects without consent, and they were using a software not really applying the consent of the data subject, or if there was a consent or if there wasn't a consent. And the last popular case I want to present to you is the case against 1&1 Telecom. It is quite an astonishing case in Germany because I just want to present it to you very briefly. We had the scenario where we had a call center of this telecommunication company, and usually callers would call this call center and authenticating via a birth date or contract number. So in case the employee of this call center was aware of, this is really the person I want to talk to. And in the particular case, an ex-partner was obtaining information on a new cell phone number from the ex-partner by authenticating with to her known information, birth of date of her ex-partner. So the woman called, received the information of this new cell phone number by just authenticating with the birth date of the ex-partner, and then she massively stalked her ex-partner via telephone. And this has been brought to the attention of the supervisory authority in, I think it was the Federal Commissioner, because it's a telecommunication company. And then the Federal Data Protection Commissioner fined 1&1 Telecommunications with a fine of close to 10 million euros. Another big fine, if you compare it to other fines in Germany, and the reason was an infringement of Article 32 GDPR. But in that particular case, and in contrast to the other case I just presented to you, 1&1 challenged the fine, because it was surprising for them and also to the public and also to my person that the fine was so big. It was close to 10 million euros for a technical, that wasn't even an organizational procedure in a call center, which was quite common in Germany, asking for certain additional information of the caller to this call center, such as a birth date or a contract number. So 1&1 challenged this fine imposed by the Federal Data Protection Commissioner. This case has been brought to the Regional Court of Bonn, and in November 2020, the court reduced the fine for concerning 1&1 Telecommunications from close to 10 million euros to 900,000 euros, a tenth of the original amount of fine. Quite surprising to see. The court argued that it was a common practice in call centers to ask for additional information, such as a birth date, and this practice had never been challenged by the Federal Data Protection Commissioner, because usually the telecommunication companies and the Federal Data Protection Commissioner, they are in constant exchange of information, and this has never been challenged in the past by the Federal Data Protection Commissioner. They were also arguing that it was just a small set of number of person data which has been disclosed to a person without a legal basis and not on a repetitive basis. So in the end, the court massively reduced the fine imposed by the Federal Data Protection Commissioner. And also 1&1 acted in good faith, because they assumed that this was a procedure which would be common in the telecommunication sector. One final interesting thing on the case was that something very specific here in Germany. If you want to apply monetary sanctions to a controller or processor for breach of GDPR or Federal Data Protection Act, you have to rely on the Act of Regulatory Offences. And this Act on Regulatory Offences always seeks for a breach or a lack of supervisory authorities from upper management. And in case there is no lack of supervisory authorities from an upper management, there is no breach under the Act on Regulatory Offences. That's why many companies always argue in Germany, Well, the upper management, they have made some instructions and they have developed policies for the employees, and that was it. So they were all well instructed. Whereas the GDPR has another approach. So GDPR wants to sanction the controller processor, the organization itself, and not the people guiding or leading this organization. But if you are seeking for effective enforcement in Europe, you need a uniform approach. So the specific German approach, seeking for a responsibility in the upper management, does not help imposing fines in general. So that's why the court is stating that we have GDPR, we have a certain approach for enforcement, and this approach is targeted at the controller and processor, not the people behind the controller and processor. Only in cases of an excessive behavior of the employees, employees evolving to a processor or control of personal data, then this could change. But in general, the company is subject of administrative fine under GDPR. So quite interesting to see. And maybe if you are planning to have this procedure or this argument against a possible fine, you probably will fail by now in Germany, because we are subject under the GDPR. That should be it for now. If you have any questions, I was just checking the chat. Fintan has something to point out. Yeah, that the date of birth might be used as ID checks because there are public records on it. Absolutely, Fintan. There has been a change of policy now in Germany. So at the moment, telecommunications companies, they are introducing a service PIN, a unique service PIN for the customers. With this number, you need to authenticate, and it's not the date of birth or any other public information there is. Thank you. Yeah, I think you're on mute.
I will step in if you can hear me. And I will ask Diana to restart. Okay, thank you very much, Stefan. It was a quite interesting presentation. I think we can discuss on it a lot. Right now, I want to present our friend from Ireland, Mr. Fintan Swanton. Let me just put the presentation. He's the president of the Ireland, member also of CEDPO, and consultant, auditor, and trainer at Signals Consulting.
Okay, good morning, folks. And, okay, now I can. Good morning, everybody. I'm talking to you from Westport in Ireland on our Atlantic coast. Coincidentally, I was just looking at it online earlier, almost exactly as far west as you in the Atlantic coast in Lisbon, and further west than Romania. I'm with my company, Signals Consulting, for a number of years now. I've been providing on an outsourced basis data protection officer services to a range of organisations here in Ireland and also in the United States. And as Marius has just mentioned there, I'm involved in our professional body here, the Association of Data Protection Officers, which is in turn affiliated since 2013 to the Confederation of European Data Protection Organizations, CEDPO. What I want to talk to you about this morning is this requirement under Article 37 for data protection officers to have expert knowledge of data protection law and practices, and the ambiguity of this and the difficulty that exists now and always has existed since the data protection officer role was first created in the 1970s in Germany. We'll look at that in more detail now. The two key words from my point of view on this are the law. You have to understand the law, but you also have to understand the practices. So how do you actually implement this in the course of your day-to-day work? How do you actually conduct a data protection impact assessment? How do you manage the kinds of personal data breaches that we heard about earlier, that mostly are through human error? So take a look at to begin with the background of the data protection officer role. It was first originated under the German Federal Data Protection Act, and Stefan, who's just given us a presentation now, we also had the privilege of having Stefan give us a very interesting and very well received presentation on our data protection conference yesterday morning on the origin and evolution of the data protection officer role in Germany. So that was the very first appearance of the data protection officer role. Just to highlight, it's not unique to European law. So pre-GDPR, 2 years before, for example, under the Privacy Act in New Zealand, they created the role of privacy officer, which still exists under its current Privacy Act, which was updated within the last year or two. The purpose of the data protection, the logic of the data protection officer role under the German Federal Act was to have sort of self-regulation by organizations of their data protection compliance in-house and making it less bureaucratic and not every organization not being under more direct supervision by supervisory authorities. And from the start, the Data Protection Act required that data protection officers had necessary expertise in order to perform these tasks, but it didn't say what that expertise was, and the GDPR still doesn't. I would note that the 1990 amendment of the German Federal Data Protection Act introduced a specific authority for supervisory authorities to demand dismissal of incompetent data protection officers who didn't meet this skill role, which implies to me that they were either there were actual incompetent DPOs being appointed, or at least there was a concern that there may be. One of the points that Stefan made to us in his presentation yesterday morning on the DPO role was that there have been occasional orders from German supervisory authorities to data controllers or processors to remove DPOs from the role because of incompetency, but there's very little description in the cases, that the details of the cases that are published as to what the difficulty with incompetencies were. I would just say that I was looking at an article published in the Computer Law and Security Review Journal in 2018, just when the GDPR was coming into effect, and it was saying that the year before, in 2017 in Germany, more than 700,000 data protection officers had been registered. So I presume that the main reason for not having a specific requirement for qualifications is because it was just unfeasible to require a specific certification for that number of people. The German Data Protection Act was a strong influence on the 1995 Data Protection Directive, and among other things in the Data Protection Directive, Article 18 provided for the possible designation of personal data protection officials. This is at the choice of member states whether they introduce this in their national data protection law. For example, here in Ireland, we didn't introduce it. There was no legal definition of a data protection officer before the GDPR came into effect in 2018, but there were quite a few other member states which did. For example, Slovakia, Latvia, France, Hungary, the Netherlands, quite a few others. Slovakia and Latvia did have mandatory requirements for certification of data protection officers, or these data protection officials, which were operated by their supervisory authorities. And in other countries, like for example, in Luxembourg, it was a requirement for data protection officers, not necessarily to have a data protection specific qualification, but they had to have some third level education in topics like law, information technology, or economics, things like that. So it had already been acknowledged by at least some member states that an official certification standard for data protection officers was a necessity. Think about of the risks for organizations if their data protection officer doesn't have the necessary expertise to do their job. I think the greatest risk is our main functions as data protection officers are to advise on and monitor the data protection compliance of our organizations. And if we don't have the necessary competencies or skills, the biggest risk is that the organization will be getting poor advice, and this in turn will be creating poor data protection compliance, resulting in adverse impacts on the rights and freedoms of the data subjects whose personal data is being processed by the organizations. And of course, the risk for the organization itself is the risk of potential sanctions and fines, litigation and legal claims against organizations of the kind that Stefan was just describing in his presentation a few minutes ago, and the potential impact on the organization's reputation. I mentioned that the rationale for the DPO role is to strengthen self-regulation, but if there's too many incompetent DPOs, this self-regulation isn't going to work as well as it should, and it's going to create an extra workload for supervisory authorities. In theory, under the GDPR, an infringement of the requirement to designate a data protection officer on the basis of their expert knowledge of data protection law and practices, it could be sanctioned. I think in reality, this requirement is so ambiguous, it's really unenforceable. But in theory, anyway, it's another potential risk against an organization. If it has appointed an incompetent DPO, it could be sanctioned for that in itself. Another more realistic risk that I've actually seen was highlighted by two Irish lawyers, barristers Dennis Kelleher and Karen Murray, who published in 2018 their book on European Union data protection law. And as they pointed out, a controller wishing to dismiss a data protection officer on grounds of incompetence may be met with the allegation that the controller is seeking to impinge on the independence of the data protection officer. And I've actually seen this happen in practice with an organization I was working with. They're based in Germany. I'd strongly emphasize I myself wasn't the data protection officer. But they needed to take their DPO out of the role because of incompetence, and the DPO immediately submitted a complaint against the organization with the local supervisory authority, alleging that this was an infringement of their independence, not because they were incompetent, because their organization didn't like how they were monitoring and advising on data protection compliance. In the end, that complaint was unsuccessful, but there was a lot of time and effort and resources went into dealing with that complaint. I mentioned the change to the German Federal Data Protection Act in 1990, giving supervisory authorities the power to require the removal from office of incompetent DPOs. We'll take a look now at DPOs in European Union institutions and bodies before the GDPR came into effect. So as I mentioned, for example, here in Ireland, there was no legal definition of the DPO role before 2018 when the GDPR came into effect. But the 2001 data protection regulation, which applied to European institutions and bodies, required that all European Union institutions and bodies should appoint data protection officers. So they were, you could say that European Union institutions and bodies have 17 years more experience on the DPO role than organizations here in Ireland or in other European countries which didn't apply the data protection official role under the 95 directive. The European Data Protection Supervisor published 10 years after this 2001 regulation came into effect, published a report on the status of DPOs in European Union organizations. I made a couple of very significant observations. The first was that at that time in 2012, 30% of these DPOs had been in office for 1 year or less. Less than half of them had been in office for more than 2 years. So there was a very high turnover of this DPO role in the EU institutions and bodies. And as the data protection supervisor put it, a key factor causing this high turnover was, and this is a direct quote from the report, a poor understanding of the skills required for the DPO function. So this ambiguity with regard to expert knowledge of data protection law and practices is not a novelty under the GDPR. It was already, as you've seen, a difficulty under the Federal Data Protection Act in Germany and also under this 2001 Data Protection Regulation for EU organisations and bodies. Another observation made by the data protection supervisor was that at that time, 54% of European Union organisations' data protection officers were legal professionals. So what this is also highlighting to me is, and I'll come back to this later, is that although a data protection officer being a legal professional or having a legal qualification may be helpful, it's certainly not a requirement, nor is it sufficient to meet that data protection officer expert knowledge, data protection laws and practices. Around the same time as this 2012 report was published, the network of DPOs of EU institutes and bodies, the professional body for EU institutes, DPOs, had also published a paper on this role. And what it was saying was that although it wasn't a mandatory requirement under the 2001 regulation, it was strongly of the view that data protection officers should have relevant professional certifications. And at that time, 9 years ago, there were fewer specific data protection training programs and certification standards available. We'll get back to that as well shortly. The kind of things they were suggesting were that DPOs should have qualifications and certifications on information systems auditing, information security, and information privacy. Even though it was not a mandatory requirement, the way they put it was that it should be considered an asset by EU institutions and bodies when selecting their data protection officers. I think in Article 37 of the GDPR, it specifically says that the data protection officer can either be an employee of the organisation, the controller or the processor, or it can be done by an external entity on the basis of a contract. It can be outsourced. And in its guidance on the DPO role published by the Article 29 Working Party in 2017, which is now being officially endorsed by its successor organisation, the European Data Protection Board, the Working Party's guidance stated that they acknowledged that DPO service contracts could be concluded with an individual or with an organisation. And if it was an outsourced DPO role, then the tasks may be performed by a team of individuals. But the next part of this guidance to me is not, I wouldn't 100% agree with it. It goes on to advise that if you do have an outsourced DPO contract and it is being carried out by a team of individuals, each member of that team, it says, must fulfill all applicable requirements of the GDPR. Basically what it's saying is if you have a football team like this, each member of the team has to have the same level of skills and qualifications. I would disagree with that, and I would 100% agree with the opinion published on this a while back by the Centre for Information Policy Leadership, which said that as long as a team leader holds overall responsibility and accountability for providing this DPO role, the DPO skills, expertise and tasks required by the GDPR can be distributed across the entire DPO team. So you could have a team that includes, for example, an information security specialist and a legal professional, or somebody who's skilled at providing data protection awareness training and things like that. And you can say that that's actually more effective than trying to get everybody in the DPO team to have the exact same level of qualifications and skills. I would highlight, just in general, not just with regard to this guidance by the working party, but in general with regard to guidance from the Data Protection Board or from national supervisory authorities. There was a comment made several years ago in our annual conference by an assistant data protection commissioner in our own data protection commission, our supervisory authority. He himself is a legal professional. The way he put it was, guidance is guidance, but the GDPR is the law. It's the law that we have to adhere to, not necessarily the guidance. And it's to form our own judgment as to the guidance and whether we should 100% apply it in whatever situation. One thing I'd also highlight is that I think it would be reasonable for there to be data protection officer certification standards for external organizations providing DPO services for companies. Like I mentioned, I provide on an external basis DPO service, but strictly speaking, it's not me personally that's the DPO of the organizations I'm working with. It's my company, Cygnus Consulting Limited. And the GDPR Article 42 authorization to establish compliance certification standards for controllers and processors could, you could reasonably say, also be applied to firms which are providing DPO services. And I was interested to see in the 2019 Data Protection Regulation of Nigeria, it created an interesting prospect. It said that if an organization is using an outsourced service provider, it has to be a verifiably competent firm or person that's providing that outsourced service. And it goes on then to give authority to Nigeria's supervisory authority to create further regulations on this matter. So the Nigerian supervisory authority could have a certification standard for companies rather than individuals like you or I who are providing DPO services. I'm back to thinking about what the data protection supervisor was saying 9 years ago about the misunderstanding or of what the requirements are for the data protection officer role. I did myself a bit of research on this about 1.5 years ago, looking at recruitment advertisements for data protection officers, mainly on LinkedIn, but for example on Google or Indeed and Monster. And I looked at over 150 recruitment advertisements for DPOs and was taking a look. What were the expectations of the prospective employers for these data protection officer roles? Again, it's very similar to what we've seen in that report, 2012 report of the European Data Protection Supervisor. About half of these advertisements were saying that they either required or desired their data protection officer to either have a legal qualification or to be a lawyer, even though this is clearly not a GDPR requirement. I was rather surprised that 2/3 of these employers didn't require their data protection officer or desire them to have any data protection specific certification. And even more alarmingly, several of them expressly stated that they didn't mind if their data protection officer, when appointed, had no expertise or competence. Basically, they're saying that they could learn on the job. And that is a clear and obvious infringement of the requirement to designate a data protection officer on the basis of their expert knowledge of data protection law and practices. But the biggest issue I saw, the biggest gap in this is the large majority of these employers, more than 3/4 of them, made no reference to risk management skills. You're probably all aware that risk is a key theme of the GDPR. The word risk is, there's 75 instances of the word risk in the English language text of the GDPR. And specifically with regard to the DPO role, under Article 39, DPOs have a duty to take a risk-oriented approach to the performance of their tasks. But as I said, 3/4 of these employers weren't expecting or asking any of their DPOs to have specific skills on risk assessment and risk management, which I think is critically important for the DPO role. I already mentioned the DPO certification standards, or the data protection official standards are under the 95 directive. And so, for example, Slovakia and Latvia had mandatory certification standards. Certification standards post GDPR can't be mandatory, but some member states have introduced non-mandatory but official certification standards. 3 main ones that I've looked at are in France, Italy, and Spain. The French and Spanish standards have been developed by their supervisory authorities. The Italian one was developed by the Ente Italiano di Normazione, an Italian organization for voluntary technical standards, and it's actually coincidental that it's this week, the 26th of January, is the 100th anniversary of the establishment of that Ente Italiano. The basis under, as I understood it, French law for the CNIL's certification standard is that under national French data protection law, the CNIL has authority to certify persons, products, data systems, or procedures for recognizing compliance, and it's introduced this standard for certifying data protection officers. As far as I could make out, there's no equivalent specific provision under the Spanish national law, but I assume that the Spanish Data Protection Authority is exercising its task under GDPR Article 57 to promote awareness of organizations' obligations under the GDPR. The Spanish and French standards are quite similar. They have a similar level of competencies. There's quite a bit of difference in the amount of training they would expect for individuals. The French one, basically, the maximum level of training that you'd have to do is 35 hours, depending on your previous experience. The maximum level of training that you might have to do under the Spanish standard is 180 hours, so it's quite a lot more. Then the competencies in the Italian one, they're quite a lot more extensive. Some of them aren't particularly data protection specific, but they'd be helpful to any professional. Things like analytical and communication skills for any professional, no matter what sector they're in, that would be useful. Others, I think they're a bit irrelevant and will be also very difficult to certify. Things like the Italian organization was saying that data protection officers should have skills of tenacity or stress control. I don't know how you could certify somebody, for example, having stress control. What I would just say is, overall, these 3 certification standards, they're all pretty reasonable. They're good, high standards, but they're not consistent. And that's a key aspect of the GDPR and other European unions, to have consistent application of the GDPR across all member states. So then I'll take a brief look at some examples, and these are absolutely not exhaustive, but some examples of unofficial certification programs. Stefan, there from the GDD, mentioned that its organization is the longest established data protection professional body in the world, and it has been providing data protection training for more than 30 years. And if I got it right, since 2005, it's been providing data protection certification standard. our own organisation, the Association of Data Protection Officers, in collaboration with our parent organisation, the Irish Computer Society, provides, we since 2007 have been providing a certified data protection practitioner programme, and then in 2018 we introduced a more advanced certification standard, the European Certified Data Protection Officer programme. Our certification standards and training prompt, they're quite similar to the GDTs, not identical, but for example, the level of the amount of training is the same. It's 9 days training and covering mainly the same topics, things like their own program, things like managing personal data breaches, conducting data protection impact assessments, understanding data protection by design and by default, and so on. Another example is the law school in Maastricht University in the Netherlands, which has been providing data protection officer certification courses since 2017. And like these official ones that I just talked about, all of these are reasonable. I'd say because our background, my own professional background is I'm not a legal professional myself, although I now do have a legal qualification. My own professional background is in IT, worked in IT for decades. And the reason why the Irish Computer Society and the Association of Data Protection Officers originally started providing data protection courses was because by default, data protection compliance pre-GDPR tended to land on the desks of IT managers in our country. The Maastricht course is being organised by the law school of the university there, so it's, how to put it, more legalistic than practical than our own, but it's still a good course. Again, they're not entirely consistent, and that's the difficulty. Right? We need a consistent standard for data protection officers. And go back to these, as I said, this is not an exhaustive list. The last time I looked at this, there's more than 50 unofficial data protection training and certification programs available across EU member states. My view on this is that we need a common and official, even though it's not mandatory like those Spanish, Italian and French data protection officer certification standards. The European Data Protection Board could have an official standard, even though it's not a possibility under the GDPR, at least at the moment, to make it a mandatory requirement. Our supervisory authority, the Data Protection Commission, has published guidance on certification for data protection officers, which is and it's understandable, it is quite ambiguous because of the ambiguity of the GDPR on this topic itself. But one of the things that commented or said was that if you're getting a certification, ideally it should be an internationally recognized certification. That begs the question, to me anyway, internationally recognized by whom? Our Data Protection Commission didn't say who that internationally recognized. And the context of the GDPR, my own view is the only credible international recognition for data protection officer certification would be by the European Data Protection Board. I raised this topic with the Vice Chair of the European Data Protection Board in the first anniversary workshop in Brussels in 2019 for the first anniversary of the GDPR being in effect. The feedback I was getting, not from him, but another European Data Protection Board official, that it would be very difficult, but I still think it should be attempted to get a consensus across all 27 member states for what would be the appropriate standard. But anyway, to finish, I would just say this difficulty with the ambiguity of that expertise for data protection officers, it's not a novelty. It's been there since the 1970s when the data protection officer role was first originated in Germany, and we've seen how in the 1990 German Data Protection Act was already being recognised 31 years ago that incompetent DPOs were being appointed. We've already seen, as I said, 19 years ago, in that report from the European Data Protection Supervisor that there was at that time already a lack of understanding of the necessary skills for data protection officers. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If you have any questions or comments, please pass them on. I'll do my best to answer them to you, Marius. Whether it's now or if you want to drop me a line or by all means give me a call as well. Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Fintan. I hope that everybody can hear me now.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation on all the information shared with us. Marius, do we have any questions? Okay, if not, I will present you our next guest. It's Mr. João Miguel Gabriel. He is the president of AEDP Portugal, member of the CEDPO, partner MICC Mission It's Critical. And his today's presentation is the DPO Independence, how to be independent against national law. Mr. João, I'm not sure if he's still online.
He will just have to log in again. I think he has a little technical problem.
Okay. So he should be back like in a few seconds. We have the presentation. Is there any question we can debate? Okay. He might have some technical situations. We might take a short break for like a few minutes before Mr. João is back and it's connecting with us. So we apologize about that, but being online, sometimes we can have this type of issues depending where we are. Okay, well, we will have a short break for maximum 5 minutes and we will be back. Sorry about that.
It was my time to go live.
That's fine. I already presented your presentation to our public, so they know that you're going to be our next speaker. Okay. I will just count to 3 and we will be back. Okay. Okay, so 3, 2, 1. Hi everyone, so we are back. Our technical issues are fixed now. We are back at our National Conference of Private and Data Protection Privacy Romania 2021. As I told you a few minutes ago, our next guest is Mr. João Miguel Gabriel, and his presentation is about the DPO independence, how to be independent against national law. João, please.
Thank you very much, Diana, for the presentation, and thank you for the Association of Data Protection Officers of Romania for this invitation and this whole event, which is great. We've seen great presentation from lots of different countries. And now it's my time to say hello from the other side of Europe, from Lisbon, where it is a rainy day, unlikely for Portugal, but well, it is winter here. So today I'm going to talk about the DPO independence, how to be independent against national law, because in Portugal we have a problem. The law that tries to implement the data protection, the GDPR, I know it's strange to have a law that implements the GDPR, because the GDPR is a European regulation, so it does not need to be implemented by national law, but our national law says so. And our national law says that the DPO adds some functions and capabilities to the DPO. We've heard Finton's requirements for the data protection officer, and now I'm going to try to present you some other requirements that the law is trying to impose on us. So, but I know that we are reaching lunchtime, and I'll try not to talk about laws and data protection officers and everything. I'll talk about what's on the menu, and I'll try to talk about a little bit about food, because that, I believe that is all that we desire at this moment. So let's start with the GDPR tasks. The GDPR requires the DPO to inform and advise, to monitor compliance, to provide advice, both regarding the data protection impact assessments as regarding data breaches, and to cooperate, meaning to act as a contact point to the supervisory authorities on issues relating to processing, including the prior consultation. Furthermore, we also need to drink when we are having a meal, so the GDPR also adds to these functions the capability of data subjects to contact the data protection officer with regard to all issues related to processing of their personal data and to the exercise of their rights, meaning that the DPO will also be kind of a psychologist that could be contacted by the data subjects. I mean, we have a lot to do. We have a lot on our plate, and we have a lot on the menu. But we need to cook the menu. So what are the means, the means that the GDPR gives the DPO in order to pursue those functions? So first of all, the companies must provide the DPO with resources, meaning both training resources as an office space, a computer, but foremost, the DPO needs to be involved properly and in a timely manner in all issues which relate to the protection of personal data. As I said, it needs to be given support, the resources necessary to carry out these tasks. But one of the most important, confidentiality is also important, but one of the most important tools that the DPO has is the independence. He shall not receive any instructions and shall not be dismissed or penalized by the controller or the possessor for the performance of his tasks. And what does this independence mean? It means that the DPO should not receive any instructions, shall not be dismissed or penalized by his functions, and his tasks and duties do not result in a conflict of interests. Let's talk a little bit further about this. What does it mean for a DPO not to receive any instructions? It means that his advice should be independent, he should take into account the GDPR, any privacy laws, and he should take into account the legal rights of the data subjects. Also, the need of compliance of the controller or processor. He should not take into consideration, at least directly, the financial standing of the controller or the processor, nor any other considerations that are not privacy related. The DPO obviously should be an asset to the controller or the processor. However, the only way for him to be an asset is to be independent in his counseling. So he should not receive any instructions. Take, for example, me as a DPO, I am a DPO, my company is a DPO in several controllers or processors. We are required to assess a data protection agreement. Should I say, should I advise the company not to take this agreement because the chief financial officer said we should not take it? Should I accept minimum requirements for talking or for the processor to answer to us that are further than the 72 hours? Taking, for example, a data protection agreement, I'm the controller, I'm representing the controller, and the processor proposes to have 2 weeks to notify a data breach. The CFO says they have a very good price. If we lower this requirement, the price will go up. Should I listen to the CFO regarding this? Obviously not, because 2 weeks is way too much to be notified by a data breach from the processor. So the DPO really should be independent. If he is not independent, his functions, his obligations will be wrongdoed. Further, he shall not be dismissed or penalized by his work. I mean, we should not be taking instructions. What happens if we do not comply with the instructions that they are giving us? Because in the end of the month, we know who pays us. It's the controller, it's the processor. So what to do if we go against them? So we have this legal right not to be dismissed or penalized by our opinions. It doesn't mean that we are not under a contract or that we have not duties, and not to comply with those duties does not have repercussions. It does have repercussions. However, those repercussions cannot be connected to what we have said in the course of our functions. Kind of like what we have there with employees, representations, and syndicates, so unions. On a third way, tasks and duties must not result in a conflict of interests. The DPO must be as independent as to give advice to what the controller or the processor is doing, which means that if I'm the one deciding what the controller and the processor is doing, I'm giving advice about what I am doing. This trashes the independence criteria. For me to be independent, I need to not be the one deciding. I need to be giving advice to others that have decided. Otherwise, I would not be independent. No one is a good judge in his own case. So this is what the GDPR is giving us to eat. And you know that an apple a day keeps the doctor away. So if the DPO does his functions with these tools, he will be successful. However, let me present you to the Portuguese food. This is cozido. It's a very traditional Portuguese dish. It has all kinds of meat, from chicken, beef, pork, mashed with beans, cabbage, potatoes, Portuguese sausage. It has everything. It's very good and it's very nice. However, it's a little bit more than this apple. What do I mean by the Portuguese dish has more in its plate than the GDPR? It means that the Portuguese data protection law requires the DPO to provide some further services, meaning the DPO must assure auditing. The DPO must train users, and the DPO must assure contact with the data subjects. The question is this too much for our stomach? Let's give it a little bit of thought. So, if we have some obligations under the GDPR and we have other obligations that should be added by the Portuguese law, how should we interpret these new obligations? Should we eat apples and cozido, or should we interpret the Portuguese dish as a compliment? The only way to make this interpretation of the Portuguese dish to be a great meal together with the GDPR is to take into consideration the limits that we are talking about, namely the limit of independence. And we should ask ourselves if the DPO is truly independent, if he assures the auditing. How can I assure an internal function of the controller or the processor whilst being independent? The function of internal auditing and internal control is actually a function that the DPO should be taking into consideration. Audit of the process. How should the DPO assure auditing with independence? Should assure auditing by raising the controls in order to data protection concerns into tools auditing. For example, internal auditing has control that the for the audit. The DPO should assure this audit as into the controls regarding privacy and data. Mr. Punin, for your presence. Should the DPO directly train the users? Training is a function of the is a function of data or the data process. The data controller should take into consideration the GDPR and the advice of the do its internal whilst review. Yes.
Looks like you have internet problem. You are cutting off on us. Maybe if you can change a little bit beside your desk, or because at the beginning everything was fine, but now you're cutting off.
Okay.
We couldn't hear like the last 2 minutes properly. Sorry about that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, it's better. Yes, okay. Sure.
If you because I am seeing. Okay.
Yeah, you can keep the camera off if that helps. It's important your voice and your presentation, of course.
Okay. I was how DPO auditing keep his independence. It is hard, but I give goals to the internal auditor for the internal audit to include private actions, the privacy considerations. So, question about training: should the or the employee directly?
Sorry, I have to interrupt you again. Would you please reconnect?
Okay.
Maybe it's going to be it's going to be better because it's still cutting off. Just reconnect, yes. So we are waiting for João to be back with us. Looks like there is an internet problem. Looks like we have some questions, so there is a possibility to have Fintan back, and he's going to answer to some questions we had on the stream.
Hello again, folks. I have my speaker on mute as well as my microphone. The question there with regard to our supervisory authorities' resources here in Ireland, Marius, is that true? Is that what you're asking about, Marius? So your microphone is on mute, Marius?
Yes, we had a question on the chat. It sounds like this. From recent news, we know the lack of power of DCP in Ireland. What are the views of Fintan in regard of the lack of the budget or the personnel?
Well, yeah, there has been strong criticism of the Data Protection Authority here, the Data Protection Commission. I think it's not so much a lack of power as criticism of its failure to exercise that power, which it does have. The logic for this, argued by the Data Protection Commission, is if it's taking a sanction against one of these huge technology companies that so many of them are headquartered here in Ireland, like Facebook or Google or LinkedIn or Twitter, that it has to take its actions against them very carefully because they have basically unlimited resources to challenge every sanction taken against the likes of Facebook and Twitter. It does have a relatively, the Data Protection Commission, compared to most other EU states, does have a relatively high budget, but then of course it's the lead supervisory authority for these organisations, so it needs a higher budget, I would suggest. My own opinion is the biggest gap in resources is our 2018 Data Protection Act provided for, at the moment we have one Data Protection Commissioner, Helen Dixon, but the Data Protection Act provided for the possible appointment of 2 more Data Protection Commissioners. That's why it's not the Data Protection Commissioner, that's our supervisory authority, it's officially the Data Protection Commission, and there can be up to 3 members of it. But 2.5 years later, there's no indication of if or when those 2 other commissioners will be appointed and take a bit of workload off of Commissioner Dixon. The other thing I'd say with regard to the budget, and going back to what I was talking about earlier with regard to the expertise of data protection officers, data protection authority officials also need expertise, and no matter how much budget you have, you may still not be able to find people with the necessary expertise. Just having more money won't necessarily provide that to you. But for what it's worth, go back to just to finish and let you all go back onto his presentation. The recent fine against Twitter by our supervisory authority, there was a challenge against that by a number of other European Data Protection Board members. So, for example, the Hamburg Data Protection Authority was suggesting that there should be a fine of up to 20 million euros against Twitter for a failure to properly manage a data breach. But in the end, the fine imposed on Twitter by our Data Protection Commission was, I think, 450,000 euros. What I would say is, although 8 other supervisory authorities disagreed with our commission, the large majority of other EU member state supervisory authorities, 18 of them, did not disagree. They didn't have an issue with it. So they didn't have a difficulty with how our commission was exercising its powers, all I can say. João, can I let you back in? Hopefully the microphone's working.
Yeah, I believe everything is working now.
Perfectly.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Fintan.
So, thank you, Fintan, for this interlude. As I was saying, the question is to try to complement the EU GDPR requirements with the Portuguese requirements and try to assure the independence of the data protection officer while complying with Portuguese law. Marius or Diana, I need to have access to the presentation, or you can forward the okay, great. So, as I was saying, Portuguese law requires the DPO to assure auditing, to train users, and to assure contact with data subjects. How can we perform these tasks whilst maintaining independence? So in order to assure auditing, the DPO should not make the audits himself, because the auditing function should be something that the DPO should take into consideration whilst giving his privacy recommendations. So the DPO should counsel, should advise how the internal audit should conduct his audits regarding privacy considerations, regarding the requirements for the GDPR. So the DPO should, however, ensure that the internal auditing has in its controls privacy requirements, meaning that when the internal audit performs the auditing, he will also be asking privacy considerations. Same question goes for training. Should the DPO train the users himself? My considerations is that training the users and having a training program is something that is the function of the data controller and the data processor. So how should the DPO train the users, as the Portuguese law says, and maintain his independence? How should the DPO advise regarding the training program and still comply with Portuguese law? The same considerandums apply, the same thinking and same logic applies as to internal audit. The DPO should look into the training program and should include privacy training within the company's training program that is already in place. And for that, I thank Mr. Punit for his earlier presentation, because he gave lots of hints on how to do it successfully. Finally, how should the DPO assure contact with the data subjects and still maintain his independence? Shouldn't it be a conflict of interests? For example, the controller is the one who should answer the data subjects. How should the DPO have this function to assure contact with the data subjects if it is the task of the controller to answer to data subjects' requests? It is my opinion that the DPO should function as a bridge. He should take into consideration the requests that the data subjects ask him, should send them to the controller or the processor in case of processor help, and then should get back the controllers and processor answers and should say to the data subject, look, here is the controller's answer and here is the company's answer to your request. The DPO should not answer himself to those questions, okay? If he does it, he will result in a conflict of interest because it is the controller function to answer the data subjects, not the DPO. So in the end, and we are all eager to lunch, if we're not careful on how we eat, we'll end up as my son with the face all messed up. So we need to be careful how we interpret our national legislation in order to make this interpretation according to the GDPR. We cannot have national legislation that goes against the GDPR. So if for some reason the DPO functions and obligations go against the GDPR's requirements of independence, we should not take those national requirements into considerations. But I know that this is theory, and what you do in real life feels a little bit different. And I know that the DPO should not make any data protection impact assessments, but it is very hard to say no to the client that pays us in the end of the month. So if you're giving a little bit more of advice, then you should. I would not tell the authorities, but take into consideration that you are running into a liability. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm sorry for the technical problems. I believe there are no questions, so I get back to you, Diana.
Thank you so much, Joao, and we really appreciate that you used some personal pictures in your presentation. Very, very cute. Ladies and gentlemen, our second session is getting to an end now, but not before to say again thank you to our guests, to Punit from Belgium, to Mr. Stefan from Germany, Fintan from Ireland, and Joao from Portugal. We will be back at 3 p.m. with new presentations and new guests. So I hope that everybody is going to enjoy a lovely and tasty lunch. So it was a pleasure meeting you. Stefan, Punit, Joao. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Good lunch.
Yes. Bye.
today's world,
your personal data is valuable to many.
By using your mobile phone,
liking social media posts,
and surfing on the web,
you share your data click by click.
You should know where it goes
and what it is being used for.
As data protection is a fundamental right in Europe,
we have one of the strongest
legal frameworks worldwide.
The General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR.
All of the file currencies have their own
independent data protection authorities
to oversee the application of the GDPR.
EU institutions also
have their own regulator.
The European Data Protection Supervisor.
Together we form
the European Data Protection Board,
or EDPB.
The EDPB is unique, as it is made up of 31 members, big and small,
each with equal voice and power.
Together, we ensure that data protection
doesn't stop at our borders,
and all individuals enjoy
equally high level of protection,
no matter where they live in Europe.
From all of us at the EDPB, we wish you a very happy Data Protection Day.
Did you know that a hacked email account can lead to serious problems, which could affect your finances or your reputation? Did you know that your clicks and your likes on social media can be used to profile you and influence your voting behavior? New technologies and the global use of the internet bring new risks for personal data. The new data protection rules were introduced to keep your data safe. On the 25th of May 2018, the General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, entered into application to ensure a harmonized approach across the European Economic Area and to make data protection a reality. The new data protection rules have introduced stronger rights for individuals, giving you more control over your personal data. The new rules also require organizations that process personal data to take more responsibility. Each EU country has its own independent National Data Protection Authority, or DPA, to oversee the correct application of the GDPR. To ensure a uniform application of the new data protection rules, the GDPR established an independent EU body, the European Data Protection Board, EDPB. The EDPB is made up of the national data protection authorities of the EEA member states and the European Data Protection Supervisor. If your data protection rights have been violated, you can contact your national DPA, which is best placed to deal with your complaints. The national DPAs can impose fines on businesses of up to 20 million euros, or 4% of their annual global turnover. So, what can the EDPB do for you? By clarifying the understanding of the GDPR, the EDPB makes sure that the GDPR is applied uniformly, so that everyone enjoys the same rights wherever they live. By adopting binding decisions in cross-border data protection cases, the EDPB ensures that people can get help from their national DPAs for cross-border issues. The EDPB also promotes cooperation, exchange of information, and best practices among the national DPAs. Finally, by advising the European Commission on issues related to the protection of personal data, the EDPB makes sure that any new EU legislation upholds the highest standards of data protection. Remember, your data, your rights. The EDPB is here to protect you.
Protecția datelor personale este importantă pentru fiecare dintre noi. De aceea, din 25 mai 2018, noul regulament european privind protecția datelor consolidează drepturile persoanelor fizice care pot cere ștergerea datelor de pe internet ori portarea datelor către alt operator. Pentru responsabilizarea operatorilor cresc amenziile până la 10 sau 20 de milioane de euro, iar instituțiile publice și, în anumite cazuri, companiile private trebuie să stabilească un responsabil de protecția datelor.
You decide which shops you go to, which services you use, right? But what if they went after you? And after you, 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 whether you wanted anything or not? Ridiculous, right? Companies don't have the automatic right to use your personal data to send you marketing messages. Even if you did get permission, they must give you the opportunity to opt out for free each time you're contacted. And when you're buying or signing up for something, you must be given the right to object to future marketing contact. Using your contact details for electronic marketing purposes without your permission is a criminal offence. Get the messages you want, not the ones you don't. Dataprotection.ie. Know your rights. It's your personal data.
Isn't it clever how they know I love nature documentaries?
It's because you share data, Mum, and we live in a data-driven world.
No, I keep hearing about data, but does it matter?
Oh.
I'll just book our holiday.
That's data.
Auntie Kate has just shared what our cousins have been up to.
More data.
Hello? I'd like to insure my car.
Data.
Who knew data matters so much?
It's your data, and your data matters.
Sharing data helps make life easier and more convenient, but it's important your data stays safe and is used only in ways you'd expect. Take control of your personal information and make it work for you. To find out about your data rights, visit www.ico.org.uk/Your Data Matters.
All'inizio la tua privacy è al sicuro. Poco dopo sarai Anna. Sarai una data di nascita, un gruppo sanguigno, un codice fiscale. Noi del Garante per la protezione dei dati personali da più di 20 anni proteggiamo la tua identità, la tua riservatezza, i tuoi diritti. Per questo abbiamo iniziato introducendo soluzioni utili per tenere al sicuro le tue informazioni riservate, come quella semplice linea che per la prima volta ha dato valore alla tua privacy. Oggi, per lo stesso motivo, monitoriamo con attenzione l'evoluzione dei social network e interveniamo affinché le nuove tecnologie possano essere uno strumento sicuro per tutti, specialmente per i minori, in modo che possano scoprire il mondo più protetti dai rischi. E anche quando decidi di condividere la tua vita online, noi del Garante ti aiutiamo a farlo in maniera consapevole, evitando che i tuoi dati finiscano nelle mani sbagliate e interveniamo in caso di violazioni. Abbiamo a cuore il tuo diritto alla libertà, soprattutto ora che il nostro lavoro è diventato una vera e propria sfida, in un mondo sempre più digitale, dove ogni dato personale può essere tracciato e memorizzato, con il rischio che venga utilizzato anche a tuo svantaggio. In questi anni abbiamo sempre dato il nostro contributo per avere norme rispettose della privacy, affinché i tuoi dati personali vengano usati in maniera corretta e tu possa sempre esercitare i tuoi diritti, come rettificare i dati non aggiornati o cancellare quelli che non ti rappresentano più. Noi ci siamo, specialmente nei momenti in cui sei più fragile, proteggendo i tuoi dati sanitari, un bene prezioso che ti appartiene. Abbiamo fatto tanto, ma c'è ancora molto da fare. È il momento di pensare al futuro, alle nuove sfide che abbiamo già iniziato ad affrontare. Tutto può cambiare, ma una cosa è certa. I tuoi dati sono un tesoro da proteggere insieme.
Nowadays, our personal data is collected, analyzed and stored by various new technologies. It's also stored in the cloud, where it can be accessed by many people at one time. The protection of our valuable personal data is essential in a democratic society. It's at the core of the new data protection rules set out in the General Data Protection Regulation, applicable from the 25th of May 2018. These new rules give people more control over their personal data, including greater rights to access it. They also require that the organizations and companies that process this data take on greater responsibility for data protection. The key word of the reform is accountability. In personal data processing, this means a shift in responsibility. Companies, organizations, EU institutions and bodies should ensure compliance, verify compliance and demonstrate compliance, both to individuals and at the request of a data protection authority such as the EDPS. In other words, personal data protection should be embedded in the culture of your organization, company or institution. It should also be part of your risk management policy. The tone is set at the top. The message is, think data protection. Embed data protection principles in all business procedures and projects from the outset. Develop the reflex to ask your DPO for advice when it comes to questions about personal data processing. Inform people about how you will process their data before you start collecting it. Review and update privacy statements and make them readily available. Be transparent. If you lose or accidentally disclose personal data, report it immediately within your organization. Your organization must inform the relevant supervisory authority, such as the EDPS, of this personal data breach within 72 hours. In the same way that national data protection authorities have the power to impose fines at national level, the EDPS has the power to fine other EU institutions if they fail to comply with the new rules. Accountability means a change of culture. It moves data protection from theory to practice. It concerns you, no matter what your place is in the organizational hierarchy. Think data protection.
Cine sunteți, băieți? Ce vreți de la mine? Ce-au făcut? Ce doriți de la mine? Eu nu știu nimic.
Știm noi destul.
Ce?
Noi știm totul despre tine. Ce bei, ce mănânci, la ce oră ieși din casă, cu ce mașină, ce bunuri cumperi și pe cât ai ținut restanțele.
Te-ai lăudat pe Facebook. Eu?
Știm că ai colesterolul ridicat și traumă la glezna stângă. Știm pe unde călătorești și din a cui bani.
Să-ți spun eu câte sticle de bere ai cumpărat cu cardul luna asta? Câte? Știm noi câte. Asta e o glumă, domnilor, da?
Nu, nu-i glumă, e o farsă.
Ai grijă cum îți protejezi datele cu caracter personal. Ai putea avea și surprize mai puțin plăcute.
Un simplu experiment a demonstrat că moldovenii își dau datele personale la orice colț de stradă fără nicio ezitare.
Gata. Ne-au blocat afacerea. Și eu muși să le spun băieților.
E clar. Oamenii se vor informa. Vor fi mai atenți. La parole, carduri, numere de telefoane, e-mail-uri, cu toate datele lor.
Da.
Calmați-vă. Rămâneți cu toții pe poziții. Într-o săptămână, două vor uita cu toții de știre. După, mai luăm niște credite din numele altora, mai obținem vreun teren, folosim niște adrese, numere de telefoane, carduri.
Vechea schemă?
Păi da, ați văzut și un experiment. Oamenii nu știu să-și protejeze datele personale. Și asta e cel mai grav pentru ei.
Centrul Național pentru Protecția Datelor cu Caracter Personal îndeamnă cetățenii Republicii Moldova să-și cunoască drepturile. Ai grijă de datele tale.
today's world,
your personal data is valuable to many.
By using your mobile phone,
liking social media posts,
and surfing on the web,
you share your data click by click.
You should know where it goes
and what it is being used for.
As data protection is a fundamental right in Europe,
we have one of the strongest
legal frameworks worldwide.
The General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR.
All of the file currencies have their own
independent data protection authorities
to oversee the application of the GDPR.
EU institutions also
have their own regulator,
the European Data Protection Supervisor.
Together we form the European Data Protection Board,
or EDPB.
The EDPB is unique,
as it is made up of 31 members, big and small,
each with equal voice and power.
Together, we ensure that data protection doesn't stop at our borders,
and all individuals enjoy
equally high level of protection,
no matter where they live in Europe. From all of us at the EDPB, we wish you a very happy Data Protection Day.
Did you know that a hacked email account can lead to serious problems, which could affect your finances or your reputation? Did you know that your clicks and your likes on social media can be used to profile you and influence your voting behavior? New technologies and the global use of the internet bring new risks for personal data. The new data protection rules were introduced to keep your data safe. On the 25th of May 2018, the General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, entered into application to ensure a harmonized approach across the European Economic Area and to make data protection a reality. The new data protection rules have introduced stronger rights for individuals, giving you more control over your personal data. The new rules also require organizations that process personal data to take more responsibility. Each EU country has its own independent National Data Protection Authority, or DPA, to oversee the correct application of the GDPR. To ensure a uniform application of the new data protection rules, the GDPR established an independent EU body, the European Data Protection Board, EDPB. The EDPB is made up of the national data protection authorities of the EEA member states and the European Data Protection Supervisor. If your data protection rights have been violated, you can contact your national DPA, which is best placed to deal with your complaints. The national DPAs can impose fines on businesses of up to 20 million euros, or 4% of their annual global turnover. So, what can the EDPB do for you? By clarifying the understanding of the GDPR, the EDPB makes sure that the GDPR is applied uniformly, so that everyone enjoys the same rights wherever they live. By adopting binding decisions in cross-border data protection cases, the EDPB ensures that people can get help from their national DPAs for cross-border issues. The EDPB also promotes cooperation, exchange of information, and best practices among the national DPAs. Finally, by advising the European Commission on issues related to the protection of personal data, the EDPB makes sure that any new EU legislation upholds the highest standards of data protection. Remember, your data, your rights. The EDPB is here to protect you.
Protecția datelor personale este importantă pentru fiecare dintre noi. De aceea, din 25 mai 2018, noul regulament european privind protecția datelor consolidează drepturile persoanelor fizice care pot cere ștergerea datelor de pe internet ori portarea datelor către alt operator. Pentru responsabilizarea operatorilor cresc amenziile până la 10 sau 20 de milioane de euro, iar instituțiile publice și, în anumite cazuri, companiile private trebuie să stabilească un responsabil de protecția datelor.
You decide which shops you go to, which services you use, right? But what if they went after you? And after you, 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 whether you wanted anything or not? Ridiculous, right? Companies don't have the automatic right to use your personal data to send you marketing messages. Even if you did get permission, they must give you the opportunity to opt out for free each time you're contacted. And when you're buying or signing up for something, you must be given the right to object to future marketing contact. Using your contact details for electronic marketing purposes without your permission is a criminal offence. Get the messages you want, not the ones you don't. Dataprotection.ie. Know your rights. It's your personal data.
Isn't it clever how they know I love nature documentaries?
It's because you share data, Mum, and we live in a data-driven world.
No, I keep hearing about data, but does it matter?
Oh.
I'll just book our holiday.
That's data.
Auntie Kate has just shared what our cousins have been up to.
More data.
Hello? I'd like to insure my car.
Data.
Who knew data matters so much?
It's your data, and your data matters.
Sharing data helps make life easier and more convenient. But it's important your data stays safe and is used only in ways you'd expect. Take control of your personal information and make it work for you. To find out about your data rights, visit www.ico.org.uk/your data matters.
All'inizio la tua privacy è al sicuro. Poco dopo sarai Anna. Sarai una data di nascita, un gruppo sanguigno, un codice fiscale. Noi del Garante per la protezione dei dati personali da più di 20 anni proteggiamo la tua identità, la tua riservatezza, i tuoi diritti. Per questo abbiamo iniziato introducendo soluzioni utili per tenere al sicuro le tue informazioni riservate, come quella semplice linea che per la prima volta ha dato valore alla tua privacy. Oggi, per lo stesso motivo, monitoriamo con attenzione l'evoluzione dei social network e interveniamo affinché le nuove tecnologie possano essere uno strumento sicuro per tutti, specialmente per i minori, in modo che possano scoprire il mondo più protetti dai rischi. E anche quando decidi di condividere la tua vita online, noi del Garante ti aiutiamo a farlo in maniera consapevole, evitando che i tuoi dati finiscano nelle mani sbagliate e interveniamo in caso di violazioni. Abbiamo a cuore il tuo diritto alla libertà, soprattutto ora che il nostro lavoro è diventato una vera e propria sfida, in un mondo sempre più digitale, dove ogni dato personale può essere tracciato e memorizzato, con il rischio che venga utilizzato anche a tuo svantaggio. In questi anni abbiamo sempre dato il nostro contributo per avere norme rispettose della privacy, affinché i tuoi dati personali vengano usati in maniera corretta e tu possa sempre esercitare i tuoi diritti, come rettificare i dati non aggiornati o cancellare quelli che non ti rappresentano più. Noi ci siamo, specialmente nei momenti in cui sei più fragile, proteggendo i tuoi dati sanitari, un bene prezioso che ti appartiene. Abbiamo fatto tanto, ma c'è ancora molto da fare. È il momento di pensare al futuro, alle nuove sfide che abbiamo già iniziato ad affrontare. Tutto può cambiare, ma una cosa è certa. I tuoi dati sono un tesoro da proteggere insieme.
Nowadays, our personal data is collected, analyzed and stored by various new technologies. It's also stored in the cloud, where it can be accessed by many people at one time. The protection of our valuable personal data is essential in a democratic society. It's at the core of the new data protection rules set out in the General Data Protection Regulation, applicable from the 25th of May 2018. These new rules give people more control over their personal data, including greater rights to access it. They also require that the organizations and companies that process this data take on greater responsibility for data protection. The key word of the reform is accountability. In personal data processing, this means a shift in responsibility. Companies, organizations, EU institutions and bodies should ensure compliance, verify compliance and demonstrate compliance, both to individuals and at the request of a data protection authority such as the EDPS. In other words, personal data protection should be embedded in the culture of your organization, company or institution. It should also be part of your risk management policy. The tone is set at the top. The message is, think data protection. Embed data protection principles in all business procedures and projects from the outset. Develop the reflex to ask your DPO for advice when it comes to questions about personal data processing. Inform people about how you will process their data before you start collecting it. Review and update privacy statements and make them readily available. Be transparent. If you lose or accidentally disclose personal data, report it immediately within your organization. Your organization must inform the relevant supervisory authority, such as the EDPS, of this personal data breach within 72 hours. In the same way that national data protection authorities have the power to impose fines at national level, the EDPS has the power to fine other EU institutions if they fail to comply with the new rules. Accountability means a change of culture. It moves data protection from theory to practice. It concerns you, no matter what your place is in the organizational hierarchy. Think data protection.
Cine sunteți, băieți? Ce vreți de la mine? Ce-am făcut? Ce doriți de la mine? Eu nu știu nimic.
Știm noi destul.
Ce?
Noi știm totul despre tine. Ce bei, ce mănânci, la ce oră ieși din casă, cu ce mașină, ce bunuri cumperi și pe cât ai ținut restanțele.
Te-ai lăudat pe Facebook. Eu?
Știm că ai colesterolul ridicat și traumă la glezna stângă. Știm pe unde călătorești și din a cui bani.
Să-ți spun eu câte sticle de bere ai cumpărat cu cardul luna asta? Câte? Știm noi câte. Asta e o glumă, domnilor, da?
Nu, nu-i glumă, e o farsă.
Ai grijă cum îți protejezi datele cu caracter personal. Ai putea avea și surprize mai puțin plăcute.
Un simplu experiment a demonstrat că moldovenii își dau datele personale la orice colț de stradă fără nicio ezitare.
Gata. Ne-au blocat afacerea. Și eu muși să le spun băieților.
E clar. Oamenii se vor informa. Vor fi mai atenți. La parole, carduri, numere de telefoane, e-mail-uri, cu toate datele lor.
Da.
Calmați-vă. Rămâneți cu toții pe poziții. Într-o săptămână, două vor uita cu toții de știre. După, mai luăm niște credite din numele altora, mai obținem vreun teren, folosim niște adrese, numere de telefoane, carduri.
Vechea schemă?
Păi da, ați văzut și un experiment. Oamenii nu știu să-și protejeze datele personale. Și asta e cel mai grav pentru ei.
Centrul Național pentru Protecția Datelor cu Caracter Personal îndeamnă cetățenii Republicii Moldova să-și cunoască drepturile. Ai grijă de datele tale.
In today's world,
Your personal data is valuable to many.
By using your mobile phone,
liking social media posts,
and surfing on the web,
you share your data click by click.
You should know where it goes
and what it is being used for.
As data protection is a fundamental right in Europe,
we have one of the strongest
legal frameworks worldwide.
The General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR.
All of the file currencies have their own
independent data protection authorities
to oversee the application of the GDPR.
EU institutions also
have their own regulator.
The European Data Protection Supervisor.
Together we form
the European Data Protection Board,
or EDPB.
The EDPB is unique,
as it is made up of 31 members, big and small,
each with equal voice and power.
Together, we ensure that data protection
doesn't stop at our borders,
and all individuals enjoy
equally high level of protection,
no matter where they live in Europe. From all of us at the EDPB, we wish you a very happy Data Protection Day. Hello everyone, we are back live with the National Conference of Privacy and Data Protection, Privacy Romania 2021. This is our third session in our fourth day, and I would like to welcome our guest, Mr. Roland Costea from Germany, Mr. Șerban Popa from Romania, Ms. Daniela Simionovic from Romania, and Mr. Naste Sebastian Dan from Belgium. The first presentation belongs to Mr. Roland Costea, as CISO at SAP Technical Expert and Cybersecurity, GDPR Trainer, and ASCPD Advisory Board Member. His theme is about privacy and security in public cloud environments. So let's hear the presentation.
Thanks, Diana. Hi all. As Diana mentioned, my name is Roland Costea. I'm the Chief Security Officer for SAP currently, and before SAP, I've worked for several technology companies like Microsoft, IBM, Genpact, Accenture, Cognizant, and practically developed security and privacy frameworks for top organizations in the world. In the last years, cloud technology, and especially public cloud technologies, were really important aspect when we created and we developed programs for top organizations. So I would like in this presentation to give you a short overview about how privacy and security can be enhanced with public cloud technology and public cloud environments. So first, let's start discussing what security and privacy have or not have in common. And let's say, in addition to the fact that information security and privacy are data protection regimens, there are different areas of overlap, like integrity and accuracy. Integrity is the concept in information security, accuracy in privacy, availability and access, accountability, that's practically a concept available for both, and confidentiality, when data is both personal information and non-public. Now, in terms of differences, there will be three aspects. First, privacy has a wider set of obligations and responsibilities than information security. And these are collection limitation, openness, relevancy, and also use limitation. What does it mean? It means that there are issues privacy addresses that information security does not. Now, the second disconnect is in relation to confidentiality, because personal information is not always non-public. And in a resource-constrained world, if the data is not considered confidential, it is not always valued. And the necessary measures to ensure the, let's say, authorized access and use will be usually overlooked. And third, and you can find it with red because I think it's probably one of the most important, while information security techniques can be privacy enabling technologies, and we try to call this PATs, which means that there are tools that enable privacy and are often necessary, but these PATs can also become, let's say, dangerous if applied incorrectly or in an invasive manner. And this is why you can have security without privacy, but you cannot have privacy without security. And then privacy and information security have what I like to call orthogonal information classification systems, because information privacy classifies personal information into two categories, which is private information and sensitive information, or sensitive private information. And information security protects it from a different angle, let's say from and touches degrees of confidentiality. And these are public, confidential, highly confidential, could be restricted or top secret. Again, depends on different organizations. Now, an interesting thing is that since 2018, GDPR term is searched more than ANSSI. And this trend continued in 2019, even 2020, and probably will continue this year. And I can tell you from the market that companies started to invest in privacy-oriented skills and have opened up a lot of positions relevant to privacy. Then let's come up a bit and let's say introduce the cloud to the picture. And I can say cloud can help reduce the cost, the complexity, and risk associated with security and compliance, including privacy. And what you can see here on the left side is that a survey demonstrated that while many organizations have initial concerns about moving to the cloud, a majority of cloud adopters achieve significant security benefits. And before embarking on cloud computing, around 60% cited that there are concerns around data security, which is normal, and it was practically a barrier to the adoption. And then 45% were concerned that the cloud would result in a lack of data control that will have some implications around privacy. Now, however, after moving to the cloud, a majority of cloud adopters achieve significant security benefits. And these are 94% experience really security benefits that they didn't previously have in their own premise environment. And around 62% said privacy protection increased as a result of moving to the field. Now, few individual customers can replicate what technology vendors and all the technology vendors can do in the cloud to protect the environment, and also the operational processes that they have in the cloud. And that's because there are not so many people. These skills are not easy to find, and that there is a way complex discussions around this in the market. But when companies use Amazon AWS or Microsoft Azure or Google Cloud Platform, they benefit from the scale and the experience running these highly secure and compliant online services around the globe. And then this, I would say, top providers' expertise will become the customer expertise in the end. In terms of attacks, I don't know if you can see this in the slide. I think anyway, there was some text on the arrows, but you will get the presentations. Attacker techniques, I would say, have been evolving rapidly in the last years. And you see what happened with SolarWinds and FireEye these days in December. There was also an increase in the maturity in attacker business models, where these new criminals and entrants are able quickly, and how effective become using sort of development kits. They even pay different with different affiliated models. They can pay developers to practically develop the rootkits and then offer, let's say, a percentage of the profit rather than buying it from first. And this was seen in, I don't know, mass distribution malware that has been with us since decades. Now, this evolved into targeted malware at an individual or at an organization level, and that's something that happened with SolarWinds, with their supply chain attack. But can also be fileless malware, and that's something new. That's more like an attack code directly injected into the memory that will allow the attacker to bypass an antivirus or even some complex technologies like endpoint detection and response from time to time. And from there to start moving laterally after waiting a period or starting developing new things in there. And we also seen malware-less attacks. So what's that? It's practically a rise in the attack campaigns that involve no malware. These frequently target online software as a service, such as Office 365, for example, and involve different methods like social engineering, like credential theft, like native platform capabilities, for example, that can download documents, forged emails, and so on and so forth. But the business and the organizations need to transform, and that should happen rapidly in order to compete with digital native startups that, and this change is driving the need for a new security transformation. And on the slide, you may see there are different IT transformation components to support the business digital transformation that will provide both challenges and also opportunities for information security and privacy. While the challenges are significant, there is also a massive opportunity to solve long-standing security problems with this next generation of computing. And the picture represents a classic enterprise security strategy with a network perimeter and the mobile device management component bolted on. And then to be competitive in the marketplace, businesses are seeking to transform using new powerful technologies like cloud, like mobile, like Internet of Things, for example. And these technologies are fueling major disruptions in once settled markets. And like I said before, if you think about digital native startup that leverage this technology to disrupt the competition or long-standing businesses, or if you think about an existing organization that is practically driving, let's say, a digital transformation to adopt new products for their customers or to adopt the way they engage with customers, to empower employees or to optimize their supply chain or operations. There are different areas. And this instantiates, I would say, in a couple of different ways, that each provide unique challenges and also the unique challenges in terms of information security and privacy. And let's take them one by one. You may see there on the slide, software as a service adoption. Software as a service provides rapid value without many of the challenges of traditional software deployment and maintenance. And while security doesn't have to update this software, they do need to be aware of their use, assess their trustworthiness, and also manage some security controls. When there is a demand for a first-class mobile experience, let's say, business users increasingly having a choice of what devices and apps they can use to get their job done. And this requires security to better meet their demands for a great user experience on a secure mobile device. Internet of Things, it's something new and it's something hot and it's proliferating. And the manageability and visibility of these devices vary greatly from PC and mobile devices because they have higher volume and limited functionality. They have also some limited resources to run traditional agents and frequently collect new forms of telemetry, let's say, that comes with new privacy and also security implications. And in the end, regarding the IoT, cloud required to support this analytics and IoT management. And even if IT isn't adopting new cloud platforms and infrastructure for its own value proposition in security and privacy, many of the new IoT architectures require cloud services to collect and report on different IoT scenarios. And that being said, information security is required to evaluate the level of trust and the integration in controls for all these platforms. And all these changes bring new security challenges, like we said, but they also bring new opportunities for security to leverage the same massive storage and computing analytics capabilities to solve these new challenges, as well as the long-standing classic security challenges. Now, I have chosen to represent this as a new perimeter than perimeter-less, because the core concepts of a security perimeter still apply well to identity control, like the separation of threats from resources using a consistent set of controls. Let me just go to the next slide. Cybersecurity resilience requires achieving three complementary objectives, I would say. And because cloud services split this operational responsibilities of workloads between the cloud provider and the customer, it is critical to understand the shared responsibility model and what security tasks will be handled by the cloud provider and which ones will be handled by the organization or the customer. Now, the workload responsibilities vary depending on whether the workload is hosted as a software as a service, platform as a service, or infrastructure as a service, or in the end is the old environment in the on-premise data center. So if we think about software as a service, then the cloud provider is responsible for all the layers, including the application itself, customer being in the end responsible for the data that goes into the application. Now, if we go to the platform as a service, the cloud provider is responsible for the operating system, for the databases, for the middleware layer that allows the applications to work together, and the customer and comes with the application on top being responsible for that layer. And in the last one, the infrastructure as a service, practically the cloud provider is responsible only for the infrastructure layer, like the computing power and the storage and the physical data center, definitely, and the customer coming with everything that goes on top. Now, building a resilient security posture in the cloud require three approaches, and I will start with the bottom one. It's trust but verify. So for responsibilities performed by the cloud provider, you should always take a trust but verify approach and evaluate the cloud providers to ensure that they are really performing what they are saying and what their security responsibilities is. Yeah, I can assure you that working with Microsoft, Amazon, or Google, all these are handled properly, but there are plenty of other cloud providers out there, maybe some of them local, and you should always adopt this kind of attitude with trust but verify. Then in terms of modernization of the infrastructure security, for workloads that require managing the operating system and the infrastructure components, organizations should take advantage of the cloud and the features it provides in order to modernize and to have more insights at different levels. And in the end, the modern perimeter, there are for data across all the workloads, organizations should establish, let's say, a modern perimeter which is consistent, which is centrally managed, and which analyzes the identity controls to protect everything around data, devices, and accounts. Now, going further. One sec. Okay. The cloud has many significant advantages for solving these information security problems that were quite long right now and aged. And we'll compare a traditional approach, security approach, to a cloud-enabled approach in this slide. And when we look at the technology stack, there is a spectrum of assets ranging from commodity assets, which are low intrinsic value for an organization, like storage or computing, and all the way up to assets with unique value to the organization, like data, like user accounts, or devices and applications. Now, security is a difficult occupation because we never have enough resources to secure all the assets. This results in a lot of unmet responsibilities from security projects remaining in the backlog for defenders. And this is called accepted risk in the end. But attackers can reach their objectives using any effective technique, ranging from exploiting some unpatched firmware or operating system to up to configuration weaknesses or human error. The first advantage of the cloud is that it allows you to transfer the day-to-day responsibility for many layers of the stack to the cloud provider. You have to trust the cloud provider and verify trustworthiness, like we discussed. But once you find a trustworthy one, it's to your benefit to transfer as much security, including operational security responsibility from your staff to them. And this allows you to focus your team on other parts of security, like the often delayed information protection projects that many organizations have today. And in terms of the constant connectivity and resource tracking improvements of these cloud technologies, this allows security to do more with less resources. And some examples can be documents that can phone home for better protection. There is a feature, for example, in Microsoft called Azure Information Protection that takes advantage of the high connectivity of these cloud services to protect documents of persisting encryption wherever they go. So no matter the file will go from your organization to Brazil or to Africa, only the people who will have access to them and who will actually need to access it will be able to access it, nobody else. So it doesn't matter that it's not, I don't know, whatever data loss prevention on the perimeter that somehow the file was able to reach at those countries, but only the respective users by connecting to the cloud service will be able to open it. There are increased coverage for these best practices and protections, and because resources on a software-defined data center like Azure are tracked closely and consistently. And there are technologies like, I don't know, to give some example around Amazon or Azure Security Center or AWS Security Hub that can provide this complete coverage for assets in the tenant, avoiding the problem of lost or mystery servers that somehow pumped up and they were enabled in a physical data center. And definitely there could be discussions around threat detection and how you can use cloud security capabilities and how you can scale in analyzing the data with cloud power way differently than you do in the on-prem environment. Good. Now, on this slide, I've just pasted up some compliance technology certifications, let's put it like that, and standards. Both Azure and AWS have. With Google Cloud, the list is quite similar. What I'm trying to say is that if you adopt a model like infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, you can make use of these providers' certifications in order to be yourself certified. So if the customer, if Azure and AWS is ISO 27001 on a specific layer, you can use that, or SOC 2 at a specific layer, you can use that certification in order to help you in your compliance project. You will not be 100% definitely certified because there are a lot of processes in how you use those services and those features, but it will diminish the level of work you need to do in order to certify from scratch. As you may know, for just an example, ISO 27001, it's quite a lot, a standard that involves also in the physical security layer. And this will be a topic that you will be able to eliminate if you choose and going for a cloud provider. In terms of data privacy, there are limitations that could be performed at the location level. So you can enroll in a subscription that will hold the data only in Germany or only in the Nordics or only in UK or only in Americas as per your privacy needs. And that will be no issue there. Then in terms of how information protection evolved, let's say during years, we started always with the middle, with the protect part. So we had encryption, we had access controls, we had policy informants, we had best practices around internal processes and how to handle that. During time, there were two other components that were added to these capabilities. And the first and most important one is the classification and labeling part. What I'm trying to protect, what's the level of confidentiality about that? And nobody knows it. It's only you as an internal component that you can define what means confidential for you, what means highly confidential. And it can this can go even on a sub-label level, meaning confidential can be something for an HR department, but can mean something for the IT department or the financial department, and so on and so forth. And the last part, the monitor and respond, is somehow linked with the example I gave of a file that traveled to a different location. And it's about document tracking and revocation. So there is technology nowadays that will be able to tell you where a specific file went on a map. And you can see which people opened it and were able to open it based on the rights that were performed, or which people tried to open it, but the open was not, I mean, the action was not successful. And this will help you in practically monitor the leakages and to practically say, okay, that there was some successful attempt on a data leakage or that was tried but never succeeded. And yeah, well, this slide should have been a graphic saying that practically you need in 2021 to have all these components all together. It's not enough only to protect. It's not enough only to classify, and it's a need to have all this together, and that's where top enterprises and big companies are driving their strategies of, and how they work and how they manage security and privacy projects to help them in achieving that maturity result. In the end, I would say security and privacy must meet what I like to call dual challenges. And that's innovation, meaning adapt to new threats and cybersecurity capabilities, and hygiene or best practices, or how to prioritize, implement, and sustain a well-established framework inside the organization. And this will only happen now and in the future with the power of cloud technology. The reason of the slide is that in the end, it doesn't really matter how much you invest in technology, because still the user is the weakest link. But you need to be able to diminish the level, let's say, of ungranted disgranted access that the specific user may have, and to be able to control their activities in a way that doesn't bother their day-by-day operations. That's all from me. Marius, if we have some questions, I think there are 5 minutes left.
Thank you so much, Roland, for your presentation and for all the information you shared with us. Well, Marius, do we have any questions, or not really, right?
I would like to ask Roland a question, if I might.
Sure.
If I may.
Sure.
Roland, you mentioned this digital native. How you said it? How you put it? Startup. Yes.
Startups.
Okay. Did you use this digital native in the same meaning as the concept of digital native as an individual digital immigrant? You know the concept?
No.
Because it's very similar.
No.
It's very similar, and in simple words, it talks about the digital native is a person born after 1984, which is very familiar with all the gadgets, all the internet, all you have said by now. I, for example, am a digital immigrant. I may say that's a very practical one in terms of technology. But what you said, it looks very familiar with that concept of individual digital native, because it's, I don't know, it's very interesting, because a startup could be a digital native, and like in the concept of privacy by design.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, the concept is the same. It's applied, let's say, with some different flavors. What I was trying to say, and I will give you a company-to-company comparison. So I'm the Chief Security Officer at SAP. So think, SAP. SAP was building business enterprise software since so many years now. And there were and still are a lot of on-premise dedicated business softwares that our companies are running right now. And even if we try to move them to the cloud, there are a lot of challenges because the software was built for on-prem environments. And I'm give you the comparison with Salesforce.com, right? Which is a company that is digital native because it was built directly from the cloud, and it was only offering this model. There was no on-prem, no perpetual licenses, nothing like that in the end. Then the model was different. Right now, it's not difficult, but there are more challenges for SAP to transform immediately to the same model than it is for them. Again, it's more or less the same concept, but applied on with different flavors in different directions.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Looks like there is another question, Roland, for you. Marius just wrote it for us in the chat. Yeah. Privacy is about regulatory compliance, not just information security. Do you have an idea about how non-European cloud service providers address compliance challenges post screens?
Mm-hmm. Well, if by non-European you refer to American companies, right? And if you refer to these big players, because Microsoft, Amazon, Google, they are all American companies in the end. And I mentioned in the presentation, there is a concept of region boundary. So no matter if the company is an American company, they have data centers all around the world. And where they don't have a data center, they have a premium partner that is able to deliver a data center for them in that specific location. And what that means is when you practically get a service from them or use some features, you are able to say that you want the data to stay in a specific data center. And you have a commitment and a contract that is practically keeping the data in that data center. So that's how you set up the privacy boundaries for data that you want to stay in Germany, for example. And there are a lot of cases with Germany that because the legislation here for privacy and security is a bit more strict than in the other countries in Europe. And it's the same with other regions. When you speak regarding, when there are other smaller providers, then it's a matter of, again, of the contract, and it's also this trust and verify concept, I would say, that you need to have a contract in place that will catch all these components and how this data goes on. But if you're speaking about the big ones, then this is easily happening with the region boundary.
Thank you, Roland. Thank you.
Thanks, Diana. Well,
our second guest is Șerban Popa. He's a managing partner, United Solution, former EPG senior accountant, executive Microsoft Romania. And his presentation is about GDPR, sorry about that, shared technical and organizational measures. Șerban, please.
Thank you very much, Diana. Good afternoon to everybody. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for the invitation of participating to the best practice event, privacy event within the last year. And I'm not speaking within the calendar year, but really on 2019, 2020 even, and this year. Secondly, thank you very much to all of you taking the time to participate and taking part to this very instructive conference on privacy. To be honest, I'm more convinced that after the Privacy Romania will publish the records of today's events, by Beyonce will have even less auditors on YouTube, and GDPR will have much more a better position in the YouTube top list. I'm really convinced about that. So anyhow, my name is Șerban Popa. I'm first of all a humble consultant, being very interested always to get inside of the day-to-day operation of my customers in order to provide the best advice on process improvements, security, and of course, privacy adequacy. I have more than 20 years of experience in IT security and around 3-4 years of intensive experience in GDPR and privacy matters. Today, I would like to bring to all of you an important part of the GDPR maturity and awareness process development related to the appropriate technical and organizational measures. Within the GDPR, we have around 90 places where technical and organizational measures are specified. TOM, as the acronym of technical and organizational measures is very used, is a funny one, at least for me, because always is bringing in my mind the funny cat called Tom from the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer cartoon series, Tom and Jerry, where always Tom was in risk of losing, I don't know, its tail, its fur, being burned, being killed, thrown out of his house, etc. Always being of an intelligent Jerry that was looking for any type of methods in order to put in risk the big Tom. Like in the cartoons, we really need to start identify what are our risks of being in the position of Tom. So looking over from a legal perspective, we have 3 main aspects that I really like today to bring an attention to all of you. First of all, we have the Article 24 under the GDPR, underlying the responsibility to implement appropriate technical and organizational measures, depending on the severity of the risk of the personal data. Processing, mostly underlining of detecting, documenting, and of course implementing measures that always must be reviewed and updated and tested. Secondly, we have the Article 32. Sorry for the misspelling in the presentation, my mistake. Where GDPR is instructing us that controller should implement appropriate measures, technical and organizational, to ensure the appropriate level of risk for each process and activity. Very important that always we need to take in consideration the state of the art and the cost of the implementation. Now, short comment, I would like to make a break here. I do recommend, based on my experience, to always consider the recommendation of ANISA, European Union Agency for Network and Information Security, or, for example, the German IT Security Association, or why not CERT-RO, the Romanian National Cyber Security and Incident Response Team. All these authorities with great experience are publishing documentation where we are finding very, very intuitive and very useful information. For example, ANISA, together with the Teletrust, they have published a state-of-the-art in IT security, a very nice document which is explaining a lot of the things that we can take on board within our organization. At the end of the day, the state-of-the-art technology is situated between the more innovative technologies level and, of course, the more established the general accepted rules of technologies. At the end of the day, the state-of-the-art criteria is quite objective. The subjective aspects take in consideration the laws in the event of a certain offense. However, they do not concern the definition of the state-of-the-art itself. So we need to analyze depending of our internal situation. It's not something that you can replicate if you are consulting. Just take a certain TOM list from one client and put it in the other. At the end of the day, the state-of-the-art can be described as procedures, equipments, operating methods available in trade of goods, services, for which the applications, therefore, in most effective in achieving the respective legal protection objective that we have determined. always is very easy as an operator, if we are a legal entity, to say that for internal operation, a state-of-the-art for privacy matter, it's a Gmail personal account, and I'm keeping all the data in a personal data that I'm collecting into an Excel. Because why? Because nobody will have access to my laptop. I don't believe so. It's not really the same. If we are really evaluating properly the risk, always we'll get a lot of information and situation when risk is very high in such cases. And state of the art is to have at least a control audited email account with multi-factor authentication activated, and of course the laptop, for example, to be recorded within a lit-up system with an encrypted solution for the data at rest. If we are looking on the cost aspects, the second part of the inside of the instructions, always you need to keep in mind that implementing measures are always impacting efficiency, transparency, obtaining a better time to market for our operations. So always don't look only when you are doing a change over your technology, only of what is doing for conformity from GDPR point of view, but also look what is bringing as an additional ROI, return on investment for us as the control. Keep in mind that nowadays we have cloud software as a service, as Roland have mentioned, that are reducing the financial impact, adapting to exactly what we are really consuming for the specific moment, allowing us an scalability depending of where we want to go. The third aspect that I want to bring from legal perspective is related to Article F, Article 5, letter F, respecting to the principle, our integrity and confidentiality principle, implying in fact the same analysis, documentation, and implementation of appropriate measure. So quite clear from now on that we really have a strong obligation to determine appropriate measures. If we look a little bit better of what Article 32 is saying, we will identify that we have pseudonymization and encryption of the personal data, the ability of ensuring the ongoing confidentiality, integrity, availability, resilience of processing system services, the availability to restore in the case of a default, getting access to personal data in a timely manner in the event, in the breach event, to process for regularly testing, assessing, and evaluating the efficiency of technical and organizational measures. Now, let's have a look of several, just few cases, and I will a little bit describe even more. First of all, a rule of thumb, minimize the processing of personal data. So just looking of some example, access control, access to your server rooms with a key or a chip card, keep a record of who has access there in a registry. If we are speaking of integrity, you have a user authorization registry restricted to the need of know for that specific employee. Sorry. If we are speaking of pseudonymization, we are meaning replacement of user-relating data by random codes and allowing for certain category of employees to have access to this kind of data and not really to all the data of the data subject. We are speaking of encryption, hard disk encryption. What I was saying a little bit before, we are most of the time the controller. It's a legal entity. So a legal entity do not have anymore a home edition of the operating system. It must have a commercial edition, which most of the time nowadays contains already an encryption layer. So it's a matter of using it. It's not a matter of spending more money. It's a matter of using the technology that we have at our hand. transmission control. A simple SSL certificate, few bucks or few euros spent for our website, or for our email server if it's a local email server, or activating the specific technology within the software as a service that we are accessing. Confidentiality, we are using password policies. Clear desk, everybody means that everybody is telling that we have a clear desk policy, but we really need to train our employees day by day, and we need to test them, and we need to somehow to raise awareness inside, even to put some penalties when clear desk policy is not applying. Bring your own policy, bring your own device policy. It is a must nowadays because we are working from home. We did not have the chance as a legal controller, a legal entity, to give laptops for everybody. Even that the government tried to help us, they haven't succeeded. So we could not buy really technology for all the employees. So we are using their devices. But this doesn't mean that we cannot assure technical measures in order to increase the security. And for sure, we can continue with a lot of examples as soon as an organization has a clear inventory of process. I'm speaking of registry of Article 40. For each process and activity, for categories of data, system. We are identifying and evaluating the risk of each of the activity and process, imposing for each of the activity a certain list of measures. Then, of course, if we are taking, for example, ANSSI methodology, we can even have a very good examples. I was looking really today earlier when I was listening Emil, a representative, that they have a very nice structure of 17 teams for organizing the TOM list. And there we have user awareness, user authentication, access rights management, access tracing and incident management, workstation security, mobile device security, and so on and so forth. Very, very nice and instructive documentation that we can speak for hours if we are taking each one of them. I just let for you to analyze some samples. I could have just put 3 or 4 slides with even more examples. As I was mentioning before, within GDPR, we have around 90 times referring related to TOMs. Let me just give you an approach of how you can determine these measures. First of all, assessment, always assessment. You really need to make a journey of the compliance, starting with the understanding of the maturity of people, processing, and technology. So really assess and identify where you have gaps by each individual process and activity, identify potential data security and compliance in challenges. Further on, understand compliance objectives that you need to reach from business point of view and later from technology point of view. Get a certain maturity and get a full list of measures that you need to implement within immediate future, on medium term, so on short term, on medium term, and long term. Document, test, document, and improve, always. And in my closure, just let's look a little bit what does it mean under the scrutiny of the Romanian Data Protection Authority in 2020, as one Prime Minister of Romania was mentioning. We have found at least in 50%, so more than half of the of the notification that they have done for the different controllers, we had specific warnings related to TOMS. And I believe that the last one from Banca Transilvania was even with a higher impact from pecuniary point of view. But let's have a look also on Vodafone, which have even twice, two fines during the last year, and some others. And we can detect that we can have a certain implication, a certain impact on each one of us as legal entities, as controller or sub-processor, why not? And we really need to take care more about this specific aspect and analyze it and take the appropriate technical and organizational measures. With this, I would like to thank again to the entire team from Privacy Romania, and thank you to all of you for listening to me and to the other speakers. And I'm ready for some questions.
Thank you, Shaban, for your presentation. Let's see if we have any questions. Not yet. In case that a question is showing up for you, we will let you know.
Daniela, for sure you have some question in your mind. Please don't, even that we know each other, try me and give me a question.
Okay. I am very expressive. You read my face. No, I want just to point the fact that you are right. On this field of TOMS, you can never do enough. And that's practically the ground for the fines. Because no matter how much or what you do, you will never be able to prove that you did enough to prevent a security breach. And I will stop here, pointing the fact that, and even if you ask, for example, a DPA, yes, honor DPA, what shall I do, or what could I do to be enough? No DPA would be able to tell you, this is what you have to do to prove that you did enough to prevent a security breach. So on TOMS, it's an ongoing process. You have to be creative to do as much as you can. And the only thing you will accomplish will be to throw away as much as you can in time the contact with the DPA and with the risk of getting a fine. That's the only realistic thing you can do.
You are completely right, Daniela. Thank you very much. It's always a roadmap. It's a maturity increase. If we would speak in IT language, it's a COBIT evaluation, going from 0 to 5. Always there is another 5 or 6 or 7 that could be upper, and you could do even more. What I saw in correlation with DPAs is that if you have a strong evaluation inside, if you are able to show that you have done evaluation, that you have raised awareness within organization, if you have implemented what you consider logical and acceptable inside of the organization, always you will get a warning, but not necessarily a fine, and always you will be able to adapt and to improve. This is a journey. Because of this, I am repeating myself, sorry for that, but always you need to come back and reevaluate according with the state of the art today of what technology is imposing to us and is putting on our table. Technology is very, very easy changing and adapting. They are coming with perhaps less expensive possibilities in order to achieve our goals. I would like also, if I can, Diana, to respond to Claudio, because it's a very interesting question, and please let me just mention it. In the last year and a half, I had to fight with smart working, government decision to prevent diffusion that SARS-CoV-2 pandemic. A lot of companies were, and today are not, prepared for this challenge. What do I think about that? Totally agree, Claudio. Pandemic period have imposed a lot of difficult conditions, starting with March, ongoing even today. Is not necessarily only related to, for example, to how we are conducting testing within our organization, how we are conducting, for example, measures of sending an employee to additional medical control if we are determining a specific health problem. But mostly only the smart working from home, the work from home imposed a lot of difficult aspects. And clearly, the recommendation from government are not enough. The recommendation from our local authorities are not enough. For sure, the discussions, the open discussions on the market, and let me say the brainstorming that we could do as specialists in privacy matter is not enough. But today, I believe with this event, we could raise a little bit. What we could do more is to analyze, depending of each legal entity, depending of their conditions, in order to impose different conditions of using technology, of using organizational measures, even policies that we are applying on a paper by forcing our employees to avoid, for example, passing confidential data on Gmail accounts, on private personal data, and using only the account from the institution, from the organization where they are working. Of course, if we can apply a certain protection, encryption of the data, and determining, for example, when a certain data category with sensitive health data, with sensitive CNP data, numerical codes, or I don't know, whatever other sensitive data would exit our institution, and to protect and CISO to be alerted and to intervene in such cases. All of these are measures that you can take. You can use technology, software as a service, as Google App on the business side, Microsoft 365, and totally different solutions. But be careful. Just onboarding on such technology does not mean immediately that we have enough technical measures. Always look inside and apply different security measures that are within the technology. Because opening the tenant like this does not mean that we are using the appropriate measures to secure our data. And by the way, in all the audits that I am doing, I am observing that the technology is usually less than 50% used. Always you can do even more with the money that you have invested. Sorry, we have also, I hope that I have answered to Claudio. I do hope so. And we have another question from Sebastian Dan.
Yes, thanks a lot, Sherban, for your presentation. Yeah, I have a curiosity. Maybe you could help us all with this. You know that when processing personal data of children, you know that there are some specific provisions in the GDPR. And I want to raise the ball for you a little bit to talk about technologies that might help companies, first of all, to check what kind of age these children would have, you know, below 16 years old. Maybe you might need the consent of the parent of the legal guardian. In some countries, in other countries, below 18 years old, you need this kind of consent. So do you think that at this moment, do we have in place such a technology that might properly work and help the companies to comply with these provisions from the GDPR and to ensure, you know, the state of the art of technologies means, because you know that they talk about state of the art and they talk about technologies that are now in place, but I remember from a report from 2018, the data protection authorities were mentioning that they are encouraging the industry to develop and to come with such technology. So what's your view on that? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. In 2 minutes, I will try to reply. I do not believe that we have enough maturity over these aspects, mostly because the process is not easy. There are technologies which can propose solutions. I have even implemented once in an educational field a technology where we are cross-checking if the specific data subject have above 16 years old. How we are doing, there is a third-party software as a service technology where we are using an identification, a visual identification of the data before signing the term and condition or the contract for that specific service, and they need to prove with an additional document, either from school, either from pure the ID, and cross-checking the figure and cross-checking the ID, we can identify that we are in the correct categories. This is clearly not easy. This clearly is not easy to apply in all aspects. Here you need first of all to do the information, the transparency, and to try to instruct the data subject that is accessing your service to know that if they have below a certain age, they need to stay out of your services. Also, during time, you need to put organizational measures. For example, you can have different round-robin checkups via call centers where you are cross-checking who is your user and why he's accessing different information that could be sensible for a certain younger generation. But always is difficult to find the most appropriate and the most easier way to implement. I'm not sure if I have really complete response to you, but clearly it's a challenge today. We don't have a certain maturity, and always we need to find ways to double check.
If I may follow up on your answer, thanks a lot. Yeah, I think that what the companies also need to understand is that when implementing such verification systems, they also need to respect GDPR. And sometimes I'm afraid that some companies might not also take this into consideration. You were saying about using third-party verification systems. You know, I think that you also should need, because we are talking about children, you should need to do a data protection impact assessment for that exercise. And I think that, as you said, it's a very complex situation. But my question was, do you think that at the moment, do we have the technology in place to do so, or we need more technological advancement to do this?
To be honest, I do consider that at least on the software as a service solutions that are now on the market, there are certain aspects which you can use, for example, for obtaining a double opt-in or obtaining a consent from the parent. And you can have even automatic verification in certain aspects. It's not easy. To be honest, always, as you are mentioning, you need to do a lot of efforts of documenting, of analyzing, identifying risks, and this always is taking time. Most of the time, the legal entity is coming and saying, I need to start my process since yesterday, when you are giving me permission to go along. So it's a fight between GDPR adequacy, risk evaluation, proper measure, and direct answer to you. I do not consider that today we have the best solution from technical point of view. I really think, and I'm sure, I'm totally convinced that tomorrow, this means 1 month, 3 months, 5 months, 2 years, we will have much better solutions for these aspects.
Thank you, Sebastian, for your question, and Daniela also too. Șerban, thank you for all the information you provided to us. Thank you again. Well, our next guest is Daniela Simionovic. She is the Vice President of ASCPD Romania and Senior Partner at NEO Privacy Romania. Her presentation is about implementation of the NIS Directive in Romania, common ground with GDPR. Daniela?
Thank you, Diana. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Daniela Simionovic, and I'm the Vice President of ASCPD. I will spell all the acronyms as in Romanian, with your permission. It's much easier. And I'm Senior Partner to NEO Privacy Romania. I would like to thank all the guests, all my colleagues in this panel. They had extremely interesting presentations. And I'm glad to participate in this first national conference on privacy and data protection, Privacy Romania. And my presentation, as Diana said, it will be about the implementation of the NIS directive in Romania, common grounds with the GDPR. Why the NIS directive? Because the NIS directive is only one of the main directives that were approved and applied since now, and furthermore to come, that will intertwine with the GDPR. Now, the adoption of the Directive 1148 from 2016 of the European Parliament and of the Council of 6 July 2016 concerning measures of a high common level of security of network and information system across the Union reflects the constant concerns of the community authorities in recent years regarding the increasing resilience of IT and C infrastructures belonging to the operators of essential services and digital service providers in the member states. The NIS directive lays down measures with a view to achieving a high common level of security of network and information systems within the Union so as to improve the functioning of the internal market. As you can see, Șerban, my presentations is all about TOMs. So it will be a very interesting way to see how, but it's actually more about the as I said, more about the networks and information systems, not generally TOMs, but specifically on networks and information systems. The NIS directive is not a new cybersecurity law. The NIS directive is not about national defense and security. The NIS directive targets the market and services. The directive focuses on the risks posed by the security incidents to the conduct of economic activities, the potential financial losses that companies, citizens, or administrations of the member states may incur, and the intentional or unintentional disruption of network information systems that support essential services for society and which may affect several member states at the same time. As you can see from the beginning, this directive talks about potential disruptive effects of security incidents that may affect several state members and not just an individual or only one member state, as a difference between the NIS and the GDPR. The transposition in the national legislation of the NIS directive was made by Law 362 by 2018 on ensuring a high common level of security of networks and information systems and entered into force on 12 January 2019. The normative act has a special importance for Romania because it transposes at national level the NIS Directive number 1148 by 2016 and aligns Romania to a common European framework of responding to cybersecurity incidents. Simply put, the implementation of the provisions of the NIS Directive by transposing them into national NIS law creates the framework to ensure the continuity of essential services whose provision depends on network and information system. This is a very common, a very important concept of the NIS Directive, because let's say that all the terms we talked before are focused on this dependence on network and information systems. I will analyze the provision of essential services insofar as the provisions of the NIS directives and intertwined with those of the GDPR. The importance of personal data protection from the perspective of the NIS directive can be immediately noticed from the fact that one of the first articles of the directive, more precisely Article 2, refers to the protection of personal data. The Law 362 by 2018 applies to entities providing services in the following sectors: energy, transport, banking, financial market infrastructure, health sector, drinking water supply and distribution, and digital infrastructure. We can easily identify the sectors in which a large volume of personal data is processed, such as the sector that supply electricity, natural gas, or drinking water to final beneficiaries, the banking sector or the financial markets infrastructure sector, as well as a large volume of personal sensitive data, such as health data and more. For example, regarding the segments and the way in which the NIS directive and the GDPR law intertwines, I will use, for exemplification, the health sector. In Romania, the National Cybersecurity Incident Response Center, CERT-RO, is the competent national authority for the security of networks and information systems that provide essential services or provide digital services identified under the NIS law. By Order 601 from 2019 for the approval of the methodology for establishing the significant disruptive effect of incidents at the level of network and information systems of the operators of essential services, no thresholds or limits were set for the health sector, and consequently, no threshold values are established for a certain service, which shows that the degree of disruptions resulting from the interruption of the provision of essential services in the health sector is significant, namely high. Even if there are operators in the medical sector whose activity does not depend on a network or an information system, such a dental office with a single dental unit which uses only one phone for patients' appointments and has not signed a contract with the National Health Insurance House, therefore the provision of the medical services and its payments does not depend on an internet connection and an application connected to the National Health Insurance System. The simple fact that no threshold values have been provided for this sector means that all operators in this sector are operators of essential services, OESs, and the services provided by them are essential services, ES, and fall under the provisions of the NIS law. Therefore, any disruptions in the provision of these services is considered to have a significant negative impact in the community, society, and operators are required to ensure a high level of security of the network and information systems they use. Networks and information systems are no longer used in a hospital, for example, only for the administrative management of its activity, registrations of patients, management of medical procedures or medicine, preparation and issuance of medical documents, intra-institutional electronic communication, etc., but are also used for the activation and use of configurable devices, including computed tomography systems, ultrasound systems, anesthesia systems, physiological monitoring systems, radiological information systems, or for activating, control, equipment and devices, and management of access to operating rooms. Access might be allowed on the use of a personalized access card, and the opening of a door might depend on an application computer system, but also on the power supply. Therefore, even if network computer system is not the victim of a hardware malfunction or a cyber attack, may be the victim of a common power outage, with equal significant negative effects, especially when the interruption of the provision of essential services, even for extremely short periods, can make a difference for a patient in serious conditions, regardless of whether the interruption was due to a broken computer, a frozen application, or a power failure. The common and largest ground on which the NIS and the GDPR Act meet and interfere is that of technical and organizational measures for the security of network and information systems. Both legislative norms have clear provisions regarding the aspect of ensuring the security of network and information systems, which, in the case of NIS law, refers to ensuring the continuity of essential services under Article 10, Para 1, letter B of the NIS law that states, operators of essential services implement appropriate measures to prevent and minimize the impact of incidents that affect the security of the network and information systems used for the provision of these essential services in order to ensure the continuity of those services established under the provisions of Article 25, Para 3. And in the case of GDPR, it refers especially to the compliance with the principle of integrity and confidentiality, Article 5, Para 1, letter F, GDPR, which makes explicit references to the fact that personal data are processed in a manner that ensures appropriate security of the personal data, including protection against unauthorized or unlawful processing and against accidental loss, destruction, or damage, using appropriate technical or organizational measures. Both legislative norms have clear provisions regarding the identification and notification of security incidents. But in this chapter, there is also the first difference between the two normative acts. GDPR applies to security breaches that generate accidental or unlawful destruction, loss, alteration, unauthorized disclosure of, or access to personal data transmitted, stored, or otherwise processed, Article 32, Para 2, GDPR, regardless of the number of data subjects affected. While according to the NIS law, operators of essential services immediately notify CERT-RO as a National Computer Security Incident Response Team of incidents that have a significant impact on the continuity of essential services by providing at least information provided in Article 26, Para 3. Now, the significant impact on the continuity of essential services could imply that if the incident did not fall into this category, significant impact, there would be no obligations to notify to CERT-RO. On the other hand, giving the zero threshold value for the health sector mentioned above, it would follow that any security incident resulting in the interruption of the provisions of medical services, regardless of the number of patients affected, should be reported to CERT-RO. For example, if the interruption of the provision of medical services endangers the health or the life of even a single person or results in the death of a patient, we consider that we are facing a significant impact of the security incident. It is unclear, however, whether the CERT-RO notification is required in this scenario of only one patient affected or not. It is also unclear whether the interruption of the provision of essential services in the same scenario proposed by us falls into the category of security breaches and requires notification of the supervisory authority, given that we could face a situation where personal data availability is affected. Another common segment on the two normative acts is that of notification information to data subjects under GDPR or general public under NIS in case of an incident security breach, but the common ground stops here. In the case of NIS law, Article 29 states that CERT-RO may notify the public when information is necessary to prevent an incident or to manage an ongoing incident. For incidents affecting an operator of essential services or digital service provider, the information referred to in Para 1 shall be carried out after prior consultations with him, she, on the content of the notification. We consider that this provision of the national law is a transposition of recital 59 of the EU NIS directive, which states that Publicity of incidents reported to the competent authorities should duly balance the interest of the public in being informed about threats against possible reputational and commercial damages for the operators of essential services and digital service providers reporting incidents. We note that CERT-RO may notify the public for the prevention of a security incident or for the management of an ongoing incident only after consulting with the operator of essential services on the content of this notification. That meaning on what and how much can be made public. With regard to the notification of the data subject, the GDPR is much more sharp and obvious in favor of the data subject. And this can be easily seen in the official statements on the GDPR fines imposed, in the sense that the controller's reputation seems to be the last concern of the national supervisory authorities. In order to support all those targeted by the NIS law, but also practitioners in personal data protection, together with my colleague Marius Dumitrescu, I developed for the first time in Romania a course support that was, in fact, the basis to my presentation today. The implementation course of the NIS law that we propose also involves a certification which can be obtained by passing a test based on 100 questions from the NIS directive, from the law 362 by 2018, from our course support, but also from the other normative acts and guides provided by CERT-RO. The course support is very detailed and explicit and is made from the perspective of the practitioner, who is obliged to always answer the question, how do I apply what the law requires? The answer to this question under the NIS law is very similar, moreover, with respect to the principle of responsibility in GDPR. Thank you all. And if you have any questions, I would be very glad to answer them.
Looks like we have a question from Marius. Can you please tell us if you interpret that the NIS directive is applicable to NFI?
I can't simply answer this question bluntly.
From chat. Sorry about that. It's not from Marius.
Excuse me. I haven't heard.
The question is not directly from Marius. It's from someone else from our chat.
Okay, I understand. Now, I can't bluntly respond to this question for a simple reason that you need to perform a very thorough evaluation under the NIS directive to first find that if you provide essential services, that you are operator of essential services or not, and only then, if you, for example, find your entity that provides services that follow into that there is a list of essential services where you can for the first time check if you find yourself there. It's a very large process of evaluation, and I can't answer simply without making a proper evaluation. So that's why I will not answer to this if, for example, NFA falls under the NIS directive, under the NIS law. It's a process that has to be made thoroughly, and I won't risk an answer, because it depends very much on the fact that you provide or do not provide essential services.
Good to know that. Thank you so much, Daniela. Looks like we don't have any other question. Thank you so much for your presentation and for being with us today, and for all your questions to all the other guests.
Thank you.
Our next guest is Sebastian Dan Naste. He is a privacy and data protection analyst at Cullen International and member of the ASCPD advisory board. His theme is about artificial intelligence, EU perspectives on cybersecurity, data protection, and privacy challenges. Sebastian?
Thanks a lot, Diana, for your introduction, and thanks a lot, Marius, and all the organizers, and of course all the team behind this event that making possible that during this important week for privacy and data protection, I'm also invited to share my thoughts about this topic. So today I will try to tackle it a little bit, artificial intelligence and how the EU sees AI, and which might be some issues from privacy perspectives, from data protection, and from cybersecurity perspectives. Bear with me because it's a heavy presentation, because the terms might not be that familiar. So I will not tell you which is the secret to be compliant with your AI solution, with the GDPR and with other legislation, but I will try to introduce more AI and to make it a little bit friendly. So as Diana said, I'm now with Cullen International, which is a company based in Brussels, and what we do regulatory analysis from a neutral perspective. So today I will be in my personal capacity presenting this presentation. On the agenda we have today, what is AI? Because I'm afraid a little bit that many people may not understand the concept. Some of us might think that AI is something from the future, or some of us might think that AI is something very old and another digital revolution is coming. Then I will talk a little bit about the complexity and about the relationship between AI and personal data. I will talk then about the EU approach to the AI, and then together we can have some preliminary conclusions. So, what do you think, in your opinion, what is AI and where we can find it? I think that AI is everywhere, right? AI, it's already helping companies to recruit people, is helping universities to accept students, is helping banks to make loan decisions, is helping factories when they are hiring industrial robots. And we might have even an AI product in our houses. Have you ever thought about your robot, which is controllable by your app through your smartphone? AI is also helping the doctors to diagnose patients, and we have seen a lot of use of AI during the COVID crisis, which was used by the doctors to check before and after the COVID infection images with the lungs of some patients. Or AI is also found in autonomous vehicles, or AI is even found in the algorithm which will recommend a person what kind of videos to watch or movies on a dedicated platform. In my opinion, AI is one of the most powerful tools when it comes to social transformation, and of course when it comes to digital transformation, because in my opinion, AI could improve human skills, could improve our abilities, and could make even a process, could make it more secure and efficient. However, AI also comes with disadvantages, because many people are afraid that their governments might use AI for extended surveillance, or AI might not take into consideration our values, our rights, and some of them, which are more into the extreme part, might also think that AI might even kill us. As we can see, there are already ethical and legal issues which are directly connected with the use of AI. But now let's see when AI appeared. In your opinion, do you think that AI appeared like 1 year ago, 2 years ago? AI appeared in 1950 during a US conference on cyber and mathematics, where computer scientists went there and they were discussing during 8-week period about mathematics and about cognitive interactions. So basically, AI was the basis for a project for this conference, and at the beginning, in 1950, the experts actually thought that AI could become operational by 1970, and AI could have a general intelligence as a human by 1970. I think that unfortunately the experts haven't really understood back then the complexity of the AI system and how much does an AI system, how much data does it need to properly operate and to solve some complex problems. It is true that back in the 90s, there were some AI systems which were able to make a distinction between a triangle of a circle, but now the systems evolved and they can easily make a difference between two faces or between multiple faces. But I would like to give you a hint. At the moment, AI is not everything, and everything is not AI. For example, if you have an AI algorithm that is trained to play chess, if you put that algorithm to play poker, then the algorithm will not be able to play poker. So I would like to keep this in mind because it will be important during our presentation today. So what does it mean? What is AI? One of the most broadest definition that you can find there is that AI, it is the attempt to build machines that perform functions that require intelligence when performed by people. Another interesting definition by ANSSI, which is a standardization body, international standardization body, they define AI as the ability of a system to handle representations, both explicit and implicit, but also procedures to perform tasks that would be considered intelligent if performed by a human. These are international definitions, but how is AI defined in Europe, or it is defined by Europe? The answer is yes. The European Commission has been active in this field of AI since many years, and they also set up a group of high-level experts which are working on AI issues, which is quite complex. And can you see me now? Yeah. So the European Commission also come with a definition which is more elaborated than the other international definitions. So the AI high-level group of experts, they define AI as softwares or possibly hardwares, systems which are designed by humans, and these systems are having a given complex goal, and then the systems will act either in the physical or either in the digital dimension. Physical dimension because they are referring to the industrial robots, digital dimension because they're referring in the AI systems which are digitally enabled. And these systems are perceiving their environment through data acquisition, to interpreting that kind of data that is inserted. And this data could also come from structured data or unstructured, even unstructured data. And the systems then will reason with the knowledge and will process this information. And then at the end, the system will be able to take decisions based and to take actions based on this data in order to achieve that given goal at the beginning. So indeed, it's a very complex definition, but usually AI systems, as I said before, can only perform a fraction of the activities listed in the definition. So for example, there are AI systems which are used only for pattern recognition, for example, recognizing images of plants or animals, or human faces, or even attitudes, even habits of one. Then AI can also be used for language processing. So for example, to understand various spoken languages, to translate from one language into another, to fight spam, or to answer queries. So imagine that there is a chatbot for a bank, and if you have an issue, you go directly on the website of that bank, and you type your problem, and then you type your data to log in, and then that chatbot will direct you to deal with your situation. Also, AI is here to help, and AI is here to come with practical suggestions. For example, AI is recommending to one person or to a company what kind of purchases to do, or AI is helping with logistics, AI is helping with planning, or with optimizing some industrial processes. At the moment, AI is also helping in general the planet to combat the climate change and to see which are the best solutions to be taken by the national governments. However, AI systems can also be improved and to have multiple capacities, such as self-driving cars or military or even care robots that were started to being used more and more on the war field. To continue, I will talk a little bit about the interaction between artificial intelligence, big data, or personal data. So we already know that an AI model, for example, in the medical domain, may connect the symptoms with some diseases, as we have seen, as I explained to you during the COVID. Many doctors were using images to analyze the lungs of patients before and after, and based on the results, they were able to see and to deal with the medical issue for the patient. And some AI systems were even used to discover COVID in the lungs of the patients, which were exactly analyzing the pictures before the potential infection and after the potential infection. But also AI is also used to connect online behavior. So for example, to connect your friends' posts on a social platform, even posts on likes on that platform, but also could also connect with the psychological attitude, with your mood. Maybe in one day you are stressed or you are sad, and maybe some ads will pop out on your social platform. Maybe in another day you are just happy or just interested to go into a holiday, and then other ads will pop up to your screen. And exactly this is what I was talking about targeted advertising that is used by AI. How does it work in practice? So basically, targeted advertising could be based on records which are linked to characteristics and behavior. What kind of characteristics? So for example, what gender are you? What age do you have? Your social background, your purchase history, your web browsing, and even your responses to ads. And for example, the targeted advertising is really well explained in a movie that was recently published on a video platform, and I will encourage you to watch it. Send me a message and I will tell you what movie is about, but I'm sure that many people have already watched that movie. I give you a hint, it is called Social, and then of course it's easy to be found on the internet. But also AI is also helping with the job applications. So we might have seen when applying for various jobs. In my case, I was applying to jobs in the Netherlands because I was studying there, and after submitting my application, after 1 to 3 minutes, I was already receiving the negative feedback because I was not accepted for that job, and I was thinking why. And then I knew that the algorithm was trying to assess if in my CV Dutch language was written or not, and based on that, the algorithm just took the decision to reject me and not to even allow me to get into the first stage of the application, which would have been the interview with that particular company or entity. So yes, AI is also used for job applications and will assess previous education, employment history, even aptitude tests if this kind of data is available. As mentioned before, AI is also helping banks to assess one person's ability to borrow money, and to assess the ability of this person to see if the person paid a previous credit, or if the person has multiple credits, and so on and so forth. And do you remember what I told you, that the experts were trying to have AI machine as smart as a human by 2017? Unfortunately, that's not even possible in the current period where we live. But it's true that AI became hungry for the data. The experts miscalculated the vast amount of data and computing power that an AI system would need to analyze and then to be able to solve the complex societal problems. Imagine this. At the beginning, AI is like a baby, and the algorithm or the AI application doesn't know anything when it's created. So, for example, if a child, right, if a toddler would eat a strawberry or a blueberry, his or her mind will see, okay, this is good, the taste is good, this is a fruit. But if you give to a toddler a BlackBerry, which is the phone, then the toddler will make the difference. Blueberry, strawberry is good to eat. Blueberry, it's only good to call mama, or is used by the parent. When you train the AI algorithm, you need to explain the difference between strawberry, blueberry, and BlackBerry, because the AI system might not understand which is the difference, because they all have berry, and in its opinion might think that, okay, also the BlackBerry is good to eat, but in fact is not. This is the reason why the AI system needs a lot of labeled data. This is actually labeling data. When you insert data into an algorithm and you label the data, so basically under the fruits category would be a blueberry or a strawberry or grapes or bananas, and then in not eatable categories but which are similar to the eatable categories of the fruits, you could include blackberries or other items. How does it happen in reality? It's very complicated. So basically here I chose to present the AI life cycle for machine learning. Why for machine learning? Because there are so many techniques, there are so many technologies, and there are so many algorithms and models which are involved in the AI systems that the mapping the entirety of an AI cycle would not be possible at all. And machine learning is very used nowadays, and it's used a lot in the development of the AI systems, and is very prominent on the market. So as mentioned before, data is the most valuable asset for AI, and such data is continuously transformed along this AI cycle. We can see that we have phases like design, like development, installation, deployment, results, updates, then again implementation, again deployment. So we can see that is a circle. And what's important when securing these AI systems, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So basically the CIA triad of the systems, but also of the data throughout the entire life cycle of the process. So at every time the triad, the cyber experts or even the privacy experts might know that confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the data has to be achieved. And I will not go through all the design phases of an AI system, but I will only choose a few of them to discuss in particular. So we know that the AI system needs a lot of data, right? But how could this system obtain the data? It could be from a multitude of sources, could be from different sensors, could be from CCTV cameras, could be from our mobile phones, could be from different medical devices, could be even from some digital assets such as trade platforms, or could be information from documents, could be information from some log files. So data can be inputted in very different forms. Could be from text, images, video, audio, and the data could be at this stage structured or unstructured. So what kind of challenges do you think that we have at this moment? We have the security challenge related to the data itself, right? Because the data has to be secured when it's transmitted and when it's stored in the AI algorithm. And then of course we have the integrity challenges, because the integrity or the quality of the data is a critical success factor for the machine learning system. As I told you, if we have in the system BlackBerry is a fruit, then the system, based on that assumption, will think that BlackBerry is a fruit, and then might give errors to when assessing fruits, or when assessing some products in a shop, for example. But also data at this moment can be poisoned through malicious activities. So for example, data can be degraded accidentally. So imagine that you have a lot of data, you have a full database of images, and then you suffer a cyber attack, and then all that data is not gone, but you cannot make the system to see the pixels behind that data. So then basically you have an empty database of images which don't say anything. Then moving on the data curation. Data curation is when one will play with the data. It could be the developer, it could be the employee involved in that AI project, it could be anyone. So basically, you are playing with the data. You have all the data from all the sources, but you have different areas of data. Have you ever had the situation when in Microsoft Excel you had the problem when you had to copy and paste data from another table? Yes, so basically here the developer behind will have to integrate the data from multiple sources, will have to identify the errors, and we also have to label the data. And it's very, again, at this stage, it's highly important to keep the data as accurate, as complete as possible. Then moving on to the next step. The next step is about training the data. What does it mean? This could be defined as the most critical steps because it will establish the behavior of the application. So now you train the AI system how to act, how to react based on the data that was inserted in the system. So we'll present the training data part will present particular challenges in relation to security, but also in relation to learning, because it's the core machine learning process. And again, it is critical also at this stage to have training data sets of high quality, because any inconsistencies could lead to the model behaving incorrectly. So imagine this, you have an AI system which is using biometric data, and we have at the border, right, when you go and you check your passport, and your passport will appear that is an European passport, and then the system will say that the passport is not coming from an EU country, and you need to stay in the queue, you need to get the visa. So such issues might happen. But also we have confidentiality challenges at this moment, because the data set confidentiality can be also compromised by an attacker, which might have knowledge about that algorithm. So if there was an ex-employee that was working on the algorithm implementation, or even another malicious actor with no knowledge about the operation of the algorithm, might also compromise that data. I hope that you are still here with me. Now I would like to present you what the EU was doing and when AI became a hot topic for the agenda in Brussels. This was, as I said, the European Commission set up the high-level group of experts in 2016, if I'm not mistaken, and the European Commission also published a white paper on artificial intelligence, a European approach to excellence and trust. What does it mean? Basically, white papers are documents which are showing the intention of the European Commission in a specific area. So basically, these are some of proposals, but before the legislative proposals, which are launched in the market and which are launched publicly for all the stakeholders which are involved to comment based on what the Commission is thinking about how to tackle some issues, in our case, how to tackle artificial intelligence. Basically, in the white paper presented by the Commission last year, there are two ecosystems presented: ecosystem of excellence and then ecosystem of trust. What does it mean? It means that an ecosystem of excellence, the European Union would like to foster the development and would like to foster the uptake of artificial intelligence in Europe, including in SMEs, in different entities, even in public administration. Ecosystem of trust refers to address the risks that AI applications might pose to fundamental rights, as we have seen before, but also to safety. And also under this pillar, under the ecosystem of trust, the European Commission would like to have a regulatory framework to deal with the high-risk AI applications. do they come with a definition? Unfortunately not. So basically, the European Commission didn't want to propose an AI definition, but they are closely following the definition that I presented to you, the one from 2018. Nevertheless, the Commission noted that any future definition of AI, which could be included in a future AI legislation, will need to be sufficiently flexible to accommodate the technical progress that is happening now in 2021, or when is going to be the year of the AI legislation, while data and algorithms will be key elements of this definition. Why? Because as we know, AI needs a lot of data, and algorithms are the instructions that you are giving to the system what to do with this data. Another important thing to mention here is the AI risk-based approach, which is focusing on high-risk applications. I'll give you an example. Imagine this. We have autonomous vehicles, right? But we have autonomous vehicles driving in the city center of Brussels, and then we have autonomous vehicles which are helping the employees of a harbor to deal with the cargoes and to deal with everything. You might say that the risk of having one car without a driver in a city center full of people might be higher than having a car without a driver in a harbor. This might be correct, and this is also the approach of the European Commission, which adopted a risk-based approach where high-risk AI applications may be subject to mandatory requirements and may be also subject to a prior conformity assessment. How does it look like? At the moment, we don't know yet, but we can only guess a conformity assessment that is done now, for example, with the fridges or with the wheels. When you have the label that one particular model of a tire consumes that kind of energy, it has that amount of decibels, could be used during winter, could be used during summer. So basically, the European Commission suggests that the AI application should be considered high risk only when two cumulative criteria will be fulfilled, basically the sector and then the use. Why focusing on the sector? Because the European Commission aims to ensure that the regulatory action is targeted on the areas where risks are expected the most likely to occur. And then the use of the application. Of course, the application would be considered high risk if the application in the sector in question is used in a manner where significant risks are likely to arise, as I gave you the example with the car in the harbor. But there are also some exceptions from this scenario. There could be exceptional cases where the use of AI applications could be considered to be high risk, irrespective of the sector concerned. So, for example, remember the AI recruitment tools. This might be a high risk applications, or also the remote biometric identification. But which are the requirements for? How do we know that one AI application is high risk or is not high risk? Basically, the European Commission came and they proposed that for AI risk cases, the AI system should be transparent, should be traceable, and should guarantee human oversight. So all these are requirements. After we have done the assessment that an AI application is high risk, these needs to be done either by the developer, either by the founder of the application, etc. But also, this might impose obligations for the authorities, because the authorities should be also able to test and to certify that the data used by the algorithms is unbiased, for example, or unbiased data was used to train the high-risk systems to perform properly, and also that the systems are in line with the respect for fundamental rights, and of course, in particular, with the non-discrimination. There could be other additional requirements, for example, for facial recognition or for training data. We know that there are some places in some countries where the data protection authorities are already allowing some companies to test their algorithms, to test what's happening there with their algorithms and which are the outcomes of using such an algorithm. But also important to mention is the data and record keeping. So basically, the entity dealing with AI risk applications will need to have accurate records of the data used to train and test the AI. And also some information will have to be provided to the persons to inform someone when they are interacted with an AI system, and to ensure that this transparency, that the person will be at every time able to make the distinction between a chatbot and between an employee of a company or of an entity. How does it look in reality? So the European Commission is thinking that AI in practice could look like this. A prior conformity assessment would be necessary before deploying the AI solution on the market, and those conformity assessments for AI high-risk application will be part of the conformity assessment mechanisms that already exist for a large number of products which are circulating in the internal market. And also, the legal compliance checks will have to be done by the competent national authorities. What about voluntary labeling? So voluntary labeling will work like this. So for example, for AI applications that are not high risk, an option for the company would be to establish a voluntary labeling scheme, of course, in addition to applicable legislation. We have seen this endeavor of the European Commission trying to use this labeling also for cybersecurity future products under the Cybersecurity Act, or even also for under the GDPR. There are some specifications based on that. How the governance will be ensured? So basically, the European Commission would like to have a structure. It's going to be kind of a hybrid, like the Data Protection Authority structure and with the EDPB is working right now. Basically, it's going to be a framework for cooperation of national competent authorities, because this is necessary to avoid fragmentation of responsibilities across the EU. And this governance will play a very important role when we are talking about AI standardization, AI certification, or the implementation of a legal framework, to issuing guidance, to issuing opinions, and expertises. Which are the risks to fundamental rights, and which are the risks also to data protection? So in the AI white paper, the Commission acknowledged that some characteristics of artificial intelligence might pose risks to fundamental rights. As mentioned before, AI could be used for mass surveillance, either by authorities or also by private actors, for example, when spying on their employers or observing their employers, if they are working, if they are productive or not. AI could be also used for content moderation, but also AI could also be used for automated decision making, as I told you. It is true that at the moment, ADMS's automated decision making systems are covered in part by the GDPR, and GDPR refers to ADM as decisions which are taken by technological means without human intervention, so directly referring to algorithms. So basically, under the GDPR, the data controllers can take decisions based on automated processing. However, as mentioned before, controllers must inform individuals about the logic involved, about the consequences of such processing operations. But what's interesting, GDPR prohibits the decisions exclusively which are based on automated decision processing. So, for example, if there is an automated refusal of an online credit application, as it was happening in my case when applying for jobs, and I don't know if a human or not was involved, then this is considered a breach of the GDPR. However, this provision does not apply if the controller will have the explicit consent for automated decision-making systems. And we also know that the European Data Protection Authorities have delivered back in 2018, if I'm not mistaken, guidelines for companies to use the automated decision-making. However, because of the updates which are currently happening in terms of legislation with this AI white paper and with other technological developments, the Commission mentioned that it will monitor and will assess the application of GDPR on a continuous basis when it comes to artificial intelligence. And another risk could be facial recognition, and the European Commission also acknowledged that facial recognition can take a lot of different forms. For example, when we are using our face to unlock the smartphone, or when, as I told you before, when we authenticate ourselves, when are using the border automated crossing systems, or when we hand out our IDs or whatever, you know, to be scanned or to be checked. So basically, remote biometric identification happens when an image of a person is checked against a database, so it's one-to-many matching. And this is considered by the European Commission and by the European Union intrusive, and in principle is prohibited by the law. Because the European Data Protection, in principle, they prohibit processing, basically Article 9, if I'm not mistaken, from GDPR, in principle prohibits the processing of biometric data for uniquely identifying a natural person, of course, except some conditions. Okay, what about risks or to safety or liability? As we know that an autonomous vehicle might lose control and might provoke some damages, maybe even lost life damages, for example. This is another discussion for another session that the organizers might organize in the future. Some conclusions that we can take together. We have seen that artificial intelligence went through a very fast development during the past years. We have seen that in the 1950s, the experts were expecting that AI could be as smart as a human, but that is not happening, not even now now today. AI comes with many economic, social, cultural opportunities. However, these opportunities, they came along with serious risks, such as unemployment, inequality, discrimination, social exclusion, surveillance, or manipulation. As mentioned, the AI systems, they learn to make predictions, but they learn to make predictions based on a vast amount of data that is coming. So we know AI is hungry for data. And AI, as I said, presents societal opportunities and also presents a lot of risks. However, even if AI is not explicitly tackled by the GDPR, I think that some provisions of the regulation are relevant to AI developers, and it is true that some provisions are even challenged by the development of AI. For example, I'm thinking now at the GDPR provisions, which are related to privacy by design or privacy by default. But in my opinion, I think that AI is compatible with GDPR, and GDPR allows for the development of AI applications together with the big data applications, because in my opinion, a strong balance could be achieved between data protection and also other social and economic interests, but it also provides limited guidance on how one entity could achieve this goal. This is true. And I think that with the future AI legislation or with the future AI proposals that the European Commission might come this year, we might get some answers in that way. Thanks a lot for your time. This was my presentation. If you have any other questions or comments, please send them to this email address. I'm not sure why I'm not seeing anyone, but I see that there is a question in the chat. So basically, Claudio is asking, GDPR and the EU community push in favor to AI clear boxes rather than AI black boxes. These decisions want to help transparency in the data process and protection. What do you think about it? Claudia, thanks for your question. Indeed, it's a very interesting question. I think that, as I said before, the European Commission would like to develop an AI ecosystem to allow an entity to develop AI based on EU data, right? And also respecting the EU values and respecting the EU rights. And I think that with this black boxes, why the European Commission is against, I think that, for example, in Sweden, if I'm not mistaken, the Data Protection Authority, they allowed these sandboxes for entities to develop their AI solutions, and there you can insert your data, and you can check if your algorithm works, or if the algorithm doesn't work properly. So I think that the EU is pushing for a transparency decision to explain to the user that personal data will be processed by an AI system. And I think that what the European Commission is doing nowadays, it's very hard for them, because imagine that when you are trying to explain a person how their personal data will be processed is difficult, but put them in the shoes of a developer, how to explain that the personal data will be processed by an AI system. And I think that transparency will play here an important role. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sebastian, for your presentation. Looks like we have another question. Do you think that even through services like WhatsApp or Telegram or Signal cannot read our messages, AI does read our messages? How is our data even safe?
I'm not in the measure to comment whether or not WhatsApp, Telegram, or Signal can or cannot read our messages, or if their algorithm behind can or cannot read our messages. What I'm sure is that AI can be used for both purposes. So AI can be either used to keep our data protected or to keep our data encrypted, but also AI could be used for bad purposes. So basically to decrypt the data, to have facial recognition of some persons. I know that there was circulating a database with 3 billion images for everyone from our social platforms. So AI, it is true that AI can be used with bad purposes and for good purposes for any other technology. But to answer to your question, I don't think that at the moment WhatsApp or Telegram or other platform messages could read the messages, because this would be a breach, a massive breach for privacy and data protection. AI indeed can analyze the behavior, and AI indeed might analyze the metadata used behind these applications, and AI might be able also to use what other applications you have installed in your smartphone. So maybe that's why it was the case when using a message application, you were talking about one product, and then on a platform you would have seen that product. So I think that we are talking here about metadata, because in my opinion, the entities which are offering these messaging applications, they are not interested in the content of our discussions, because they cannot sell you anything based on your content. But what they can do, they can sell you based on your behavior, based on what you are searching, based on what kind of applications you have installed in your smartphone, based on with how many persons do you talk. I hope that I answered to your question in the most diplomatic possible way. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are closing our talk session for today. And I want to say thank you again to Daniela, to Șerban, to Sebastian, and to Roland for being today with us and sharing all this important information. We will see each other at 5:30 actually with our last session for today. Thank you all again. Thank you.
In today's world,
your personal data is valuable to many.
By using your mobile phone,
liking social media posts,
and surfing on the web,
you share your data click by click.
You should know where it goes
and what it is being used for.
As data protection is a fundamental right in Europe.
We have one of the strongest
legal frameworks worldwide.
The General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR.
All of the file currencies have their own
independent data protection authorities
to oversee the application of the GDPR.
EU institutions also
have their own regulator.
The European Data Protection Supervisor.
Together we form the European Data Protection Board,
or EDPB.
The EDPB is unique,
as it is made up of 31 members, big and small,
each with equal voice and power.
Together, we ensure that data protection
doesn't stop at our borders,
and all individuals enjoy
equally high level of protection,
no matter where they live in Europe.
From all of us at the EDPB, we wish you a very happy Data Protection Day.
Did you know that a hacked email account can lead to serious problems, which could affect your finances or your reputation? Did you know that your clicks and your likes on social media can be used to profile you and influence your voting behavior? New technologies and the global use of the internet bring new risks for personal data. The new data protection rules were introduced to keep your data safe. On the 25th of May 2018, the General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, entered into application to ensure a harmonized approach across the European Economic Area and to make data protection a reality. The new data protection rules have introduced stronger rights for individuals, giving you more control over your personal data. The new rules also require organizations that process personal data to take more responsibility. Each EU country has its own independent National Data Protection Authority, or DPA, to oversee the correct application of the GDPR. To ensure a uniform application of the new data protection rules, the GDPR established an independent EU body, the European Data Protection Board, EDPB. The EDPB is made up of the national data protection authorities of the EEA member states and the European Data Protection Supervisor. If your data protection rights have been violated, you can contact your national DPA, which is best placed to deal with your complaints. The national DPAs can impose fines on businesses of up to 20 million euros, or 4% of their annual global turnover. So, what can the EDPB do for you? By clarifying the understanding of the GDPR, the EDPB makes sure that the GDPR is applied uniformly, so that everyone enjoys the same rights wherever they live. By adopting binding decisions in cross-border data protection cases, the EDPB ensures that people can get help from their national DPAs for cross-border issues. The EDPB also promotes cooperation, exchange of information, and best practices among the national DPAs. Finally, by advising the European Commission on issues related to the protection of personal data, the EDPB makes sure that any new EU legislation upholds the highest standards of data protection. Remember, your data, your rights. The EDPB is here to protect you.
Protecția datelor personale este importantă pentru fiecare dintre noi. De aceea, din 25 mai 2018, noul regulament european privind protecția datelor consolidează drepturile persoanelor fizice care pot cere ștergerea datelor de pe internet ori portarea datelor către alt operator. Pentru responsabilizarea operatorilor cresc amenziile până la 10 sau 20 de milioane de euro, iar instituțiile publice și, în anumite cazuri, companiile private trebuie să stabilească un responsabil de protecția datelor.
You decide which shops you go to, which services you use, right? But what if they went after you? And after you, 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 whether you wanted anything or not? Ridiculous, right? Companies don't have the automatic right to use your personal data to send you marketing messages. Even if you did give permission, they must give you the opportunity to opt out for free each time you're contacted. And when you're buying or signing up for something, you must be given the right to object to future marketing contact. Using your contact details for electronic marketing purposes without your permission is a criminal offence. Get the messages you want, not the ones you don't. Dataprotection.ie. Know your rights. It's your personal data.
Isn't it clever how they know I love nature documentaries?
It's because you share data, Mum, and we live in a data-driven world.
No, I keep hearing about data, but does it matter?
Oh.
I'll just book our holiday.
That's data.
Auntie Kate has just shared what our cousins have been up to.
More data.
Hello? I'd like to insure my car.
Data.
Who knew data matters so much?
It's your data, and your data matters.
Sharing data helps make life easier and more convenient, but it's important your data stays safe and is used only in ways you'd expect. Take control of your personal information and make it work for you. To find out about your data rights, visit www.ico.org.uk/yourdata-matters.
All'inizio la tua privacy è al sicuro. Poco dopo sarai Anna. Sarai una data di nascita, un gruppo sanguigno, un codice fiscale. Noi del Garante per la protezione dei dati personali da più di 20 anni proteggiamo la tua identità, la tua riservatezza, i tuoi diritti. Per questo abbiamo iniziato introducendo soluzioni utili per tenere al sicuro le tue informazioni riservate, come quella semplice linea che per la prima volta ha dato valore alla tua privacy. Oggi, per lo stesso motivo, monitoriamo con attenzione l'evoluzione dei social network e interveniamo affinché le nuove tecnologie possano essere uno strumento sicuro per tutti, specialmente per i minori, in modo che possano scoprire il mondo più protetti dai rischi. E anche quando decidi di condividere la tua vita online, noi del Garante ti aiutiamo a farlo in maniera consapevole, evitando che i tuoi dati finiscano nelle mani sbagliate e interveniamo in caso di violazioni. Abbiamo a cuore il tuo diritto alla libertà, soprattutto ora che il nostro lavoro è diventato una vera e propria sfida, in un mondo sempre più digitale, dove ogni dato personale può essere tracciato e memorizzato, con il rischio che venga utilizzato anche a tuo svantaggio. In questi anni abbiamo sempre dato il nostro contributo per avere norme rispettose della privacy, affinché i tuoi dati personali vengano usati in maniera corretta e tu possa sempre esercitare i tuoi diritti, come rettificare i dati non aggiornati o cancellare quelli che non ti rappresentano più. Noi ci siamo, specialmente nei momenti in cui sei più fragile, proteggendo i tuoi dati sanitari, un bene prezioso che ti appartiene. Abbiamo fatto tanto, ma c'è ancora molto da fare. È il momento di pensare al futuro, alle nuove sfide che abbiamo già iniziato ad affrontare. Tutto può cambiare, ma una cosa è certa. I tuoi dati sono un tesoro da proteggere insieme.
Hello everyone, we are back live with the National Conference of Privacy and Data Protection, Privacy Romania 2021. This is the last session in our fourth day, and I would like to welcome our guests, Mihai Danțiș and Adriana Ceaușescu from Romania. The first presentation belongs to Mihai Danțiș, Cybersecurity Division Manager, TUV Austria, Romania, and the team is achieving GDPR compliance through ISO standards. Mihai, please.
Thank you very much, Diana. First of all, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to have this presentation today. Okay, I'll start. Okay, at the beginning of all the issue with GDPR, when I first read the entire documentation, I realized that there are a few major issues in it. First of all, the thing that was amazing for me was the fact that I was supposed to be able to show that I'm compliant with the entire legislation. The second thing that was very interesting for me was that everything is risk-based approach, and that I need to have all these controls in place, technical and organizational controls. So everything in my mind directly went to ISO standards, because in the legislation there was not a particular way described in which you can achieve compliance. And in order to be able to develop a program that can show that you invested in all those ideas, that you have goodwill, okay, I was supposed to think at some frameworks, some regulations, in order to show that all my security measures are evaluated and I have continuous improvement. So for this, I began to look at ISO standards, and here we have a list of the standards that can help us through the implementation of GDPR. We'll discuss a little bit about each of them. So once again, we must have in mind that we are discussing about best practices. That means that it's something different, not regulations. It's just something to help us to have a guideline, okay? And it's important here that in that slide we have the requirements. So that means that we can be certified on those standards. So a third party, an independent company, can come to us and can audit us and give one more proof, let's say, that we are compliant with the legislation. Okay. And after this, we can look at ISO 27701. Why? Because it's an add-on to ISO 27001, which asks us to have the same thing as the regulation, to provide confidentiality, integrity, and availability to our information, to our personal data. So in ISO, we have all that means data for the organization. Here we have only a subset of this data. It's interesting to look in the scope of the standard, okay, which specifies requirements and provides guidance for establishing, implementing, maintaining, and continually improving privacy information management system. So with this standard in the background, we can prove all the compliance that we need for the authorities. It's applicable when the requirements are both for the controllers and processors, and it's applicable for all sizes of organizations, including public and private companies, government entities, and non-for-profit organizations. What is very interesting here in this standard is that we have an annex, Annex D, which is mapping of the controls of ISO 27001 to the GDPR. To have a short view, we have a certificable standard, ISO 27001, as a baseline. We have extra measures for privacy on 27701. Okay, and here in this annex we have a very interesting parallel between the requirements of GDPR and of ISO. If by replacing word privacy with data protection in the standard, we can have a more proper experience with the standard. Okay. The difference is that here in GDPR we have extended the shareholders and interested parties, extended requirements, and that we are looking at risks also from the personal view of the persons that we are processing the data, not only from company point of view. Here we have a short print screen of this mapping of general data protection regulations, and we have the GDPR articles that are covered by each topic in the standard. I also want to say that Marius, I've seen him, that he published a very interesting article in a Romanian magazine, and it was very useful. Congratulations. Okay, so how to implement? We must have in mind that first we must look at ISO 27001, and after this to look at GDPR requirements, or we can take only the GDPR requirements and use the standard requirements as a checklist, or we can look at GDPR and after this we can see what must be implemented from the standard. We must have also in mind that here it's a process-based implementation. So this means that we will have all the things that are required in GDPR. Things like, let's say, training for the employees. We will have continuous improvement. We will have internal audits to be able to show that all the measures that are implemented are also effective. I gave here also a few words from the standard because it's very important to see that ISO mentioned that we must change words, and where it's information security, we'll have information security and privacy if we look in the annex, and all the rest of the details. I said that it's a process-based implementation, so that means that it's not a project, it's not with a specific end, a specific timeline. Okay, it's something that is continuously improving. And here we have a plan, do, check, act cycle defined accordingly to the standard requirements. Okay. Of course, when we use all these things, we must pay attention to terminology. It's important to look at the fact that there are a lot of other ISO standards that can help us in different steps. Let's look at, for instance, here we have incident management. At ISO, we have a standard for this. It's 27035. We are requested to have to be able to show that we tested the business continuity. For this, we have another ISO standard, 22301, and so on. We must understand that implementing of this standard is also for the GDPR, it's a multi-departmental job. We must work together in teams with legal, business, IT, Assessors, security, external parties also. Okay, and of course, if something can go wrong, will go wrong, and with only a mouse click, we can have a disaster. So this is the reason why we must train all our employees and try to implement as many as possible, as many technical solutions as we have in order to prevent this disaster. The idea is that having a very solid framework in the background, we can show to the data subject that we are trying to protect the data. This is the reason why, for instance, for the major data breaches that we seen in the late years, like, I don't know, Sony, Visa, Uber, MasterCard, and so on, even if they had a huge amount of data that they lost, okay, they didn't have any penalties. Why? Because they were able to show that they implemented measures correlated with the risks that they evaluated for those systems. It's very important to look at ISO standards. Why? Also for a different point of view. So in ISO, as I said, we are looking at continuous improvements. So this means that we are not expecting to have the best solution from point zero. We're expecting to have something that is growing, to test it, to see if it works, to implement new measures, to train again the people, to test again the solution and the people, and so on. It's very interesting because it's something that it's results-based. It's not only a checklist, as people are used to say when they are asked about ISO. Someone will come with a checklist and ask us if we have, for instance, a firewall. They will not check if we have it powered. Okay. And the idea is that we can do all these things step by step. The audit life cycle with Plan, Do, Check, Act helps us with this continuous improvement. The fact that we can have an independent external review, like a certification for this standard, which also help us to have more proofs for our customers, for the physical persons that agree to give us the data, and also for our partners. Having such a framework in the background helps us also to have good relationship between business, IT, legal, DPO, and security, because nobody will say that, okay, we are doing this only because DPO wanted, okay, and we are implementing this security solution only because the security guys thought about it, okay. It's something that we are analyzing together during the risk analysis. We have also ISO standards for this. We have ISO 31000, which helps us to analyze the business risks, and we have 27005 for the IT-specific risks, which usually are omitted in the implementation of GDPR when we are trying to buy those kind of templates from the internet. I've seen a lot of implementations with only this kind of packages. The typical feedback for this idea, sorry, I missed the one, was that, okay, it's an old framework, it's too general, it will not fit for all the evolutions of legal requirements, but it's the only way in which we can prove that we thought about everything that can happen and we tried to minimize the risks. It's a very flexible way to do things. We have other standards, as mentioned before, that can help us in all these things. And the most important part will be that we will be a better company. We can show the fact that we are compliant to all the shareholders and clients. So having some international standards certified in the background will help us. We have, of course, we heard today, and I will not try to repeat all these things related to certifications and national authority and so on. We hope that we'll have as soon as possible the final data in order to have accreditation also for Romanian companies to audit and to help companies to be certified on GDPR. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mihai. Thank you for your presentation. Let's see if we have any questions. No, we don't. Well, I will invite Adriana to expose her presentation. Okay, that's great. I want to say a few words about you. The fact that you're a data protection and information security specialist, InfoShare Consulting, and ASCPD member, and your team is your employees and information security decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Diana. Hello, everybody. Hello, Mihai. Hello, Marius. I would like to say that my company obtained those certificates Mihai presented. It's here in my background. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Adriana Ceaușescu, and I'm so happy to speak at the Romanian National Conference on Privacy and Data Protection. You gave me so much energy, so I hope we will have an open discussion about your employees and how they make the information security decisions. So I represent InfoShare Consulting. Our services are mainly in the field of data protection and information security, and we collaborate with companies from different domains like health, insurance, education, e-commerce, so on. As I told you, my presentation is about your employees and information security decisions they made. A few aspects regarding the information security. It's so often information security is viewed as a technical discipline. It is somehow a world of firewalls, operation systems, antivirus software, access controls, and then encryption. It is an enigmatic discipline which defines understanding with a priesthood who often protect their profession with complex concepts and language, and most of all secrecy. This is from the employee's point of view, and also from the point of view of your employees, information, or your colleagues or your staff. Information security, it's also about hackers, about attacks and ransomware. But at the end of the day, we realize that information security depends on people. So no approach to security can even succeed without considering people, and we as a profession, we need to look beyond the computers and to understand the business, to understand the culture of the organization, and most of all, how we can create a security environment that helps people free to actually do their job. And this is a picture of metrics because when I finished my presentation, I was thinking about metrics and those lines, those code lines that were in the back of the picture of the movie. So, human behavior and information security. As you might know, your employees or your staff encounter potential information security threats actually on a daily basis. Perhaps there's a new face in the office they don't recognize, a new password they need to remember, and damn new password policy that you force me to change it every 30 days. Or a database of sensitive information that they need to upload into the cloud, or they work from home, because the reality in these days is that teleworking, it's here, and some companies, due to COVID-19, are forced to send the employees to work from home. In this slide, I want to present you some numbers. Also, these numbers, almost the same numbers as in the morning panel, Mr. Punit mentioned them. And what he has also said is that the humans, the peoples, our employees are still information security weakest link. So in this report that I want to tell you about, this report is based on the 3rd annual survey on IT security practitioners, and 97% of the responders agreed that the greatest vulnerability was human behavior. And this percentage has increased from 93% in 2015. To reduce this vulnerability, it's very important to understand 24% of the responders use fear, 41% adopted best practices, and 83% encourage their employees or colleagues through policies, training, and awareness to become a part of the information security solutions. And let's take a look about the role that information security professionals have in their organizations. And I will tell you a little story. It's not mine. In his book about how to win friends and influence people, Dale Carnegie tells a story about Mr. Johnson. Who is Mr. Johnson? He was responsible for safety at an engineering company. Among other duties, he had to ensure that employees were wearing their hard hats, you know, the yellow big hard hats, while job. And his common strategy was to spot people who didn't follow his policy, approach them, quote the regulation, and insist on compliance. It's almost like the police. I got you, you're not wearing the hat, shame on you. He succeeded in having them abide the rules, but only temporarily. Employees usually remove these hard hats as soon as he left. And now I'm wondering, Dale Carnegie, can you tell us there was a surveillance camera or something like that to know about the hats? Okay, let's move on. He decided to try something new. Instead of referring to them to authority, he tried to be interested in the workers' comfort. He wanted to know if the hats were uncomfortable enough to prevent people from wearing them. So also, instead of simply insisting on following the policy, he mentioned to the employees, and in a pleasant voice, of course, that it was important to wear hard hats because they were designed to prevent injuries. And this was in their best interest. And as a result, this not only increased compliance, but also mitigated resentment towards the regulation. So we, information security professionals, faced with a similar problem. We have to ensure that a company is adequately addressing information security risk, but they also have to communicate the value of security appropriately in order to be successful. On one hand, not putting security controls in place may result in significant losses for an organization. But on the other hand, badly implemented security mechanism may obstruct employees' productivity and result in poor security culture. So, information security professionals and users, employees, colleagues, may share different views on security-related activities. So in order to ensure that users in the organizations comply with the policies, security professionals should also consider employees' behavior. So let's take a look at how the employees make decisions and to try to understand them a little bit. Employees, our colleagues, are hired on different jobs to execute jobs like marketing, managing projects, sales, and so on. Their main priority is completion of their core business activity. Therefore, protection of the information, protection of the data, or to keep an eye on privacy, this is a secondary consideration to them. Consequently, employees will be reluctant to invest more than a limited amount of effort and time to a secondary task, which they will rarely understand, they will rarely put value, and from which they perceive no benefit. As in the morning panel, one of the speakers said, "I don't care." It's very often, I very often have this answer. If you pay attention to your employees or to your staff, to your colleagues, you will observe that when security mechanisms cause additional workload, employees will favor non-compliant behavior in order to complete their primary task quickly. For example, one guy from sales department needs to do his job done and needs to send this sales report to the big boss. It happened to me to speak with one of my colleagues and to see that he pushed the yes button when the pop-up comes on desktop, and he didn't read the notification. He just clicked on yes. Other example, it's one organization giving employees encrypted USB drives, but the storage on that drive is not enough, forcing them to share files via email or via non-encrypted drives. It happened to me also. So people tend to be aware of their behavior and how their behavior can pose an increased risk, but feel justified these workarounds because the organization has failed to provide them with a proper technical implementation. For example, why to zip the documentation and to put a password when we can send the PDF as it is via email, and this is one of the examples. So in a research conducted among security professionals in Great Britain, researchers concluded that implementation of security compliance seems to create a strain and enlarges the gap between security professional and the rest of the organization. But when non-compliant behavior is identified by us, information security professionals should first rule out the possibility of malicious behavior, and then should understand where and why the security policy failed to work properly, forcing the employees to find these workarounds. The moral security policy implementation facilitates employees' values and priorities, the better it fosters employee incentives and strengthens the security, the information security culture. In order to achieve alignment between security and the employee perspective, the process of formulating information security policies and procedures, especially in big companies, must be focused on employees' behavior, because a security professional should remember that employee performance is goal-oriented. These goals are usually focused on business processes and their demands, and are generally seen as completely independent of information security goals, which often perceived as abstract and lacking context. Especially when we copy-paste those policies from other companies and we are not paying attention what is happening in our company. So, when the viewpoint of employees is not taken into account, the end result is their partial or total absence as a factor in the process of designing a security mechanism. The common reason for non-compliant behavior are a good starting point and must be explored further and in detail. They are at the very core of the security design and must be common knowledge for designers and policymakers. So, in order to obtain a positive attitude from the employees regarding information security and to involve them to totally comply with the security requirements, information security professionals should try to implement a security culture within the company. One of the articles that I read and I like so much was recommended by Chris Romeo. It's a CEO at Journey Security. And what he recommends us is actually more ways to develop a security culture from top to bottom. But I want to discuss with you only 4 of them. Instill the concept that security belongs to everyone. I know you will say, okay, how we will do that? But remember that many organizations have the opinion that the information security department is responsible for security. The CISO is the big boss of the information security. He's the only one who can deal with the information security in our company. It's wrong, because sustainable information security culture requires that everyone in the organization is all in. Everyone must feel like a CISO. This is information security culture for everyone. Focus on training, awareness, and beyond. And I think the speaker in the morning panel will totally agree with me. There are several comments. I will not detail here because these 10 commandments of security employee training and awareness are in this slide. But I want to take a look deeply into the focus on training and awareness and what to do beyond. So security awareness is the process of teaching your entire team the basic lessons about information security. And when I'm referring to information security, you know that also personal data are also a part of this information security. You must level set each person's ability to judge threats before asking them to understand the depth of the threat. And security awareness has gotten a bad rep because of the mechanism used to deliver it. I mean, posters and in-person reviews can be boring, but they do not have to be. So add some creativity into your awareness efforts. The number 3 is reward and recognize those people that do the right thing for security. Look at the opportunities to celebrate success. When someone goes through the mandatory security awareness program and completes it successfully, give them a high five or something more substantial. Okay, what I've done after all the trainings that we have done for several companies, we gave the participants some t-shirts, and we also invite them to a little party, but of course nowadays it cannot be possible, but we reward them with t-shirts. You can also give them some amount of money or something that will be positive for them, and they will remind the training program they will be happy to remind the trainings. Or bring gamification into security program. Gamification means give something to them, a reward, I don't know, give them a badge, give them something. Build information security community. And information security community, you know, it's the backbone of sustainable information security culture. Community provides the connection between people across the organization. Security community assists in bringing together, everyone together against the common problem, and eliminates that us versus them mentally. That means the information security professionals versus the other employees from the company. Security community can manifest as one-on-one mentoring or weekly or monthly meetings to discuss the latest security issues. Call it information security morning, information security coffee. Bring your colleagues to Zoom and try for 10 minutes to talk about something, but in a fun way. And this is number 5, make information security fun and engaging. It is the last, but of course not least, on the steps on the way you can build security culture more fun. It's to have a little bit fun in this development. Far too long people have associated security with boring training or something, saying not all the time. To cement a sustainable security culture, build fun and engagement into the process parts. If you have specific security training, ensure that it is not boring. It's not a boring voice over a PowerPoint presentation. One example, I think yesterday or in the morning, I don't remember, one of my colleagues, Aline, gave us a link to a funny presentation regarding password. This presentation was the comedian Michael McIntyre was telling us something about password and how you should change your password, but in a funny way. I will use that in the next presentation that I will have with my colleagues to remind them and to make it in a fun way that the password needs to be changed or needs to be changed in those 32 days, I think. Another way to make security culture and to use funny and engaging mood is to, I'm using, people from Romania know one very popular character called Bula. So for me, Bula, Bula is the popular character, and Bula is the hacker. Bula is the person who is always in the middle of jokes. So use this example, use Bula, make this character more popular than he already is. And in a book regarding managing information security, it's a book edited by John Vaca. He said that as cited in audit reports, periodicals, and conference presentations, people are arguably the weakest element in the security formula that it used to secure system and networks. The people factor, the human behavior, and not technology, it's a critical one that it's often overlooked in the security equation. So this is my presentation. These are the 10 commandments of security employee training and awareness. You can, you will have my presentation. Don't want to insist. So this was my presentation. Thank you for watching. And if you have questions.
Thank you so much, Adriana. We don't have a question for you, but we have a question for Marius. Thank you again, Adriana, for your presentation. Sorry, not for Marius, for Mihai. I don't know if you had a chance to read the question, Mihai. It's, would you like to answer? I will read the question if that's okay with you.
I have here the question regarding the Article 42 and CNIL. I understand very well the question. The idea behind my presentation was that you need to be able not to show compliance related to Article 42, but to be able to show compliance to the authority in case of a data breach when they will make control to your company, and you need to show them that you tried to implement as many things as possible in order to assure privacy for the data that you have. It's not the same compliance as described in Article 42.
Okay.
I understand that it will be okay, but until that point, because we do not have such an authority in Romania to be able to certify our company for this Article 42, you need to have a way in which to show goodwill.
Good. Good. Thank you so much, Mihai, for answering that. Thank you. Looks like our day is almost closing. I would like to thank you, both of you, for attending our conference and for presenting us all your important information. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending our 4th day of National Conference of Privacy and Data Protection Privacy Romania 2001. Thank you to all our guests for sharing all their information. And thank you, ASCPD Romania, for organizing this conference. Before we are closing our day, I will invite Marius Dumitrescu, the president of ASCPD Romania, to say a few words. Marius.
Thank you very much, Diana, and thank you very much, all the speakers. We have reached the end of the 1st day of Privacy Romania conference, and I can say that was a very consistent day. It was full of very good information, and I think probably many of us will use the free recordings to this presentation to review the information. I would like to thank once again all the speakers who shared with us such important information and experiences. I appreciate that all the presentation had a very practical approach, and I think that this future will make this event very appreciated by the participants. The conference will be continued tomorrow morning, and I'm convinced that we are all waiting to listen to the presentation of the most known and appreciated Romanian speakers in the field of data protection, of course. Most of them are ASCPD members or ASCPD advisory board members. Good night, everybody. I hope that after this conference, you will take into the consideration to become a member of Romania Association of Privacy Data Protection Specialists. Thank you very much and good night.
Good night, everyone. Wishing you all a lovely evening.
Good night.
world.
Your personal data is valuable to many.
By using your mobile phone,
Liking social media posts
and surfing on the web,
you share your data click by click.
You should know where it goes
and what it is being used for.
As data protection is a fundamental right in Europe,
we have one of the strongest
legal frameworks worldwide.
The General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR.
All of the file currencies have their own
independent data protection authorities
to oversee the application of the GDPR.
EU institutions also
have their own regulator.
The European Data Protection Supervisor.
Together we form
the European Data Protection Board,
or EDPB.
The EDPB is unique
as it is made up of 31 members, big and small.